Hello everyone! We're back with another stream! Woohoo! So today we're just going to be playing Hakuoki today. And, just gonna be going about it. Not sure how long. How much longer in the game we have is probably what we should say. But we're just gonna go ahead, start with that today. Not really gonna do much of anything else. Maybe we can try to finish today? I don't know. Who knows? But we're gonna go ahead and get everything started. I hope that everyone is doing well at least, though. I will also apologize in advance for the fact that I do have to have my windows open due to the fact that I do not have air conditioning. Uh, so that's going to be kind of interesting having my windows open. Hopefully, there won't be too much noise that gets picked up, but I cannot guarantee that. I 100% can't guarantee it. So, let's just go ahead and start getting things, going and see how it goes from there. If somehow there's too much noise when it comes to the windows being open, I can close one of them and keep the rest open. But hopefully it won't be too much of an issue. Hopefully the only issue is mostly my dog. So I hope that that's the only issue we have. Anything that walks by, she tends to bark at, so I do apologize in advance for that too. So we're going to go ahead and start going with Hakuoki. I am still working on some of the settings for this. Hopefully I got them adjusted enough so where you can hear the music and hear everything else. Oh. Oh. What? Oh, there it goes. Alrighty. Again, just technical difficulties a little bit. The OBS likes to be a little fudgy when it comes to this. So if at all during this that you guys think something is too quiet, do let me know. I do want you guys to be able to hear me and the music. Alright. Let's go ahead and get started. I have learned that with this, just use the keyboard. A lot easier just to use the keyboard. Alrighty, here we go. April 1867. Oh hey, look! Okita! Cherry blossoms have bloomed. They're magnificent, look! The seasons changed and spring came. Kyoto was filled with the cherry blossoms, and the whole city took on a festive atmosphere. Surrounded by the gentle cheer of spring, my footsteps felt somehow lighter. It's getting warmer out, and finally looks like a nice day. So I get that you're all giddy and stuff, but it'd be nice to be actually a little more decency right now. With a little more decency right now. I gasped and I turned around to look at my surroundings. The townsmen were looking at me dubiously as I expressed my excitement over the weather. Okay, I'll be careful. Maybe I was spacing out because things had quieted down a bit and I let my guard down. Hey, Okita.
Nani?
In that narrow alleyway over there, there seems to be a few Ronin that saw us and snuck away. Don't waste your energy on them. They're small potatoes. Really? If they were Imperial Nationalist guys, then they wouldn't just run off like that. They'd be more confident. The guys who take off like that when we show up are almost always just small-time punks. I see. But honestly, I don't think there are any Ronin left in Kyoto with the balls to start something with us. The Shinsengumi's gotten pretty famous around Kyoto, hasn't it? That outfit stands out a lot, too. Well, could be infamous, depending on who you ask. When the men wore their uniforms, people seemed to notice them at first glance, which at first people probably seemed like a good thing, but Their uniform had become a symbol that there was some argument among the Shinsengumi about if they should adopt a new one. Some people, such as Ito, felt that the uniform should be changed because it wasn't fashionable. Is Ito back from the Imperial territories yet? Yeah, I think so. Can't say I'd have minded if you stayed out there, though. Aw, don't be like that. He went out to recruit some of his friends and acquaintances, right? That's what he says, but I gotta wonder how far he really went. I didn't hear the details, but I heard he went to more places than he originally planned. If he put in all that effort, then he must really care about the Shinsengumi, right? That's what you think? Am I wrong? Not really. No, not really. He said it in a suggestive way. Kondo's too nice. You should just kill Ito. You really shouldn't, Okita. How could you joke about killing one of your companions? A companion, huh? He scoffed and fell silent. Ever since he first arrived, Okita and the rest never seemed to like Ito much. But when he said it aloud in public, it still surprised me. I glanced around to make sure no one had been paying attention. Oh. There, in the crowd, a face I'd seen before. I stopped walking. Kaoru? The face that looked back could easily have been mine. There was no way I could have ever mistaken that face. But no sooner than when I spotted her had she disappeared, melting into the crowd. Kaoru! Hey! He made a grab for my arm, but I'd already moved out of his reach. I might get in trouble for this, but if I didn't go quickly, I'd lose her. Sorry, Okita, there's something I have to do! I caught a glimpse of his confused face as I ducked into the crowd. How many times did I have to tell her not to run off without permission? Why can't you look at this from my point of view? I mean, you kinda got a point, Okita. I ain't gonna lie, you kinda have a point. Totally got a point, my dude. I ran through the crowd as fast as I could, bobbing and weaving around citizens going about their business until at last I caught up to her. You're... She was Kaoru, no mistake. What's the matter? You seem to be out of breath. Sorry for surprising you, that is. Kaoru, do you remember me? Yes, you were with the Shinsengumi. I remember you. May I ask you something? My, what is it? I gulped. I knew I had to choose my words carefully when asking her. One of the Shinsengumi saw a girl who looked like me at the Sanjo Hashi Bridge a while ago. Could that have been you? I don't know. I do go by Sanjo Hashi fairly often. But if I were there, would that have been a problem?
何か問題がおありになるのですか?
Oh. I was embarrassed for asking her what seemed to be an irrelevant question. Her eyes thinned.
もしかして
Perhaps you were
あな
truly
たがお
wa-
聞きにな
what
り
you
たい
truly
の
want to
は
ask me is
夜にその場所
whether
に行っ
I've
た
been
こと
there
が
at
ある
night.
かどう
Am I
か
right? Could it be? If it was an autumn night and you got in the Shinsegumi's way,
もしそうなら
then you and I are going to need to have a little talk.
君
I
に
don't
は
want
死
to
んで
give
もらわ
away
な
all
き
the
ゃならない
details, but it ends with your death. Oh, Okita. Oh, Okita. I didn't realize he caught up with me so quickly.
これは
Oh, you're
自然
Okita from the
の沖田さん。
Shinsengumi.
いつ
Thank you for
も
helping me
どう
the
も
other
あり
day.
がとうございました。
She bowed, but Okita didn't even seem to notice.
で
So, you couldn't
答えは
answer
ど
the
っちな
question?
のか
Were you there that
な
night?
心当たりはあるのないの
Okita wore the same half smile he always did, but his body was as tight as a bowstring, ready to have his blade in hand at a moment's notice.
死んでもら
My
うなんて
death?
そん
Please,
な恐
don't
ろし
say
いこと
such scary
おっしゃらない
things.
でくださいな。
Don't say scary things like that.
三条
Lots of
大橋
people
なんて
pass by Sanjo
昼間は
Ohashi
誰で
during
も
the
通る
day.
ところではありませんか。それに
At night, though,
夜なんて
I don't go near it because of the notice
あの
board
警察
stuff.
の騒ぎがありましたから怖くて近づけません。ただ
I can't
雪村
believe you
さんに顔が似ている
suspect me
という
just
だけ
because
で
my
私
face
を疑
happens to
う
look
なん
like
て
someone else's.
ひどいです。
She sadly looked down, and I rushed to shake my head. Oh, of course, I understand. Sorry for asking something so rude. I guess it really wasn't her. I felt embarrassed for even doubting her for a second, so I apologized.
甘いな
Man, you're so
そんな簡
easy.
単に疑いを解
Just
くなん
like that, you're going to believe her?
もし犯人だ
And
と
if
し
she
ても
was the culprit,
自
what
分
makes
か
you
ら
think she would be
私
like,
がやりました
oh, that's
なんて
right,
言う
I
わけ
did
ない
it.
じゃない
I did do it. Well,
彼女を信じてあ
why
げ
did
よ
you
うと思
trust
っ
her
た
so
のは
easily?
どうして自分と似た
Is it
顔を
because
し
she
てる
looks like you? Or because she's a
それとも
girl?
女の子だから
I didn't have an answer. Karu then took a step back.
もう
Can I
行っても
go
構い
now?
ませんか。
I have
用事があ
somewhere
りますから
to be.
失礼します。
I have to be somewhere. Excuse me. Karu. She turned and ducked away, disappearing back into the crowd. Had I done the right thing, I wondered, in covering for her? I was pondering whether or not I should give chase again when I heard Okita begin to cough. Hello, Lola. Hello, Laura. I got tongue-tied there for a minute. How are you today? Okita, are you okay? Okita?
来るな
Shh, don't make fun of me, man. Stay back. As I stepped toward him, he threw a hand and twisted his face upward to glare at me.
大丈夫
I'm fine.
だから君は
So just
そこでじっとし
stay
て
there, okay? It was the sheer force of his personality that stopped me, not just his words. For a while, he coughed as if his lungs were going to collapse. Eventually, his coughing slowed, then began to subside. Please let me know if you can hear me. Anybody coughs? Yeah, I mean that's true. His cough finally ended, and he wiped his sweat and looked up. Okita, is something wrong?
何が
Like what? I mean, why don't we find somewhere to rest? You don't look too well.
顔色が悪いのは
Oh, I was just
君を追い
tired.
かけて走
I
ってき
mean,
たせいだよ
you didn't make me run all the way here. Okay, good. I just want to make sure you can hear me and still hear the audio. I just gotta make sure.
それに
And besides,
今は
we're in the middle of a
巡査の最中でしょ。
round. We have no time to
休んでる
rest.
暇なんてあるはずないじゃない
But
もう大丈夫さ
no buts. I'm
落
fine.
ち着いたから
No.
さっきの人
About the girl
カオ
Kaoru.
ルさんのことだけど生殺事件
Asking
の
her
ことを
about the
確か
thing
めた
with
か
the
った気持
notice
ちは
board was
よくわか
important.
る
I agree with you.
でも
But even
それならなお
no,
のことを
because of how
一
important
人
that
で動
is,
くのは無
you
謀
shouldn't
だ
have run off on your own like that.
もし彼女が
What if she
敵
had been an enemy of
仲間が
ours?
近くに隠
What
れ
if
て
she
た
had accomplices sitting
どう
nearby?
するつもりだったの君一人
Could
で
you have handled it alone?
対処できた
Well,
無用な心
did
配
you
だ
even
った
consider that
言い
possibility?
切れる彼女が
That she'd planned to
君
lure
をお
you
びき寄
here?
せるつもりだったとしたらこの場所は人目に
There's
も
not
つか
that
ない
many
し
people here. No one would
叫んでも
notice if
声
you
が届き
screamed.
にくい
It's a great spot for an ambush, you know. You're right. She hadn't tried to attack me, but Okita was right. Next time I might not be so lucky. I could have easily run right into a trap.
巡察に同
You
行
need
し
to
て
be
い
more
る以
careful,
上
alright?
行動には注意してくれないと
As much as I don't like Okita's personality, he makes a very valid point. I can take care of you, but without me around, you're just a useless kid. I gripped my fists and looked down. Sorry. I felt bad causing him extra stress, so I apologized and he sighed. Man, I'm not the type to lecture either.
柄じゃないんだけどね 妙な遠慮はやめな
Stop
よ
being so timid. You
頼
can
るべき時は
you can rely on us
頼れ
when you
ばいいん
need
だ
to.
からさ 君には散々迷
I've
惑
gotten
かけ
pretty
られ
used
て
to
る
saving
し
your ass by now.
今
A
更
couple more
なん
times
とも思わ
isn't
ない
going
け
to
ど
mean much. He let out a snort of laughter. That night, after everyone else had gone to bed, I lay awake thinking about what had happened. I couldn't forget what Okita had said. A useless kid. He was right. Compared to the captains, no, even compared to the weak Shinsengumi, foot soldier, I was pathetic. I'd been lying there, staring at the ceiling. My actions today were no doubt reckless. I mean, if this happened a little while ago, I'm sure I would have been killed, no questions asked. The fact that I got away with just a lecture shows that they're starting to trust me a little more, but I couldn't go on like this. Tomorrow, I start working harder. But no sooner had I closed my eyes. That noise scared the crap out of me. Oh my god, I was not expecting that. Oh my god. What? There was a crash from the hallway outside my room. I rolled up and out of my bed just as the door exploded into my room. Standing in the hole was one of the Shinsengumi's soldiers. Is something wrong? I called out to him, despite being incredibly alert and guarded, but the soldier remained quiet. Did you need something? Blood. Huh? I squinted to get a clearer picture. Dude, that would have been creepy too if it was IRL. What surprised me that kind of noise happened because I do have my windows open, but no, that was that was the game. Oh my goodness gracious. I squinted to get a clearer picture. Just then, his hair instantly turned white. Blood. I need blood. No thanks, dude. I don't care if he's not asking. I said no. His eyes were ominously red, and he looked directly at me. He was one of the Furies. Give me blood! To top it off, he was completely mad. Just like the warrior I saw that one night in Kyoto. I had to call for help. I couldn't possibly face a deranged superhuman monster on my own. I inhaled, preparing to call for help. No, I couldn't call for help. If I did, then I could risk jeopardizing the Shinshingumi's secret about the Furies. Heck yeah, no, get even without my consent, come on. That would spell disaster for the Shinsengumi. I had to find another way. The Fury, unfortunately, was not similarly encumbered by doubts. His sword hissed through the air, and I felt the metal of its blade burn into the flesh of my arm. A sharp pain seared into... Huh? Okay. A sharp pain seared into thought from my wound. The Fury saw my blood dripping, and his eyes became even more mad. Blood sprang from the cut. I pressed down on it desperately with my free hand, but to no avail. Thick red liquid spilled between my fingers, fled down my arm and onto the floor. Yes, blood! Give me blood! The Fury became increasingly erratic, and he started licking the blood-stained sword. He began to creep toward me. His movement was odd and jerky, like a massive spider. I don't need that image, thanks. Oh no. My back slammed against the wall. I'm going to die. Just when I prepared myself for death, I suddenly remembered Okito's words from earlier that day. Stop being so timid. You can rely on us when you need to. Okita. Everyone. Someone help! Yep, not creepy at all. He was down on his hands and knees, licking my spilled blood off the floor. There was no samurai there. It seemed what little humanity had left him entirely. I used his distraction to gain distance from him. Please, I begged to any god who might be listening, let someone come. Not enough. Not enough. He looked up from the floor. My sleeve was soaked in blood from the cut on my arm. His eyes locked onto me, to it, and I saw them light up with animalistic hunger. His grin was a nightmarish thing. Yes, that. Give me your blood! He kicked the floor roughly and came charging at me. No! There was no doubt. He was going to kill me. I froze. Get down! Don't look up until I tell you! I heard a voice from nearby and I immediately followed the orders and ducked. The Fury seemed to be shocked to see Hijikata coming out of nowhere. The Fury spun to attack Hijikata, but the commander's sword was faster. In all honesty, any deranged VA is just like fantastic. It's so fun to do anyways. His twisted cry reverberated from the room's walls. He writhed in agony, but his wound started to heal immediately. Get over here, now. Yes! As I ran to his side, I heard other footsteps pounding down the hallways. You alright, Kanae? Kanae? I know how to talk. Hey, isn't he? He's the warrior who drank the water of life the other day. He's too far gone. Can't let him live. And at some unspoken signal, a chorus of blades slid from their scabbards. Boys, the rescue! Heck yeah! Shin, Sono, don't screw this up. Who the hell do you think we are, Hasuke? A captain can't take out a simple soldier, even if he is a fury. He'd have to resign, assuming he wasn't dead. I love the... Yeah, me too. I love the battle poses too. They fanned quickly, circling the wounded soldier. There's no escape. No hard feelings. Oof. The captains all attacked at once, and the Fury was killed almost instantly. The excitement was over. Or so I thought. But it hadn't been only the captains who'd heard my cry for help. Ugh. Who's causing such a ruckus at this hour of night? Oh no. Ito! Ito rubbed his still sleepy eyes, stepped into the room, and froze. What's going on here? Damn it. I've seen that soldier before. Thought he was sentenced to death the other day for breaking the code. Look at all of this blood. Are you guys responsible for this? Ito, it's not like that. This is... What is it not like? Why have our captains cut down one of their own men? Explain this at once. What happened here? Ito was fuming and screaming. My apologies. My lack of discipline is at fault here. Sanin? Seeing Sanin, Ito's eyes grew wide. I'm sorry, whoever voiced Ito did a fantastic job. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be dead? The captains fell silent. Eventually. I guess you can't keep it a secret any longer. Yukimura, you step out. You can use my room for the night. I know being here won't do anything, but I wonder if they'll be alright. Would they be able to explain the situation enough to Ito so that he wouldn't freak out? There was so much to worry about, but Hijikata looked at me sternly. Did you not hear me? I said get out. Okay. I was worried, but I knew there was nothing else I could do, so I left the room. Huh? Is it morning already? The birds chirping woke me up. I shut up, thrown off initially because the ceiling was unfamiliar to me. I remembered that Hijikata had told me to stay in his room for the night. And, at the same time, the events of last night were beginning to flood into my mind. The worry he had gone mad. The pain of the blade slicing my arm. I touched my right arm wrapped in bandages. I couldn't feel a throbbing pain anymore, so I took off my bandage to see my injury. Of course it healed. What had been an ugly, open wound the night before was now little more than a faint white line. In a few days, even that would be gone. I wouldn't need any bandages anymore, but... well, I guess it's good that the wound is gone, but if anyone sees this... I wrapped myself back up again. It'll be inconvenient to wear, but... I'm going to have to pretend to still have this injury. I wonder what everyone is doing. I decided I'd head to the common room to see what's going on. Oh, you. Ito, Miki, and Saito and Hesuke. What are you guys doing so early in the morning? Well, considering what happened last night, I'm not a heavy enough sleeper to have the kind of beauty sleep I'd need with that noise. You were injured, right, Yukimura? How's your injured arm doing? Well, it's not that bad. Is that so? Well, I'm glad. Huh? His mood was almost the polar opposite of the previous night. He seemed now to be in a rather high spirits. Ito? Has something happened? Would you like to know? Yes? I won't tell you. But I suppose you might have an idea, though. Isn't that right, Todo? Saito. What? I cocked an eyebrow at Hesuke and Saito. Yeah, I guess. The moment our eyes met, he looked away. That seemed odd. Saito? You have no need for this information just now. Unlike his companion, Saito met my gaze straight on, but his eyes were flat and utterly devoid of any emotion. It was as if he put up a wall. What the hell? That's a little cold of you having that pass for a goodbye, isn't it? What? Or did you want to get out of here as soon as possible or something? Get out of here? Saburo, watch your mouth. We'll be on our way now. Good day, Yukimura. Goodbye, Yukimura. Later. And then they were gone, leaving me wondering what had happened. Oh, hey, Yukimura. Are you sure it's alright for you to be up and about already? I'm fine. I slept really well, and I feel a lot better. My wound doesn't seem to be as deep as it looked. That's great. Sorry, what happened to you, though? It's alright. Anyways, I ran into Ito on the way here. He was acting very peculiar. Did something happen? Inoue and Shimada looked at one another, both wearing troubled expressions.
そうか。
Oh,
あった
so
の
you
かい。
saw them, eh? Both Ito and Miki were behaving rather strangely. And Hesuke and Saito were acting kind of strangely too. I was starting to feel concerned, looking at the two of them for an answer. After some thought, Shimada opened up.
実はですね、
Yeah. Well,
伊藤さんたち
Ito
は
and some others are leaving.
ここを出ていくことになったんです。
What? Leave?
新しく
They're
隊を
going
立て
to
るこ
form
と
a
に
new
したら
group,
しい。
different from the
新選組
Shinsengumi.
とは別にね。
No! Is that okay?
近藤局長と
We
土
had a
方
meeting.
副長が
We had a meeting this
伊藤
morning
さん
with
と
the
話し合
chief
って
and
決
Commander
めたということ
Hijikata.
です。
ご領英字ですと
Guardians of the Imperial Tomb.
いかにも
Yes.
この糸
I intend to
Those
take some of
to
my
come
comrades
over
and leave.
公明
We
天
will
皇のご
appoint
領英字
official
を拝命
guardians
す
of the
る所存
Imperial
ですが
Mausoleum.
まあ
I
以
have
前
been
から考
considering
え
such
て
a
いた
move
こと
for
で
some
はあ
time
るんです
now.
けどあんな場面を見
But
せ
after
られた
last
以上
night's
これ以
excitement,
上一緒にやっていく
I
の
didn't
は
think it'd
難
work
し
out
いと思
anymore.
いましてもともと私
I
は
knew when I joined the
尊皇上
Shinsengumi
位
that
の
my
志を持って
imperialism might
新
not
選
be
組に
welcome,
協力していたつも
but
り
I
です
thought
け
we
れ
could
ど
work past that.
あなたたちとは
I see now that I
どう
was
にも水
mistaken.
が合わないようですし
くだらねえヘリク
Just
スは
spit it out, Ito.
伊藤さん
Basically, he wants to
あ
split
ん
up
た
the
要するに
Shinsengumi.
太を割ろうって言うんだ
3年にもわたっ
Who's
て
the one
こ
who
の私を
has
戦
been
ってら
saving
し
me
た
for
の
the
は
past 3 years?
どちらでしたかしら
まあ
If you
伊藤さんがそ
insist,
こまでおっし
then
ゃ
I
るのであ
will
れ
do
ば
as you
仕
ask.
方がありません。だがご説明し
Must
たように
remember, however,
こたびの一件
that
の
last
発
night's
端は
incident is a
幕
result
府
of
からの
orders
密
from the
命なので
shogunate.
す。もし外に漏らされては
We
我
cannot
々
allow you
と
to
しても黙ってい
reveal
る
the
わけにはい
secret.
きません。
そこは
Then I propose
取
a
引と
deal.
いうものですわあなたたちは
Allow
我
me
々
to
に
depart.
口をつぐんでいてほし
Peacefully, that
い
is.
ご様子ですし私たちは
In
黙って
turn,
こ
I
こ
will
を出てい
remain
きたい
silent.
ですから出るにあたって
I also wish to bring
大使
several
を
of your
分
men
けてい
with
ただ
me.
きたいと思う
わかりました。
Very well.
ですが
Anyone you
連れ
wish
て
to
行くからに
take must agree
は
to
本
leave.
人の承諾をお願いします。
それは
Of
も
course.
うもちろんです表向きは
I
協
will
力関
naturally
係
maintain
に
the
ある
fiction that we intend to continue to cooperate with one another.
その方が
A
お
stance
互
that
い
will
にと
no
っても
doubt benefit
都合
both
が
of
よろ
us.
しいのではないかしら
ということだそうだ。
Cooperation.
トシ、
Fine.
これでいい。
Toshi, what do you think?
近藤さん
It's
が
your
そう決め
decision,
たな
not
ら
mine. Then Hesuke and Saito.
伊藤さんについてい
Yes,
く
they
そ
are
うだよ
leaving with Ito.
驚いた
I
ね
confess, I'm rather surprised. No! No!
伊藤さんと昔から
I
の
mean,
知り合い
I
だった
understand
東郷
Hesuke
君は
since
とも
he's
かく
known Ito for some
斉
time.
藤君はそ
I
ん
was
な
not
様子は
expecting it from
全くな
Saito.
かったのに
No. Then, would that mean I could never see them again?
心配することはないよ。
Don't worry.
ユキも言っただろう。
Remember what I said?
これは
Going to
友
keep
好的な関係
relations
を前提とした分離。
amicable between our two organizations. He really would have. He really would have. Kondo. It was kind of him to try and comfort me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was going to befall the Shinsengumi and its members.
そうは言っても
You're going
今
to
後は
let
エ
the
ジ
men
と新
interact
選
with the
組に
guard
対しての
though, right?
交流は禁止するつもりなんだろう
当然だ
Of course not.
これ以上
He
あい
gets
つ
to
らの
leave,
好き
but
勝手
that
にさせ
doesn't
る
mean
つ
I'm
もりは
gonna
ね
let him get away with whatever he wants. But is this really okay? They are. Ito and the others leaving, I mean.
伊藤派の奴らが抜け
Ito
た
and
と
his
ころ
men
で
leaving isn't a
困る
problem.
ことはねえよま
Although I was a little surprised that
平助
Hesuke
と
and
斎藤
Saito
も一緒だっていうのは
decided to go with
少しば
that
かり
snake.
計算外だったかな
まあ、
I would say it was more than a little.
彼らの期待に応
But
えら
I
れ
guess
る
all of this comes from our own faults and our inability to keep them happy. From there, the conversation moved to a discussion of politics that was beyond my ability to follow. And what could I have said anyway? The decision had already been made, and there was nothing I could have said to change it. I got up quietly and left the common room. I never thought that something like this could happen. I looked up at the sky, watching the clouds from streaks above me, and then lowered my gaze. It seemed like just yesterday that we were all living our normal lives at the compounds. Then, all of a sudden, we've arrived at today, helpless as our troops split amongst themselves. I couldn't wrap my head around it. However, even with all this confusion, I was especially worried about what worried me most were the people leaving with Ito, Hesuke, and Saito. Would I ever get to see them again? Was this goodbye? I wanted to know what they were thinking. Were they still around? As I stood up to go look for them, I spotted Yamazaki walking toward me.
Yukimura-kun.
Yukimura. Oh, Yamazaki.
昨晩
I
怪我
heard
を
you
し
were
たそう
injured. Are you feeling
だ。傷
better?
の具合はどうなんだ？
Yes, I'm fine. Have you, seen Hesuke and Saito?
東堂さんと
Todo and
斎藤さん
Saito.
か。
His expression turned grim at the mention of their names. It was quite clear how he felt about the men who'd chosen to leave the Shinsengumi with Ito. Sorry for asking. I turned quickly to leave, but he held out a hand to stop me.
境内だ。
I saw them going
向こう
off
に行
that
くの
way.
をさっき見かけた。
Aw, Yamazaki, I like you! You're so sweet. Thanks!
話をするな
I
ら
want to
早い
speak
方
with
が
them.
いい。
Do it soon.
彼らがここを
Once
出
they've
た後
left, you
は
won't be allowed to
それ
talk
す
to
ら
them.
も許されなくなるからな。
Yes! There they were! Hesuke! Saito! They turned around with reserved expressions. Well, shoot. Looks like you found us. Oh, do you want to be left alone? I can go.
んなことないって。
No, no, of course not.
俺も
I
ちゃんと話したいって思っ
wanted
て
to
た
talk
から
to you
さ。
too. Oh, good.
やはり来た
I
か。
imagine you'd see
話
we'd
が
see
あ
you
るな
before
ら
we
早く
left.
済ませてくれ。
If you have something to say, say it. Right. I just wanted to hear it from you. Why are you leaving the Shinsengumi?
理由か。
Why, huh?
うん。
He scrunched up his face and scratched nervously at the side of his nose.
伊藤さんは
Well,
同じ流
Ito
派
and
の
I
先
are from
輩
the
だ
same
し、
school.
昔
He's
か
my
ら知って
senior,
るしさ。
obviously.
He あの人が新選組に
He
入
joined
っ
the
たのは
Shinsengumi at first
俺が
because
誘
I
ったのが
invited
き
him.
っかけだったんだし、だから
So I feel like I'm
一緒
kind
に
of
行動する義務があるんじ
obligated
ゃ
to stick
な
with
い
him, you
かな
know?
って
I guess that's it.
そう思ったんだよ。
Hesuke had always struck me as kind, so it was no surprise that he felt he couldn't abandon Ito. That means you'll leave everyone else behind. You might not ever get to see them again.
いきなり分派っ
I'm
て言わ
not
れて、
really one of
俺もちょっと
Ito's
動揺してるところはある
followers,
んだ
I
けど
guess
さ。
you might say, but I was and am an imperialist.
けど俺、
Wasn't like I'd grown up
もと
wanting
も
to
と
work
幕
under
府
the
に尽く
shogunate
し
or
たいって思
something.
ってたわけじゃねえし、例の薬
Considering
のこ
what's
ととか
going on with
いろ
the
いろ考
serum.
えると、伊藤さんが言う
It just
御領
kind
エ
of
イジの方
seems
が合っ
like
てる
working
気
for
がするんだ。
somebody like the guardians of the imperial tomb is a better fit for me than working for the shogunate. Couldn't really think of anything to say, so I kept my mouth shut. After a moment, he continued.
俺だって
I want to just
本
stay
当はみ
here
ん
and
なと
screw
ずっ
around
と
and
バ
have
カ
fun
騒
with
ぎ
the
してたかった
guys.
さ。
Oh, Hesuke, you're making me sad.
だって
I mean, we've
江
been
戸にいた
together for
頃
a
から
while,
今ま
right?
で
His gaze drifted off into the distance, as his profile seemed almost heartbreakingly lonely, but his mouth was a hard line. His mind was made up. What about you, Saito? I looked up at him.
自らの志
Joining
に合う
Ito
と
and his
感
men
じて
serves my own
伊
ambition.
藤派に属することに決めた。
Are you an imperialist too?
征夷大将
A
軍と
leader
いう
who
のは
hopes
本
to unify his
敵を
people
排す
should
る
be
ために
one
あ
who
る役者。
overcomes any external threats.
害を払
The
うという
shogunate
本分を
forgets its
忘れ
essential
た
role,
幕府に尽く
which is
す道
keeping
理は
its
あるま
people
い。
safe by expelling all foreign influence. I have no reason to work for them. So you're saying that Kondo and Hijikata are wrong?
そう。
That's right. Because you don't agree with them, you're willing to walk away and never see them again?
それも
It
やむを
can't
得
be
ない。
helped.
己の
In order
志
to
を
go
貫くた
with
め
what I believe in, I
情
mustn't
な
be
どに
swayed by
頓着するべ
emotions.
きではない。
But I wanted them to stay. Are you sure you won't change your mind? Stay here with the Shinsengumi? I can't be the only person who doesn't want you to go. We all like you. Aren't the Shinsengumi your friends? I knew they had their reasons to go, but I had my own reasons, and I wanted them to stay. There was still time. If I could just convince them, make them understand, then it wouldn't have to go away. Please, Esuke, Saito. Hello.
言わないでくれって。
Don't say that.
俺
It
たち
took
だ
a
って
long time and a lot of
昨日今
hard
日決めたわけ
thinking
じゃ
to
ねえん
make
だ
this
からさ。
decision.
話はそれだけか。
Is that all you had to say?
ならば俺はもう
Please excuse
行
me.
かせてもらう。
Are you sure? But if you go, then you might have to fight the Shinsengumi someday.
言ったはずだ。
As I said, my
志
ambition
の
comes
前
from my emotion
情
before
な
my
ど無用の
emotions.
ものだと。
Saito? But his mind was made up. There was nothing I could say to change it.
強いよな。
He's sure tough. His eyes followed Saito as he walked away. Do you feel the same way? Can you just forget about your feelings? Would it be so easy for you to fight your friends?
俺は
I,
そういうのは
He screwed up his face in frustration. Hesuke was honest and straightforward, but he didn't have a way with words this way some of the other men did.
なあ。
Hey,
ちょ
why
っ
don't
と
we go
中
to the
庭の方に
courtyard?
行ってみないか。
He wasn't avoiding my question precisely. Perhaps he wanted to buy some time to think about his response. All right, let's go.
すっかり暖かくなったな。
It's gotten really warm. Esuke, you're so sweet. Hi, Daimi. Stupid allergies. He lifted his face to the sky for a moment. It was a cool, clear blue, and warm rays of sunlight washed down on us.
ちょっと座ろうぜ。
I'll sit down there. Okay. I lowered myself down next to him.
なんかさ、
I know that,
みんなは
well,
伊藤さんの
pretty
こと
much
を嫌ってる
everybody
けど、
doesn't like Ito very much.
俺はさ、
But I don't
伊
really
藤さん
think
の言う
he's
ことが
wrong.
全部間違って
At
る
least
とは
not
思えねえ
completely.
んだ。このまま幕府の言う
Honestly,
通りに
I don't
働い
think
て
there's
も
much of a future if we continue doing what the shogunate says.
先はねえと思う。幕府のお
I'm
偉いさ
sure
ん方
we're
は
only disposable
俺たちのこ
pawns
と
for
は
the shogunate's
使い捨て
higher
の駒
ups.
としか思ってねえだろうし。
I'm sure he's not, considering the serum and everything else. I don't blame them for questioning and having concerns about the shogunate. But not wrong and trustworthy were two very different things. Was he really worth leaving the Shinsengumi? I wonder if he's thinking that joining Ito would turn out better for him than staying with Kondo.
伊藤さんからいろ
I
んな
spent a
話
lot
を
of
聞いた
time
んだ。
talking with Ito
幕府のお
about
偉
the
いさん
corruption
方
in
が
the
ど
shogunate
れだけ腐っ
and
てる
just
か
how bad of
今
a
の日
state
本
that
が
Japan
どん
is
なに
in right
危ねえ
now.
状況に置かれてるか もちろん
Of course,
伊藤
I
さん
don't
が言
think
ってる
Ito
こと
is
が
right
全
about
部正しい
everything.
とは俺も思ってねえよ。伊藤さんも伊
I
藤
do
さんで
think that
なん
Ito
か
is
考え
taking
が
a
あるん
lot
だ
of
ろうって
what's
ことも
going
分
on
かって
right
るし。
now into consideration. Then,
でもさ、
I mean, you
夕べ
know,
の伊藤さんの様
after
子を見
seeing
て
how Ito reacted last
俺
night,
改
it
めて
opened
思
my
ったんだ。
eyes.
同じ志
Using
を持
your
って入隊
comrades,
してきた
men
仲間
who
を
fight tooth and nail
薬の実
beside
験
you
の道具にしたり
as tools for experimentation.
そのことを他の大使
Then
に
on top
隠
of
したり
that,
するのは
keep it a secret from
どう
people
考
you
えて
work
もお
with
かしいっ
just
て。
and it's just plain wrong.
いつの間にか
I think before we knew it, we all stopped
それが当た
questioning
り
these
前だと思う
things
ようになっ
and
ちま
all
ってたけ
became
どさ。
part of our protocol. Hesuke,
でも一つだけ
I
分
just
かっ
want
て
you
く
to
れよ。
know one thing though.
俺は
It doesn't mean I don't
み
like
ん
you
なのこ
guys
とが
anymore.
嫌いになったわけじゃねえから。それだけは
I just want you to know that much.
嘘じゃねえからさ。
Yeah. I understand where Hesuke is coming from. I was sure he had spent a lot of time thinking over all this, even maybe stressing over it. If after all that internal deliberation, this was how he felt, I'd want him to honor it, but I know, I wanted to stay with you longer, Hesuke. Yeah, thanks.
ありがとうな。そう
It's
言って
nice
く
to
れて
know you
嬉しい
feel
よ。
like that. Baby.
そりゃあ俺だ
I
って
mean, I'd be
お前
lying
と
if
離
I
れる
said
の
I'm
が
not
寂
gonna
しくね
be
えって
sad
言
to
ったら
leave you,
嘘になるけど。
but that doesn't mean that
だけどよ、
look, this is hard for
行
both
く
of
って
us,
決めた
okay?
んだ。
But it's something I gotta do.
俺だって男だから
I'm a
さ。
man too. I could clearly tell he was wavering. Pushing my feelings on him, I knew would only trouble him. I understand, Hesuke. So I wasn't the only one who would feel the loneliness of being apart then. Some strange way, that made me happy.
今までありがとうな。
Thanks for everything, Kanai. He really does! The baby! Thank you for telling me how you really feel. I appreciate it. Glad to hear it.
お前にだけ
I
は
just wanted
ちゃ
you
んと
to,
伝えておきたかったんだ。
make sure we were clear on that. It felt like our conversation had lifted a huge burden on Hesuke, and his bright smile returned.
それと
Oh, and also, I'm
ごめんな。
sorry. Huh?
お前の親父さん
Sorry that I can't stick around to
見つけるま
help
で
you
付
find
き合
your
って
dad,
もら
I
えなく
mean.
て。
No, it's alright. Don't worry about it. Just be careful, Hesuke.
あ、
Yeah,
分かっ
I
てる。
know.
無駄に命を捨て
Won't
る
throw
ような
my
真似
life
はしね
away,
えさ
I promise.
約束するって。
Love him. I love Hesuke. He's so sweet. What the heck? Ah! My wound healed completely soon afterward, but I kept the bandages on. I didn't want anyone to see that my scar had healed. Since Ito, Hesuke, and Saito all left, the compounds felt so much larger and emptier. Around the same time, Takeda, one of the captains of Shinsengumi, had also left. I guess these are things we can't help, but felt as if everyone was going in different directions, off to forge their own paths. I couldn't help but feel sad about it. July, 1867. 3 months had passed since Ito had left the Shinsengumi, taking his men and others with him. Late one evening, I laid in my warm futon at an hour where I should have been asleep, but I was tossing and turning in my bed. My mind was wide awake. I wasn't falling asleep anytime soon. But why? I was nervous, certainly, and I trained earlier that day, but neither of those was anything new. I needed to get to sleep soon, or I'd oversleep in the morning, and that would be embarrassing. As I forced my eyes shut for the 1000th time, I heard someone calling out for me. Yukimura, you still awake? The voice outside belonged to Hijikata. I scrambled to my feet. Yes, what is it? You have a visitor. Wants your address. Come to the common room. A visitor? Who would come to visit me? Especially at such a late hour. I stood, puzzled, but I rushed to get dressed and shuffled towards the common room. I slid open the door and walked in, and I was surprised at what I saw. I apologize for disturbing your sleep. Oh, that's fine, but... You got crazy bedhead. Didn't you have time to brush it? Oh, Okita. What? Really? I'm so sorry, Cut the crap. Cut the stupid joke, Soji. Huh? It was a joke? Don't worry. You don't have bedhead. Thanks for coming. Please sit there. Okay. Even Sonnen was here. Seeing all the captains of the Shinsengumi gathered, I shook with nerves. I went to sit down in the corner, but when I locked eyes with the person sitting in front of me, my eyes grew wide. Reason being, the person who was sitting was... Hello, Kanai. How are you doing? I'm sorry for visiting you so late at night. Getting my hopes up. Darn it. Sen? So, my visitor was Sen? What could she be doing here? Only then did I notice a beautiful woman dressed as a ninja seated next to Sen. Yes, this one is with me. My bodyguard, one might say. Bodyguard? I looked at the captains, hoping someone would explain the situation. Supposedly, she really wants to talk to you. I guess he's leaving it up for me to talk first. So, Sen, what brings you here today? Even though I was nervous, at the very least, our relationship was beyond just acquaintances. Sen looked back at me with a stern expression, and she looked down before speaking calmly. Well, I'll get straight to the point. I've come to take you. Wow, very blunt, aren't you? Come to take me? What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. Well, it's actually a long story. I'm not quite sure where to begin. There's no time. We must make preparations to leave immediately. Wait, hold on. Why should I go with you? Yeah, that's a damn good question. You just barge in here, ask to see her, and spring this on us? Are you her relatives or something? She doesn't seem to have any idea, though. Sen, can you explain a little more? Yes, I suppose you have a point. I suppose arriving suddenly and springing this upon you would be rather perplexing. Very well. I shall start at the beginning. It may take some time. Should we step out? No, I like you all to stay. It does involve a lot of you as well. She glanced around the room, looking at each of the captains, and started to speak.
あなたたち
You are familiar with
風間を知
Kazama,
っています
yes?
よね
I hear you have crossed
何
swords
度か
with him
刀
once
を
or
間違えてい
twice.
ると聞きました
なぜ
How did you know
そのことを
that?
知ってる
この今日で起きていることは
Well,
大体
I hear
私の耳に
of
入っ
most
てくるん
things
で
that
す
happen in Kyoto, eventually.
なるほどお
You're
前
something
も
like
奴らと
Kazama
似
and
た
his
よう
punks,
な
aren't you?
うさんくさい連中の一味ってことか
あんなのと一緒に
I
さ
would
れる
prefer
のは
not
不
to
本
be
意だけど
associated with his ilk. But yes, in a sense, you are correct.
まあいい
Fine. You were talking about Kazama.
あいつは
He showed up at the
金門の
Ikedaya,
二条城
Hamaguri, and Nijo.
何度も俺たち
He's
を
got
邪
something
魔
to
をして
do
き
with
た薩長
Satsuma
の
and
仲間だ
Shoshu, doesn't he?
仲間っていうより
Well, for
彼らは
most
彼ら
of the
と
time, it seemed
何か
like
目的があるみたい
more
だ
like he was there for his own reasons, not any kind of domain politics.
どっちにして
Either
も
way, he's an
俺たちの
enemy of the
敵
Shinsengumi.
確か
彼らの狙いが
Then you are also aware that he is pursuing your
そこにいる彼女だということ。
lady friend here? Sen gestured at me for the captain's benefit, then fixed me with a level stare. What was going on? This was getting stranger and stranger. I was starting to think I didn't really want to know the rest of the story.
それも承知
We are aware of that.
確か彼ら
We're
は
also aware that
自らを
Kazama and his
鬼と名乗る
compatriots call themselves demons.
信じている
Not that we're
わけだ
inclined to believe such claim, of course.
いえ
No,
鬼
I do
と
not
言わ
think
れた
their
方
claim
が
as
妥当
demons
でしょう。
unfounded. All
三
three of
人
them
も
possess
三人
powers
とも
that make them
人間
incomparable
離
to
れした
humans.
使い手ということですしそれなのに
However,
人の
despite
世
their
界では
strengths,
全
their
く名が
presence
通
is
ってい
virtually
ない
unknown amongst the public.
そんなことは
In normal
本
circumstances,
来ありえ
that
ない
is
ことです
impossible. It's weird for you to say something so kind, Sanan.
珍しいですよね
So, go on, Sen.
彼らが人でないことは
Then you know
あなた
they are
たちも
demons.
よくお分かりの
Excellent.
様子ですねならば
That will
話は
save me
早い
some
です
time then.
実を申せば
I am not a human either.
この
I
私
am
も
also a
人で
demon.
はありません
You are?
本来の名は
I am, in fact,
Sen
a
Hime to
princess. Princess Sen. With that, she gave us an elegant bow, exactly like what one might expect from a princess.
私は千
I
姫
come from
様
a
に
family
代
of
々仕えて
ninja
おり
who
ます
have served
忍びの
Princess
家
Sen
の
and
も
her
のでござい
family
ま
for
す
generations.
なるほ
It all makes sense now.
ど初対面だっつうのに
Wonder why
抜
you're
きに
being
愛想
so
がいいと
friendly.
思ってたがお前の狙いは
You were gathering
花から俺
information
を
with
通じて
Shinsengumi.
新選組の情報を仕入れるこ
さあ
I have no idea
何の
what
こ
you
と
mean.
にござりましょう
She tilted her head to the side politely and met Hijikata's glare with an innocent smile.
なんだよ土方さ
You
ん
know her?
知り合いなのか
よく目を
Move
し
your
な
eyes
さい
up about 6 inches,
君
Shinpachi. That's Kimigiku.
島原で会った
She's
時と風景は
dressed a
違
little
うな
different from when
顔は
we
同じ
met
だ
her at Shimabara. That's her face, all right. What? Kimigiku smiled.
この国には
We
古来
demons have lived
鬼
in
という
this
生き
country
物が
since,
住んでいます
well, since a very long time ago.
幕府や
The
諸
top
藩の
officials in the
高い位にあ
shogunate
る者
and
は
in
皆
many of the
知っていたことです
domains already know of us. Move it up 6 inches. Yep.
ほとんどの鬼た
Most
ちは
demons had
人間
no
と関
interest
わ
in
らず
human matters.
ただ
They
静か
preferred
に
to
暮
be
らす
left
ことを
alone,
望んでいまし
to
た
go about their own affairs in peace.
鬼の強力な
However,
力に目をつけた
humans
時
in
の
positions
権
of
力
power
者
saw
は
that they might
自分
achieve
たちに
great things
力を
when the
貸すよう
assistance
求
of
めました
demons, and so demanded that assistance. And did the demons obey?
多くの者は拒みま
Many
した
did not.
人間たちの
They
争い
felt they
や
had no
彼らの野
obligation to
心
involve
は
themselves in
な
human
ぜ自分
affairs.
たちが加担
Human
しなければ
ambition
なら
meant
ないの
nothing
か
to them.
ですが
But
そう
when
し
they
て断った
refused,
場合
the human
圧
lords
倒
were
的な
furious.
兵力で押し寄
They
せてき
sent
た
out great
戦
armies
略
to
を
destroy the
滅ぼされる
villages
こ
of
と
the
さえあっ
demons.
たのです
How horrible.
鬼の一族
The
が
demon
次第に
clans
各地
scattered
に
across
散
the
り散りになり
country were
人
forced
目を
into
避けて
hiding,
暮らすようになりました人との交わり
no
が
longer
進んだ
isolated in
今
their
は
own
純
communities.
潔に
They
近い
went on
鬼
to
は
mate with humans.
そう多く
These
はありま
days,
せん
there are few demons who can claim a pure bloodline.
そ それが
And I assume
あの
Kazuma is one
風間
of
たちだ
these?
ということだな。
Sen nodded.
今
Currently,
西
the
国で
largest
最も
bloodline
血筋が
family
良い
is the
家といえば
Kazuma, who have the
薩摩藩の後ろ盾を
Satsuma
得ている
domain
風間家
support.
です
You have already met the head,
風間父親
Chikage Kazuma. Chikage Kazuma.
そして
In the east, the
東国で
largest
最も
family is
大
the
きな家
Yukimura.
あなたの家
That
は
would be your family, Kanae. What?
雪村家の鬼たちが隠れ住んでいた
I heard the
ことは
demons of the Yukimura clan living in the hidden village were destroyed by humans.
ですが
But it would
彼
seem
女
there
は
is a
雪村一
survivor.
族の生き残
That
りではない
survivor is her.
あなたには
Kanae, the blood that runs in your veins is pure and strong. I sense great power from you. No way. But
わかる限りではあるけど
I had
お聞か
I
せ
had Kiku gather as
あなたの
much
家の
history on
こ
your
とを調
family
べ
as
さ
she
せた
could.
信じられる
I know you
の
may
は無理
find
は
it
ありませんが
difficult, all
まず
difficult to
間違いない
believe, but you are very much a demon. The revelation of all this was nearly impossible to comprehend. I was at a loss of words. I mean, I was told I was not human, but a being called the demon. I couldn't believe it, but at the same time, all the odd things that occurred all made sense now. All I knew was Kazuma was after me, and why I'd healed so much more quickly than anyone else.
純血の鬼
If
の
you are
子孫
indeed
で
the
あれば
descendant of a pure-blooded
風間
demon,
が彼女を求
then
めるのも
Kazuma's
通り
desire
です
for you is clear.
鬼の血筋が
Should
良い
two
者
pure
同士が
bloods
結
mate,
ばれ
they
れ
would
ば
produce an
よ
even
り
more
強い
powerful
鬼の子が
demon.
生まれるのですから
なるほど。
So he wants her for his bride.
風間は
After a fashion,
必ず彼
yes,
女を奪いに来る
Kazuma
でしょ
will definitely return for her.
う今のところ
Thus far,
本気
he
で仕
has
掛けて
been
きてはいな
content
い
to
よう
toy
で
with
す
you,
が
but I
それ
cannot
がいつ
guarantee,
まで続くかは分かりま
cannot
せん
guess how much longer that may last.
そうなった時
Should he devote all
あ
of
な
his
たたちが
formidable
守りき
abilities
れ
to
る
this
とは思え
task,
ない
I do not think you will be able to protect her.
たとえ新選組だ
Even
ろう
the
と
Shinsengumi
鬼の
cannot
力の前では
stand
無
against
力
the
です
true power of a demon.
なあ
Whoa there,
正義だ
princess.
よ
You don't think
無
that's
力
going
って
a
の
bit
は
far?
ちと言い過ぎじゃねえか
シンパチの言う
Shinpachi's
通りだ
right. You aren't giving us enough credit.
俺たちを見くびりすぎだぜ。
今まで互角に
The
戦うこ
reason
と
you
が
are
でき
still
たの
alive is
は
because Kazuma and his
彼らが
companions
本気では
have
なか
not
ったから
turned their
です
full strength on you.
では本気になってもらおうではありませんか。本物の
I
鬼
should
の
dearly
力
like
と
to
や
see
ら
the
を
power of a
見
true
せていた
demon.
だきたいものです。
Sanan! Kazuma and his friends had already demonstrated incredible strength. Even the captains of the Shinsengumi had been easily brushed aside. It was not even the full extent of their strength. Then a battle to the death against one of them would be...
シンパチや原田の
Shinpachi
言う
and
通り
Harada are right.
確かに連中は
Although they are more
人
powerful
並み
than
以上
any
の
average
力は
human
持っていなか
warrior.
ったが絶対に
The
勝て
difference
ね
in
え
power
ほどの
between
力
us
の
wasn't
差
so
はない
vast that we couldn't best them,
たと
even
え
if they were going
奴
easy
ら
on
が多
us.
少手加減してたとしてもな。
そうですね。
Very true.
こっちには
Besides, we got the demon
泣く子も
himself
黙る
in
鬼
command,
副長
don't
がい
we?
ますし。
ソージ
Shut up,
黙
Soji.
ってろ。
お気持ちはよくわ
I
かります
understand
が
how you feel, but
実際には
you must realize that these
そう
men are
簡単でない
unlikely
ことは分か
any
っていらっ
other
しゃる
foe
の
you
で
have
しょう
faced before.
あなたたちの役目
Your
は
guys'
今
job
日
is
の
to
治安
protect
を
the
守
safety
る
of
ことであっ
Kyoto,
て
not to
彼
protect
女を
her.
守ることではないのですしですから
That is why I must
私た
ask
ち
you
に
to
任
leave
せて
here,
ください
her to us.
私
In
た
our
ちなら
care, her
彼
chances
女
of
を
survival
守
will
りき
be
れま
much
す
higher.
おいおい
Hey, give
決め
us a
つけんじゃね
chance,
えよ
alright? Are you
俺たち
trying
じゃ
to say
あ
we
いつら
can't
に勝
protect
てねえ
her?
ってのか
言葉は悪
This
い
may
が
sound rude,
そっちの
but you're
戦力は
talking
女
about
の
the power of
二
two
人だ
women over all of us.
あんたらの
It's hard for me to imagine your thin arms could go head to head with guys like Kazuma, Amagiri, and Shiranui.
何より
Look,
よそ
lady,
者が
you're not
僕た
part
ち
of the
新選組の内
Shinsengumi,
情
so I
に
appreciate if you
口を出さ
could
ない
keep
で
your
ほしい
nose out of our business. Both Sen and Kimigiku seem to be thrown off by the captain's reactions.
土方さんは
What about you, Hijikata?
風間たちの力を
You've
承知
acknowledged
しているあな
Kazuma's
たな
strength.
ら
Surely you
姫の
must
お
at
話
least consider
お
the
分かりいただ
princess's
けるので
offer.
はありませんか彼女をこちらに
Give
渡
her
してくださいな
Please give her to us.
それとこれとは
That's
話が違う。
different.
鬼ごときに
It's
恐
not
れ
our
を
style
なし
to
て
back out
一
of a
旦守ると
promise.
決めた相
Decided
手
we're
を
going
放
to
り出す
protect
っての
her.
は
We're not going to
俺
run
たちの
away
ルール
just because they're demons.
それに
Besides, if you're going to claim that you're a demon, I guess I'll take it, but that doesn't mean we trust you.
あんた方を信用したわけじゃね
Do you know who you're speaking to? Princess Sen is descendant of Suzuka Gosen. Wouldn't surprise me if that gets made at some point, to be honest.
大きく
Kimikiku, please. That is not necessary.
そのようなことを言っている時ではありません。
Her tone was calm and friendly, but it left no room for argument.
私も土
I
方から
agree with
同意
Hijikata.
しますもし彼女
If
が
she really does have a
人とは
blood of a
違う
different
生き物の血
species,
を引いているの今後
we'd like to
いろいろ
cooperate
と
with
ご
her
協
for
力
eternal
願いたいこと
purposes in the
も
near
ありますし
future. What? Kimikiku glared at him. She probably didn't say anything out of concern for Sen.
そうですか。
I see.
困りま
That
し
is
た
a
ね。
problem then.
どうして
There's
も
no way I can
承知
convince
し
you?
てはいただけませんか。
ちょっと待ってく
Hold
れ
on a minute.
肝
We
心
didn't
なことを
confirm
確
one
かめてい
important
ないじゃ
thing.
ないか
肝心なこと。
Important thing.
雪村君
Yukimura,
君はど
do
う
you have to... Do you have... Just... What do you have to say about this? Oh my god, I can't speak. I mean, yeah, that's true. Someone asked my opinion finally. But that's Kondo. That's why Kondo's cool. That's why Kondo's the dad character, right? Me? Well, I couldn't have an immediate answer. It wasn't that I was doubting Sen and Kimikiku, but... I see. Must be difficult
我
to
々
discuss
の
with
前
an
では
audience.
何かと話しにくいかもしれないなよかったら
Now to
千
speak
姫
with
さんと
Princess
二
Sen
人で
alone.
話してくればいい
近藤さん
What the hell,
そいつは
Kondo? Hijikata tried to protest, but Kondo didn't change his expression.
せめて誰か
There
一
should
人
be at
立
least
ち会
one
うべきです
witness.
あちらも
Princess may
君
take
にさんに同
Kimikiku
席
as
し
well,
て
of
もらえばい
course.
いのですし
まあいいじゃないか
No, that's not necessary.
我々は今ま
We've
で
been
ずっと
ignoring her feelings this whole
彼女の
time.
意思を無視し続けてたんだしな彼女がここを
If
出
she
たい
wants
と
to
いう
leave
の
this
であれば
place, then we
止める
shouldn't
ことな
stop
どで
her.
きんだろ
Kondo,
たく相変わらず
damn
甘い
it.
んだな
You're so easy on people as usual.
ま
Well,
近
if
藤さん
Kondo
が言うん
says
じゃ
so.
仕方ないですよね
His words spoke for the rest of them as well. They may not like it, but Kondo was the chief. He really does! Kondo really does! What he said went, but it was above his title alone. I think his personality usually won out these sorts of issues.
二人きりになった
You won't steal her away the moment
その
the
ま
two
ま
of you
彼
are
女
alone,
を
will
連
you?
れ去る
心配は無
You
用で
needn't
す。
worry. Once a
Only
demon
one.
makes a promise, we
一度
keep
交わし
it.
た約束は守りますから。
I'll be fine. Sen isn't a bad person.
ありがとう。
Why, thank you, Kanai. She smiled. Her expression had returned to that of a girl her age. A few moments later, we found ourselves alone in my room.
突然押しか
I
け
know
られ
I've
たので、
given you a
い
terrible
ろいろ
amount
な
of
ことを
things
言わ
to
れて
think on this
混
evening.
乱したでしょう。ごめんなさいね。
I'm awfully
本
sorry.
来なら
Normally, I
こ
would
んな
have.
やり方は
I
し
would
ないんだ
never
けど。
take this kind of a measure. No, it's all right. I'm sorry about, them. They said some pretty mean things.
まあ、
Well,
あれぐらい
that's
は
to
予
be
想
expected, I
して
fear.
たから。いきなりあんな
I
話
was
を信用しろ
asking
って
rather a
方
lot
が
of them,
無茶だもんね
and。frighteningly subtly.
鬼と呼ばれる生
Not
き物
many
が本
humans
当に
would
存在
accept
して
the
る
existence of demons so
なんて
readily.
簡単に信じられる人間はそうそういないし
I mean, they have the Furies, so why wouldn't they?
それよりも
But enough of that.
さっきの
On to
提案
business.
どうかな
What do you say to my offer?
ちゃんと
Have you thought on it?
考えてみてくれる
I had indeed. If Sen had come to me when I'd first arrived at Kyoto, I might well have taken her up on her hospitality. But now,
新選組の人た
the
ちは
Shinsengumi seem to
あな
believe
たを
that they
守れると
can.
言ってたけど
Though I do not doubt their
私は
dedication.
無理だと
I
思う
confess I do doubt their ability. Perhaps what she was saying was true. The Shinsengumi were powerful and skilled. I'd seen them face overwhelming odds and emerge victorious. But those odds had always been only human. The strength of even a single demon was something great and terrible. Of that, there was no doubt. We had all seen so firsthand, and some had even lost their lives to that strength. And the same fate could occur, even to the captains of the Shinsengumi.
今後今
I'm
日の
sure the
政局は
political
ます
situation in
ます
Kyoto
混乱
will
す
be
る
more
はず
chaotic in the near future.
そんな時に風間がやってきたら
If Kazuma were to strike
どうなると思う？
during such a time, what do you think would happen?
あなたは新選
You
組
should
から
leave the
離れるべきだ
Shinsengumi.
わ
That
そう
way,
すれば
they will be able to
彼らも
fight without
心置
worry.
きなく戦える
Sen. Her eyes were serious, but warm and honest. Whatever else she might be, her concern for me was real. Thank you, Sen. But I hesitated. I just couldn't get myself to agree.
もしかして
Is there a reason
ここ
you
から
wish to
離
stay?
れたくない理由でもあるの
Yeah.
誰か
Oh my.
心
One
に
of
思う
those
人
gentlemen,
がいると
perhaps?
か
No! What? Her question had been entirely innocent, although it had caught me off guard. I couldn't possibly lie to her. What should I tell her? Oh no. Yes. Yeah. I nodded and did my best to look confident. She seemed a little surprised, but she eventually looked relieved and softened up.
そっか
I see.
それは誰な
I
のか
shan't
までは
ask
聞かないけどあなたが一人の
But I
女の子と
certainly
して見つけたも
understand
の
your
が
dilemma.
ここにはあるのねそれなら
That being the case, I couldn't possibly
言
tell
える
you
はず
to
ない
leave.
か
Aw, Sen, you're so sweet. Thank you for waiting.
どうだった
So, how was it?
結論
Have
は
you
出た
reached a decision? Before I could speak, Sen stepped forward.
はい
After some
彼女の
discussion,
ことを
we have decided to leave
これまで
things
通り
as they are.
よろしくお願いします
Sen,
姫様
are you sure,
よ
Your
ろしいので
Highness?
すか本当にえ
Quite.
えもう決めたこ
For
とだから
now, I believe it's
今は
of utmost
彼女
importance
の
to
意思を優
prioritize
先
her
しましょう
wishes. Aw, Sen! You're so sweet.
分かった
Very well.
そういうことな
The
ら
Shinsengumi
今後
accepts
我々
responsibility for her
新選組
well-being.
が責任を持って彼女の身を預からせてもらおうじゃないか
まあ
Just
大
relax
船
and
に乗っ
leave
た
it
つ
all
もり
to
で
me.
任せとけって
新八の船
Oh,
は
I'm sure
泥船だ
Senpachi
けど
will give you all sorts of other things to worry
よか
about.
ったな
Still, glad to have you around.
こ
Aw,
こに残るなん
what kind
て
of girl would want to
君
stay
も物
here?
好きだね肝が座
I
ってる
can't
の
tell
か
if you have guts or
単に鈍感なだ
if
け
you've
なの
got
か
rocks for brains. Excuse you! Rude?
言っておくが
This doesn't make you
客
special.
人扱い
You
する
receive
気
the
はねえ
same treatment as you always have.
お前の待遇は今までと同じだ
Right. Thank you all for letting me stay. Thank you, all of you, for letting me stay. Sen took my hands in hers and let her eyes rest on mine.
くれぐれも気をつ
To
け
be
てね
careful, can I?
私
And
はいつ
remember,
でも
I am
あ
on
な
your
たの味
side.
方だから
Thank you, Sen. She gave me one last warm smile, and then Sen and Kimigiku were gone. Once again, sleep refused to come. My mind worked furiously, turning over everything Sen had told me, examining it from every angle. I was a demon. Not only that, but I was the head of a pure-blooded demon clan that was nearly destroyed, my heritage being the reason for Kazama's continued interest. Gosh. I decided to stay with the Shinsengumi. Was that really the best idea? Should I have left instead? I'd wanted to stay, of course, and I didn't really think leaving was a reasonable choice, but what if I'd made a mistake? Holy crap! That scared me again. I heard a sound from outside and it made me jump. That sound. Could it be? Sorry for bothering you so late, but this is an emergency. I heard Shimada from that hallway. Yes? The door snapped open as Shimada stepped in. His eyes darted back and forth nervously, and his body was tense. Has something happened? The demons have attacked us. Here. What? They're after you, which means you need to stay here. But I was the reason they'd come here. How could I justify sitting on my hands while others fought for my battles for me? I don't know what to do. Oh! Go outside. They're after me. If I go outside the compounds, then I won't cause any trouble for anyone. Everyone. What? You don't think you're any trouble at all? If they find out that I'm not here anymore, they may leave. Well, I suppose that is one possible strategy, but if you're going, then I'm going with you. All right. Attack! Attack! Ah, we're being attacked! There you go, that's what you missed. Shimada and I left my room, tempted to leave the compounds from the back. Suddenly, I thought I saw something fly past me. Then... Seemed like Shimada noticed it too. Then, once more... The large body was flung high through the air. Oh no, Shimada, no! Oh, frick you. Shimada's body was smashed against the wall. Shimada? I tried to run up to him, but then... I don't think he'll wake up for a while. Oh, go away! Why can't you leave me alone? Kanai Yukimura, you're going to come with me. I don't want to make a scene, but if you don't comply, we're going to have a problem. I tried to escape, but it was pointless. He came from behind and bound my hands before putting his hands over my mouth. I desperately tried to shake him off. I don't want to be their demon queen! Screw them! I desperately tried to shake him off, but he held me down with all of his weight and power, so I couldn't even budge. Where was he taking me? He moved unhindered to the back entrance. The rest of the Shinsengumi had been drawn off by the commotion elsewhere. I could hear the clang of swords from somewhere nearby, but I couldn't see anything. Perhaps if I cried out, Hijikata and the men may hear me, but since he was covering my mouth, I wasn't even able to scream. Stay silent and no one will be hurt. Like I'll believe you. Frick you. Our objection is your capture, not the death of your companions.
誰かを傷つけることではないのですから。
I saw Shimada's limp body crumpled at the base of the pillar and bit my lip. What should I do? Screw you, I'm gonna scream! I'm not gonna say quiet this time. Amagiri was courteous enough, but I couldn't trust him. He'd broken into the temple to kidnap me. Hardly the actions of an honorable man. Yeah, it's not consensual. Jesus. If I let him take me, I didn't think I'd ever escape. Amagiri was carrying me under his arm and had come to the main street. Although his street was normally bustling with activity during afternoons, it was quiet now. Help me! Anyone? I hoped with all my heart that someone would hear me and maybe even run to my aid.
Nanio?
What are you? He moved to cover my mouth, but it was too late. Hey, what's going on here? Are you... Hesuke! Yay! I can't believe Hesuke is here. Felt surprised by it, but immediately thankful for this unbelievable good luck. Kane, you... What are you doing here? Hesuke, please help me! And you're the guy from Ikeda. Hesuke took out his sword and pointed it towards Amagiri. Didn't think I'd run into you again so soon. We've got a debt to settle. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't remember. Oh, that's rude! There was nothing mocking in his tone, only perfectly honest confusion. He had no idea what Hesuke was talking about. Unfortunately, that only made Hesuke angrier. Don't tell me you forgot! Give me the scar at the Ikeda Inn! Oh yes, I remember. I'm glad to see you're doing alright. I have no idea how to feel about Amagiri, but screw him! God damn it, stop making fun of me. You're not gonna get off so easy this time. Heck, music is freaking awesome. Heck yeah. Hesuke's sword shot out in a strike a normal swordsman would never be able to parry, let alone avoid, but Amagiri dodged it easily. What? You need to waste time fighting. It seems clear you have been improved since we last met. Yeah, I know he's the chill one out of them, but... Shut it! I never give up! He brought his sword down in a powerful chop, then jerked it back in a second strike. You're foolish. Amagiri dodged both. Hesuke swiftly made distance, and they faced one another again. Damn it. Can't hit him. The reason he was so frustrated wasn't because he was missing. It was because he couldn't hit Amagiri without possibly hitting me as well. I was keeping him from doing his best. I can't just do nothing. What could I do to help him? But how? I'm trying to think. Gotta do something. He leapt forward again, his sword hissing back. And forth in shining arcs, I tried hard to twist and put my own arms and legs in the way of Amagiri's. Amagiri faltered for a second. I didn't let that opportunity pass me by, and I hung on Amagiri's arm. Now's your chance, Hesuke! Oh, hold him! So stab him along with me! Oh, shoot! Don't worry, I'll heal! Hesuke's eyes grew wide. Don't worry, I won't get injured, so hurry! Hesuke's eyes burned with intensity. Then... saw blood spew from Amikiri's arm. I broke free, so I ran up to Hesuke.
たく無
That's
茶しやがって
absolutely crazy, you know? Heck yeah!
やってく
You've
れ
done
ま
it.
したね
You've done it. Interesting. Because we all like Hesuke better than you, dude. Amikiri's arm seemed to be gravely injured. He was holding his left arm, and you could see his crimson blood trickle freely down the flesh. For a demon, I was sure that his injury would heal in no time. But in the moment, Hesuke looked to have the advantage. But just then, sound of a whistle resounded from a little distance away. I assume people heard me screaming from earlier.
これ以上の
We've drawn
騒ぎ
too
は
much
ごめんで
attention.
す
I'll retreat.
今
For
は
now.
引いておきましょう
待て
Hey, wait! Hesuke tried to run after him, but Amigiri disappeared into the darkness. I was finally set free and relief washed over me.
大丈夫だった
Are
か
you alright, Kanae?
さっき
Your
の怪我
injury. Yeah, I'm fine. One like this will heal really fast. Hesuke still stared at me with a puppy dog expression.
女の体に傷をつけちまうなん
I
て
feel as a man, though, letting a woman like you become injured.
サナさんなら
That's
言
what
うんだ
Sana
ろう
would
な
have said. Hesuke?
いやなんでもね
Huh, nothing. I didn't pay him back for Ikeda.
あいつにちゃんと返せなかったな
You were still really amazing. I mean, you saved me!
いやそうじゃねえ
No,
って
it's not like that.
もしお前が
If
隙
you
を作っ
hadn't
て
given
く
me
れな
that
かったら
opening,
どうなってた
honestly,
かわか
I
ら
don't
ね
know
えし
how this would have turned out. Hesuke's gaze seemed empty as he looked down at the floor. Hesuke's shoulder jerked. How are things over there? Are you getting along with Ito and everyone fine? Well, yeah.
やっぱり伊
I
藤
mean,
さんは
Ito's an amazing guy. He's always thinking of things I would have never thought of.
新選組にいた頃とは
Which is unlike the times I had
世の中の
with
動
the
きとかよく
Shinsengumi.
見えるように
Notice I've gone to a point to see the world's trend better.
やっぱり
So I
あの
feel like
時
my
の俺
decision
の
to
判
leave
断は
wasn't
間
a
違ってな
mistake.
かったって
Even though he said all this, I could sense a hint of regret, or even like he was forcing it. It's pretty obvious to me that he wasn't entirely speaking from the heart. If he's regretting it, he should just come back to the Shinsengumi. Kondo, Hijikata, Nakakura, Harada? I'm sure they're all hoping for his return. Hesuke. Just when I was about to say something, I saw a few people running our direction. They were Shinsengumi men.
あ
Oh,
やべ
shoot.
そんじゃ俺もう行く
Well,
よ
time for me to go.
送ってや
Sorry
ら
I
なくて
can't take you
ごめんな
back. Hesuke? No, come back! Come back, Hesuke! No! Before I even had a chance to say goodbye, he disappeared into the night. I knew he couldn't be seen by the Shinsengumi, but I'd hoped I'd at least get to talk to him a little longer. After time passed to the following day. Good morning, everyone.
ああ、おはよう、雪村君。
Yukimura. Did you
ゆうべ
sleep
はよ
well
く
last
眠れ
night?
たかい？
Oh, yes.
無理はしなくてい
You
い
don't
よ。
have to lie for our
寝不
sake.
足なのは
We can
顔
tell
を見れば
how
わかるから
well you
ね。
slept by looking at your face. How's Shimada doing?
打ちどころが
The
悪
hit
くて
knocked him out,
気を失
but
っただ
aside
けだ
from some bruises,
怪
he
我は
seems to be
打
fine.
ち身程度で大したことはない
Yay! Thank God.
今後のタイムに
He'll
も
be back on duty
特に支
soon.
障はないだろ
Really? Oh, what a relief.
う島田君も言
Shimada
ってい
wants
た
to
よ
apologize to you
役
for
に
not
立
doing
て
a
ず
better job.
申し訳なかったとね
What? I'm the one who should be apologizing to him!
おや、イサミ
Oh,
さ
good
ん、
morning,
おはよう。
Isami. Uh-oh.
ど
What
う
happened?
したんだね
You don't look
機
like
嫌が
to
悪
be,
そうだが
you don't look to be in a good mood.
もともといかつい顔なのに
Scary enough
それ
face
じゃ
to begin
迫
with,
力満
Kondo.
点だ 雪村くんも
Look,
怖
you're
が
even
っているじ
scaring
ゃないか
her. No, I'm not scared.
別に遠慮
No
する
need
必
to
要は
hide
ねえ
it.
ぜ
You can admit that
怖
you're
いなら
scared
素
if
直
you're
に
scared.
怖いって言っとけよ
But I wasn't saying.
それはすまなかった
Sorry about that.
タイ
I
は
meant
ない
no
から
ill will.
許してほしい
Forgive me. He gave me a tight grin, but then looked down, his face grim. I wonder what was the matter. He was acting different. Please don't apologize. Please, just tell us what happened.
うん
Well,
すぐに
you'll
わ
find
かる
out
こと
soon
だから
enough, I
伝えておこう
suppose. He wasn't just talking to me anymore. The rest moved closer to hear what he had to say.
西本願寺から
Nishihon
これ以上我
Waju
々が
doesn't
ここに
want
とどまるの
Shinsengumi
は
here
困ると言
anymore.
ってきた
それはつ
Are
ま
you
り
telling us to leave, you
我
mean?
々にここから出ていけと
いや
Well,
さ
they
すがに
didn't
そこま
say
で直接
that
的な物言い
so
では
many
ない
words, but yes.
まあ
I
い
had a
つかは
feeling
そうなるん
this
じゃな
day
いか
would
と
come
思ってはいた
eventually.
がね
But now that it's here,
いやはや
what
し
should
か
we
し
do? The monks at the Nishi Hongwaji temple were imperialists and allies of the Choshu. They'd never been fond of the Shinsengumi, but we decided to force our way into their temple anyway. It was no surprise they wanted us out, but I'd finally begun to feel like the temple was my home. I was sure I wasn't the only one who felt that way.
それにしても急
Still,
な
it
話
was
です
awfully sudden. Do you think last night's incident
昨
triggered
晩の
this?
騒ぎが原因ですか
あ
I don't have to
あ
think.
ここで
I
あのよう
know.
な騒ぎを起
They
こ
don't
さ
want
れては
fighting
困
on
る
the
と
temple grounds.
察するに
I'm sure
長州
someone
の
else has a
説
hand in this too.
そのあたりからも
Choshu, maybe.
何か言わ
Or
れているのだ
Satsuma.
ろうな
The ruckus last night was all because Kazuma and his men wanted to abduct me. I'm sorry. This is all my fault.
ははそうではないさもともと無理
We
難
came
題
to
を
the
言って
temple
こ
and
こ
forced
に
them
押
to
しか
yield
けた
to
のは我々
our
なんだ
admittedly unreasonable demands.
しかしどう
But
す
what
る
are we
ので
going
すか
to do?
豚書移転
If
と
we
な
have
る
to
と
move, then we need to
ま
start
た候補
looking
地
for a
選び
new
からやり
location.
直しになりますが
それについてだ
Actually, we don't.
移転先の敷地も
We'll
豚
be
書も
provided with a new site,
全部
courtesy of the
西
Nishi
本願寺が
Hongwanji
用意して
temple.
くれるそうだ
What?
おおそりゃ
That's
す
awfully
ごい
generous. They must
よっ
really
ぽ
want
ど
us
我々
gone.
に出て行ってほしいんだね
まあ
Yes,
ここは
on
素
both
直に受け
counts.
取っておいた
Which is
方が
why I
良さそうだ
decided to
な
accept their offer.
まあ
Things are going to
忙し
get
くなる
busy
ぞ
around here soon. A plot of land was purchased and a new compound was built, all paid for by the Nishi Hongwanji temple. It became the third headquarters of the Shinsengumi, the Fudodo village location. In the new location, there was a big bath where a dozen or so warriors could bathe together, or even new dojos. The new warriors were clearly excited for it. By the time summer came, the Shinsengumi had left Nishi Hongwanji, where they'd spent more than 2 years. Wah, 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 wah. To a new location! Away! November 1867. A gust of wind stripped some of the last stubborn leaves from the trees and sent them skittering across the Kyoto street. It was cold, and it bit into me through my clothes. I shivered. It's almost winter, isn't it?
ああ
Yeah, the
この
wind's
時期の
gone
冷え
pretty
込み
cold
は
lately.
ほんと厳しいなんてもんじゃねえよなだが
Still, we don't
今
have
は
too,
昼だから
it
まだ
too
マシだ
bad during the
ぜ
day. I can
寒
imagine
い
how
夜
it
の巡撮
gets
が
for
ど
the
れだけ
night
辛い
guys.
かっつうとな
He laughed as his breath turned like smoke. My fingertips were icy cold, and I blew my breath on them.
なんだ
Are your hands
寒いの
cold?
か
Would you like me
手
to
で
hold
も
them?
繋いでやろうか
No, I'm not that cold. I'll be fine. I noticed someone walking towards us.
よー
Hey
だけど
guys, ain't today
今日もい
great?
い天気だな。
こいつだ
He
け
is the
は
only
寒
one
さ
not
と
affected by the
あんまり
cold.
ない
Of course he wouldn't be.
あ
What? You're one to talk, man. Look at you, what you're wearing. Their bickering might have looked odd to a passerby, but I knew it for the sign of deep friendship that it was.
なんだよ。
What's up? Why are you grinning like that?
そりゃ
Probably thinks your
お前
face
がい
is
つも通
funny,
りの間抜け
Shinpachi.
な面を
Really ought
晒
to
して
do
るからに
something
決ま
about
って
that
んだ
thing.
ろ
No, it's just, well, I was just remembering when we met up like this before. Like the time we met Kaoru. I was with Okita and Hesuke then, though. More than 6 months had passed since Saito and Hesuke left to join the Guardians of the Imperial Tomb. Harada and Shippachi's faces turned grim as I trailed off. I shook my head, hoping vainly to cast off unpleasant thoughts. I just mean there's been so much going on lately. It makes me nostalgic.
まあそうだ
The
な
Shinsengumi has
世間
changed.
の
Hell,
うちもいろいろ
so has the rest of the world. Yeah,
しかしま
but
さか
man, who would have
俺
thought
たち
there
が
would
実際
come a
に取り
day
立
where
てられる日
we'd
が
be
来るとは
promoted
思
to
わなかったよな。
Jiki-san. It was right around the time when we moved our headquarters to Fudodo Village, right? I remember there were a handful of people who said that they were going to leave, and it was a big debacle. There was a distinction, though, between those who were able to lead the Shinsengumi and then those who were forced to enter the Fury Corps. One second. Barking at deer again. I apologize. There's nothing I can do till the deer decides to go away. Diamond! Kono seemed to be thrilled about becoming promoted to a Jiki-san, but how do you guys feel about this? I'm not really a fan.
正直柄じゃねえよな
別に
Yeah, I didn't do all this work just so I could be a retainer for the Shogun. Kondo's promotion had changed the Shinsengumi's relationship with the daimyo. Where before, we'd only been philosophically aligned with the Shogun, now we answer directly to him. For some people, that was a serious problem. Rumors floated around as we began to move to our new headquarters. So, what's this going to change for us going forward? I heard that a few months ago that the Imperial Prince had become the new emperor. I think there was a restoration of imperial rule last month, right? Supposedly, the Tokugawa shogunate returned power from the government to the emperor, right? Yeah, supposedly. It was Ryoma Sakamoto's idea. I heard that because of that, the Satsuma and Choshu are really pissed at him because they were going to use this opportunity to fight for power. Well, he already had a target on his back from the shogunate supporters, so now he's basically hated by every ronin in Japan. Now there's no just cause for the Satsuma and Choshu to start a war. So for now, I guess they're gonna just keep things like they are for now. That's right, the shogun is going to remain as it is, and the Tokugawa will still be the largest daimyo clan in Japan. Still, there's a chance that Satsuma having something up their sleeves, but we have no way of knowing. Well, as long as the shogunate doesn't call their bluff, nothing's gonna happen. I see. As I looked around the city, it seemed like he had a point. Nothing much seemed to have changed. Inns were still bustling with travelers, tea shops were still smelling delicious. You could still smell the burning incense for the temples scattered throughout the town. Life continued just as it always had, regardless of what the shogun was or wasn't doing. The city might look the same as it always had, but time flowed on regardless, and a great wave was coming that would carry all of us away. I looked up to Nagakura, and something occurred to me that I hadn't thought of before. Before I realized what I was doing, I'd opened my mouth. I didn't realize you were so smart, Nagakura. You know a lot about politics. Didn't realize? Wait, just what did you think of me? I swear I didn't mean it like that, Nagakura. Let's continue our rounds. It's winter, which means it'll get dark faster. It'll get darker faster. You're just trying to dodge the question. Yep. Yes, I am. There was a man named Ryoma Sakamoto. He was a ronin from the Tosa domain and had aligned himself with the Satsuma and Choshu domains as well. For a time, the Kyoto Judiciary Commissioner Minowari Gumi and even the Shinsengumi were desperate to find him. After his orchestration of the restoration of imperial rule, however, orders were passed down to leave him alone. I only had a general idea of what he was and what he'd done, but even I had figured out that he was an important person, so when I heard Inoue mention him, I listened. Ryoma Sakamoto has been assassinated. You serious, Gun? Do they know who did it? Sakamoto had a lot of enemies. Could have been imperialists or loyalists. Hell, it could have just been personal. In which case, my money's on Miura of Kishu. You think maybe they're looking at us for it? Damn, if the bastard was gonna get killed anyway, I should have done him in. That's, not very funny coming from you. In fact, weren't we specifically told to leave him alone? I never met Sakamoto, in fact. I barely knew who he was. But I felt somehow that his death would shake the country to its core. As you all know, there was a decision made far above us, Kono's order to leave Ryoma Sakamoto alone. Unfortunately, the rest of the country is unlikely to see it that way.
現場に新選組大使の鞘が落ちて今 取り調べの問い合わせが来ているよ。
Hit the wrong button. A scabbard belonging to the member of the Shinsengumi was found at the scene of his death. There has been a request for an official inquiry. Uh-oh. A scabbard? Is that really enough evidence?
どう考えても
If it isn't, I'm sure they'll just fabricate more. It's obviously a
誰の
ruse.
鞘だって
Who are they
言って
saying
る
it
んだ
belonged to anyway?
それがね、
Actually,
君
they
なん
say
だ
it's
よ
yours, Harada.
原田君。
What? What? No, not Harada! What the heck? What?
なんだ
Really,
佐
Sano?
野さんが来た
Damn.
んだ
Wish you brought me
せ
with
っ
you.
かくだから僕も呼んでほしかったな
Okita, that's not even funny!
バカ言う
Knock
ん
it
じゃ
off,
ねえよ
Okita.
俺
Besides,
の
my
鞘
scabbard's
は
right
ここに
here.
あるんだぜ作り話
Man, this is
もっと
idiotic.
うまく
If
や
you're
れ
going
って
to make up shit, do it better.
私もみんなも
I didn't
最
suspect
初
you.
から君を
Neither
疑
does
って
anyone
など
else
いな
here.
いよ。だが
Unfortunately,
そうい
I
った
doubt
と
the
こ
rest of
ろ
the
で世
nation will
間が
extend you
信
the
じて
same
くれるか
courtesy.
どうか。こんな噂
I
が流
imagine
れ
they're
る
having
ところ
trouble
を見る
determining the real culprit.
先方も犯人を絞りきれずにいるんだろうし、
Well, it ain't his fault.
紀州藩の三浦九太
There
郎
was
が
talk that
新選組に依頼
Kyotaru
して暗
Miura
殺したな
from
んて話
Kyushu
は
asked the Shinsengumi to kill Ryoma. Miura. That was the man Nakakura had mentioned. He had some sort of personal quarrel with Sakamoto, which made him a suspect.
新選組の仕業って
I'm
こと
sure
に
there's
して
plenty
や
of
つも
people
い
who'd
るだろ
love to
うね
pin this on one of the Shinsengumi.
つっても
But unless
俺たち
someone
が
did
何
it and
も
lied
聞かさ
about
れ
it,
てねえ
there's
以
no
上
way it was us.
新選組が手を下したってことはね
三男さんが
Unless Sonnen
勝手に
decided
動
to
いた
do
ん
a
だと
little
したら
work off the
別で
books.
すけどね
The room fell silent.
三男さんは
Oh,
大
his
丈夫
son in these days.
俺たちから見ても
Reputation is
最近の夜の
grisly
警察は
enough,
やり方が
but even I
ひどい
think his night rounds are bad these days. It was true Sonnen was acting stranger and stranger. Although I didn't want to believe it, I had to admit it wasn't that difficult to imagine him doing something like that. When I passed him on occasion in the hallways, his eyes were dry and thirsty, as if he was always hungry for blood.
俺らの方で気を
We'll
つ
have
け
to
る
be
しかない
careful then. Can't let people learn about the
ラスス隊
Furies.
の存在を表に出すわけにはいかないし
その件についてだが
About that.
お近藤さん
Oh,
に
hey,
言ったらさ
Kondo, Hijikata. Whoa.
サイド
Saito?
お
What the
前
hell are you doing
なん
here?
でここにいるんだよ
I thought I was streaming for a second. But there was no doubt. The man who'd followed Kondo and Hijikata into the room was the man who'd left to join the Guardians of the Imperial Tomb. Saito himself.
おや、斎
Oh,
藤
hello,
君じゃない
Saito.
か。
It's been a while. What happened
久
to
し
the
ぶりだ
guard?
ね。
What are you talking about, Inoue? There's no way Hijikata would allow anyone from the guard here. We're prohibited from even talking to them.
ごちゃご
Oh,
ちゃ
just shut up, alright?
許すも何も
Starting today, Saito's back in the Shinsengumi.
斎藤は新選組に
What
復
about
帰するんだよ
Hesuke? No, give me Hesuke. What?
え
What?
いや
Hold on a
ちょっ
second
と
there,
待って
Hijikata.
土方さん
We're glad he's back.
俺たちとしちゃ
Don't get me
嬉しい
wrong,
頼り
but
だけどよそんじ
what
ゃ
happened to
ご
the
両親
guard
っつう
and
か
Ito?
伊藤藩
まずそこから訂正を
You're mistaken, but
俺はもと
understandably,
も
I was never one of
伊藤派ではない
Ito's supporters.
斎藤君はな都市の命を受けて患者として伊藤派に混じっていたんだ
In fact, Saito joined Ito and his men as a spy under Toshi's direct orders. And with that, everything finally made sense. Suddenly made sense. They say that to fool your enemy, you must first fool your allies, and Saito had been doing just that.
なんだ
What? Come on, Saito. It's not fair for you to go off and have fun without letting me in on it.
さっきはキムが言う
Man,
た
you
ぜ
just about scared the pants off me. Not cool, Kondo.
極秘だったのでな
This was all top
黙っ
secret.
ていて
I'm sorry I had to
みん
keep
な
it
に
from
は
you
すま
all.
んことをしたな
It was a surprise, to be sure, but I was glad we'd have Saito back with us again. I gave him a tentative smile, but he only sighed and shook his head.
安心する
It's too
のはま
early
だ
to feel
早い
relieved.
この半年
The last 6 months
俺
in
は
the
御
guards
領
have
衛児とし
made
て
it
活動
clear.
を続けていたが伊藤たちは
Ito
新
and his
選
followers
組
are
に
going to
対し
take action against the
明らかな敵
Shinsengumi.
対行動を取ろうとしている
No!
敵対行動と
What sort of action?
伊藤のやつは
Ito is going
幕
to
府を
expose the
貶め
Fury
るため
Corps to
に
discredit
挫
the
折隊の存在
shogunate.
を公にしようとしてやがるんだ。そのために
There's
薩摩
even
と手を
talk that
組ん
he's
だ
working with Satsuma to that end. The existence and creation of the monstrous Furies was to become public knowledge. The shogunate's reputation would be irreparable. Irreparably damaged, and the Shinsengumi would undoubtedly suffer as well. Even I could predict that.
そしてより差し迫った問題
Ito
が
plans to
もう一つ
assassinate the chief of the Shinsengumi.
伊藤派は
No, don't hurt
新選組
Kondo!
局長暗殺計画を練っている
You mean Kondo? Kondo's face was tense, but he kept silent. He glanced over at Hijikata.
御両エイジ
The
は
guard
す
is
でに
coming to destroy the
Shinsen
is moving to
Mitsubishi
destroy the
を始めている
Shinsengumi.
坂本龍馬
We've
が暗
already
殺さ
heard
れた件は
about
聞いたか
You've already heard about Sakamoto, right?
ああ
Yeah, some
なん
crap
でも
about me
俺
being the
がや
killer.
ったとかいう話になってるらしいな。
聞いてるんなら話は早
Right. Well, you have the
その
guardians
噂を
of the
流した
Imperial
のは
Tomb to
い御
thank.
両エイジの連中だ。紀州藩の三
They've
浦
been
九太
spreading the
郎が
rumor that
新選組に
Kyotaru
依頼して原田に
Miyoda
殺
of
させた
Kishu hired the Shinsengumi, and that Harada put the sword in him.
三浦には身に覚えがな
Miyoda
いらしい
insisted
が
that he didn't do it,
噂を鵜呑み
but
にし
there
た
are
バカが
dumbasses who
俺
believe
た
that
ちを
rumor
襲っ
may
てこない
attack
とも
us.
限らねえ。三浦の警護は
So
斎藤に
Saito's
頼む
going to be guarding Miyoda for now.
事情を知らねえ大使連中から見ると
If it looks
斎
like
藤は
he just
伊藤
left
派
and
か
then
ら出
came
戻
back,
りしたように
won't
し
be
か見
too
えね
bad
えが
for Ito to put two and two together.
わきまえています
I understand.
ほとぼりが冷める
Until this matter is settled,
俺は
it is
ここにい
better
ない
that
方
I'm
が
not
いいでしょ
seen here. Here, Hijikata paused for a moment. The room was utterly silent. Every one of us could sense that what came next would be very, very important.
糸を貸した
Koshitaru Ito.
羅刹隊の
That's
存
not
在を
enough
公
for you to
に
expose
す
the Fury
るだけで
Corps.
な
You have to try and kill Kondo
今
too,
度その
huh?
命まで狙ってる時だ
He spoke quietly, almost to himself, as if sharing a final moment with a former comrade. Then he looked up. When he spoke, his voice was like cold steel, the voice of the demon.
残念なこと
It's
だ
too
が
bad that it has to be this way, but we don't have a choice. Ito dies. I suppose you're right. It can't be helped.
やむを得まい
Kondo nodded, and that was that. The Shinsengumi would kill Kashitaro Ito.
まず
First,
Itoを
we'll
近藤さんの
invite
別
Ito
宅
to
に呼び出
Kondo's
す
second home.
接
I'll
待
be
には
there
俺も
too.
回るその後伊
Once
藤の
he's
死体を
dead,
使って
we
御
can
両
use
エイジの
Ito's
連
corpse
中
to
を呼
lure
び
out
出し
the rest of the guard to kill them.
実行隊は
Nagakura Harada, I'm assigning you and your divisions to this. Take care of it.
土方さん
Hey Hijikata,
僕
who
は
do you
誰を
want me
切れ
to
ばいいん
kill?
ですか
お前は寝て
No
ろ
one. You're
相
staying
変わ
here
ら
in
ず変な
bed.
咳をしてや
Still
が
got
るし
that cough, don't
体
you?
調も悪いんだ
You're sick.
斎藤もまだ数日
Said
は
will
ここ
be
にい
here
るか
for
ら
a few days. You'll have someone to play with.
近藤さんを
So you're
殺そう
telling
と
me
してる
that
人
you
を
won't
暗
let
殺
me
するのに
participate in the assassination of the
僕
person
に
who
見
was
せ
trying
場
to
を
kill
くれないつ
Kondo?
もりですか恨みますよ
You're a real bastard, Hijikata. It all seemed very calculated for murder. I hadn't realized I'd been sitting still in shock until I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Saito?
御両エイジは
This
こ
will
れ
be
で
the
終
end
わ
of the
る
Guardians of the Imperial Tomb.
平助を呼び
We're
戻
going
さ
to
ず
return Heisuke to the
こ
fold.
れが最後
It
の
must
機
be
会に
now
なる
or
だろ
never. He was right. If they meant to kill the guard, that included Heisuke. I couldn't keep sitting still, so I ran over to Hijikata. Hijikata,
なんだ
what? What are you going to do with Heisuke? He's part of the guard now.
それはもちろん
Isn't that obvious?
助け
We'll
るに
save
決
him,
まっ
of
て
course. Nagakura said as if it was obvious, but got cut off.
歯向かうようなら
No. He fights us, he dies. Hijikata, why? No! No, I refuse! Ah! What? My mind went blank. I couldn't contain my heart from how fast it beat. No, you can't mean that! My voice started to shake. You're lying, right? I mean, we've known Hesuke for a long time. He's your friend. Hijikata stood up as if he wanted to push me away, and he left the common room. You're actually going to order them to kill Hesuke? So just because he left the Shinsengumi, are you saying you no longer care if he dies or not?
そんなはずがない
Of
だろ
course we care.
年だって
I know that deep down,
本心
she
では
wants to
助け
save
た
us
いと
too.
思っているんだ同じ志
There's
を
no
持って
way
い
he
る
could
から
live
登ってきた
with
仲間を
giving the
殺す
command to
命令
kill
を
a
下して
comrade who was part of our
平
family
気
for
でいられるは
years.
ずがないだろ
Kondo appeared to be gripping his fist so tightly that it almost looked like he was bleeding. That alone said it all. I realized in that moment how much Kondo was suffering. How much each one of them was suffering. Even Hijikata. I'm sorry for saying that. No.
君の立場
No, no need to apologize. It's expected.
エースケ
Makes me happy, quite honestly.
みんなに慕わ
Glad
れてい
people
る
care for Hesuke. Oh, Kondo! Kondo let out a slow breath, then looked up at me and smiled. He turned to Nagakura and Harada and spoke in a low voice.
長倉君
I'm asking you
Harada.
this not as your chief, but as
局長ではない
Isame Kondo.
エースケ
Let Hesuke live,
見
and
逃
if
し
you
てやって
can,
くれ
try and convince him to come
できるな
back.
タイに戻るよう説得してほしい
あ
Got it.
あ、あいつの命が
His life is
俺
in
た
our
ちの
hands,
腕に
huh?
かかってる
That
っ
is
て
a
わ
lot
け
of responsibility.
責任重大だ
What should I do? What could I do?
これで皆
I trust
自分
everything is
の
clear.
役割は確認したなもし質問
If
が
you
あ
have
るなら
questions, now
今
is
の
the
うちに
time.
言っておいてくれ
Wait! Kondo turned around and looked very surprised. I haven't been given any orders. I would like to help.
手伝うと言っても
This is a dirty
今回
job.
の仕事は
This is nothing like the Ikeda
金
Inn
門
or
の変の時
Hamagura
とは違うんだ
Rebellion.
よ君はこんな役
You
に
really
は
shouldn't
関わ
be
るべきでは
involved.
ない
It's true. This wasn't a patrol or even a guardian mission. This was the assassination of a former comrade and an attack on men who had split from the Shinsengumi. I still wanted to help. Still, I wanted to do what I could. Might be my last chance to see Hesuke. Please, let me go. I won't get in the way.
あのな
This isn't
今回のは
like
使いの
anything
遊
you've
びじゃ
done
ねえんだ
before. You understand that, right? Just found out that, Ryoma Sakamoto was assassinated. We're gonna kill Ito and the guards, and yeah. Gotta try to convince Hesuke to come back.
一時はど
We're
うしたって
killing
やつら
someone who
の
used to be
暗
one
殺
of
だ
us.
万が一のことがあれば
Much as we
レ
don't
ースだっ
want
て
to,
切ること
we
にな
might
るか
even
もしれ
have to
ねえん
kill
だ
Hesuke. I know. It's not something to be taken lightly. I knew that the Shinsengumi had carried out all sorts of black operations before. Oh, kill Ito? Nice! There was no way I could have stayed with them as long as I had and not known that. But I couldn't just let them shoulder all the responsibility. I was done looking away until the deed was done. No more. Perhaps it's presumptuous of me to say so, but I consider myself a member of the Shinsengumi. And because we're going through this, I want to help everyone.
決意は固いよ
You're determined to do this, I see. His face had lost its usual warmth. It wasn't angry or cruelty that it showed now. The gravity of the general addressing his men.
ならばどうする
Then tell me,
こ
how
の
do you
一件
intend
に
to
おいて
help?
君は
Had already decided I would convince Hesuke! Yeah! Kyoto was a city of many streets, some of them more quiet and isolated than others. Abirano Koji was one of these, and it was where Nagakura, Harada, and I hid with the rest of the men assigned to do this task. They'll be showing up any minute. We set out Ito's corpse as bait to draw the guard into a trap. My teeth bit into my lips so hard I had to stop before I drew blood. If Ito had been allowed to live, he would have been a danger to the Shinsengumi. I understood that. But this, it just seems... Is this something that could be forgiven? You don't have to watch. Just look the other way. No. Whatever I might think of what we were about to do, this was my only chance to save Hesuke. I couldn't look away. We sat there for I wasn't sure how long, till finally we heard the sound of the guard approaching. Oh. Whose class over there? Oh my god. Sir Ito! Who could have done such a thing? Sir Ito, who could have done such a thing? Oh! 6 or 7 of them rushed forward to examine Ito's corpse. Among them, of course... Oh, Hesuke! He hadn't noticed it yet, but the taciturn, cast-down boy I saw on the street was nothing like the Hesuke I'd known. Harada and Nagakura picked him out at the same moment I did. Silently, they both closed their eyes for a moment in silent prayer. Let's go. Yeah. Shin, Sano, you're here too, Kanai? I see. So you use my brother's body as bait, and we're waiting for us to be the next, huh? It's a shitty trick. Might just be fitting for a group of peasants like you. No, it wasn't them. Nagakura, Harada, was it you who killed my brother? Holy frick! Hesuke was drowned out by the cry of Miki, who in turn was interrupted by the sudden report of a gunshot. What the? Is somebody nearby? If he was hesitating, then it had been the Guardians who'd fired. Was it the Shinsengumi? Alright, who's the idiot who out there who fired that gun? Idiots? That's not very nice. Ah! No, go away! You're ruining the moment! Anyway, hello human. I'm here to play with you. Shiranui? Amagiri? What are you guys doing here? What do you think? We're working. Watching you idiots lure the bigger idiots from the guard into a trap. He waved one of his arms casually in some sort of signal. Where did all these people come from? I'm a little surprised to see you've got so many men. Looks like they're from Satsuma, right? Satsuma? I heard Miki dubiously mumble from a distant location. I apologize for ambushing you. But we have our orders, and it must be followed. I don't care if you have orders! Leave me alone! Orders from the Satsuma. For you, I'll buy that. But I thought you were friends with the Choshu Shiranui. Don't tell me you've gone and switched side Shiranui. Unfortunately for you, the Satsuma and Choshu are buddies right now. Shouldn't you, be more worried about yourself, though? As Shiranui spoke, the men behind him began to inch forward. I reached for my sword, but Harada stopped me. Keep your back to the wall. Stay behind me. I'll kill anyone who gets close. From the rest of the Shinsengumi, I heard the sounds of hands tightening on hilts and swords being loosened in their scabbards. I swallowed. What the hell is going on? Someone explain. Wait, if you are from the Satsuma domain, do you mean to attack us as well? Huh? Alright, you're with that guy. Ito, was it? Anyway, I heard we've got to thank you for Sakamoto. Do you mean the assassination of Ryoma Sakamoto? Then, were the Satsuma and the guard allies? Good job then, on that, Happy. Good. You can die now. Hey, are you alright? Hang in there! Miki went to the body of one of his men, but the man seemed to be dead already. He glared at Shiranui, seething with contempt. Bastard. How dare you betray us, Satsuma dog! Following your lead, boss. Didn't you betray your old allies too? I seem to recall hearing something about how you spread rumors that Sakamoto was assassinated by Harada from the Shinsengumi. I knew it. So it was you guys spreading such dumb rumors, huh? We don't really need you anymore. But we do need to make sure you keep your trap shut. Now it seems like the best way to keep you quiet is to make sure you're dead. What? Both Shinsengumi and guard were only moments from attacking when Amagiri's voice echoed across the street. You are outnumbered. I cannot advise standing against us. And as such, I have a proposition for the Shinsengumi. What? Why don't you let us take care of the girl? Let us take care of the girl with you. If you do, I will allow all of you to leave my heart. As much as I don't like Amagiri, like, I kind of like him just because he's like, I'll let you live if you give her us. give the girl to us. Ah! What? Listen here, Amagiri. You're not in charge of this operation. You can't train members of the Shinsengumi for it. Amagiri stopped the Satsuma vassal just by glaring at him with a furious gaze. I think perhaps you can misunderstand. I will follow the orders of the domain to the extent that I'm able, but they are not paramount. But... Gunshot resounded again. The Satsuma vassal fell to the ground. He was no longer moving. Shiranui blew the smoke from his gun as it slowly rose from the barrel. Anybody else? If you can live through the first bullet, we might listen to what you have to say. How could he? To Shiranui, there was no enemies or allies. He was a beast that the Satsuma had only just learned they could not control. Alright, now we won't have any more rude interruptions. What is your answer? Oh man. Will you accept her offer or not? Not even a breath disturbed the silence of Abura no Koji. The demons, the Satsuma, the guard, and the Shinsengumi all waited to see how I would respond. Well, you heard the man, Sano. What do you want to do? You really gotta ask. These guys are pretty pathetic. Even Heisuke's lame jokes are better than this. Oh, the boys! I love them. Oh, I love it when you guys get all tough like that. Think you can be all these men, though. At a motion from Shiranui, the Satsuma rushed forward, a solid wave of men and swords that tumbled over the Shinsengumi and the guard alike. No, I don't want to negotiate with the demons. There's no more negotiating with them. Frick that. I'm worried about Hesuke. Hesuke's better than them. I could see Hesuke hesitate. Who was his enemy? He must be wondering. Todo, help us! What the hell did you come here for? Hesuke re-gripped his swords, but... Hesuke! I called his name in desperation and ran up to him. I'd come here for one reason, and though our attack had hardly gone as planned, that hadn't changed. Hanae, what are you doing here, you idiot? You're going to get yourself killed! He shoved me around behind him, his voice a mixture of surprise and anger. I'm sorry, but I had to tell you something. My run through the fighting had set my heart to pounding like an angry drum. My lungs burned. I took a deep breath. You have to come back to the Shinsengumi. Kondo, Hijikata, Inoi, Shimada, and Yamazaki, they're all waiting for your return. I miss you, Hesuke. I want you to come back. Please. Can't go back. Not now. Swords clashed and men screamed around us, but I ignored them. I did what I did because I thought Ito would be better for the country than... well, better. I thought by leaving I wouldn't have anything to do with that serum anymore. That I wouldn't want to sacrifice my comrades anymore. What the hell am I supposed to do now? I faltered in response to the intense sword battle, but I questioned him. Do you still believe that? I don't know. There's no way for me to tell. When he said that he would have Sakamoto killed, and then make it look like Sano did it. It felt wrong, no matter how you spun it around, but... Hesuke looked pained. Whoops. Ah! He had a self-derisive smile mixed that looked remorseful. It hurt me to see him so conflicted. So did I fail? No matter how harsh and different it was for me, I thought I was making the right decision by going down this path alone because it was for myself. Hesuke. Lately, I keep thinking about the time I spent with the Shinsengumi. The serum, the furies, all that stuff seemed a million miles away from me. It's so weird. It seemed like I could only remember the stuff that made me happy. I think about you a lot too. I'm sure I'm not the only one either. It's so... clattering of swords fill the air like rain. I want to go back. I'd like to go. I would. But if I go back to the Shinsengumi, what am I supposed to do? What I'm supposed to fight for anymore? What do you mean? What are you doing, Todo? That kid Shinsengumi! Kill him! Another member of the guard leapt at us from the side, his sword diving toward me. Just then... Yay, Hesuke! Hesuke spun and drove the hilt of his sword into the man's stomach. The guard member lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Hesuke was in a state of shock and let his eyes fall to the man doubled over on the ground. He almost seemed to move subconsciously. It was as if he thought he was inhabiting another person's body, staring at his hands incredulously. Todo, you bastard. Are you going to betray us now?
この土壇場で俺たちを裏切るつもりか。兄貴を
Are you really going to turn your back on us to rejoin the Shinsengumi? To murder my son with entrapment? Are you serious? Hesuke's shoulders jolted in response. As he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. Sorry, Miki, but I'm a pretty sad excuse for a guardian. Eijo is so smart. He has so many connections. He always seems to be ahead of the times. I followed him because I thought what he said would be right, but... Hesuke slashed at a Satsuma warrior one after another as he protected me. But I've had enough of politics and ideals. All that crap! Loyalism, nationalism, none of that matters anymore! Turn for the philosophical and political leanings of those who support the shogunate. I don't care if I have to fight 100 men or 1,000 demons. He turned to look at me over his shoulder, and the grin on his face lit up like the sun. Here was the Hesuke I knew. It was the face of the Hesuke I knew so well. No matter what, be there for you, Kanai. Any bastard that thinks he can come after you will have to get through me first, cause you're what I'm fighting for. And with that final triumphant yell, he brought his sword up to his to face his next foe. With that, the battle began. Countless Satsuma poured into the narrow street in an attempt to choke us with sheer numbers. Nagakura's sword flickered and leapt, utterly unconcerned with any odds. All you got is numbers. Anybody who wants to die, come at me! Blood spurts and screams came from everywhere. Damn it, I'm not going to let you guys kill me! Battle was so intense that I couldn't keep up with who was battling whom. Should have just handed over that kid and begged for your life. Don't think I'm going to let you die quickly. Careful, Shiranui. There's a lot of people here. If you shoot, you're more than likely to hit one of your own men than me. Damn it. Can't get a good shot. You're all useless. More than that, you're all in my way. He kicked out furiously at a nearby Satsuma soldier who had the misfortune to stumble into Shiranui's line of fire. This is just... wow. I knew Nagakura, Harada, and Hesuke were skilled swordsmen, but I'd never seen them fight the way they did that night. Several of the Shinsengumi soldiers made a wall around me, and I watched as the captains tossed foes aside like they were made of straw. Ah yes, I could tell that they do. Then, from across the battlefield, I heard Amagiri's boss rumble. You made to challenge me on your own. I suppose your courage is admirable. Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're a little short on men. You're just gonna have to fight me. Even in single combat, you were unable to defeat me. This situation is hardly more ideal. What do you intend to do? Even swords weren't enough to stop Amagiri's fists, and Hesuke, with his small frame, was driven back. The Satsuma pressed in, looking for an advantage. Damn it! No! He's surrounded! Hesuke's plight distracted me from my own, which was a mistake I regretted almost immediately. Before I realized what was happening, two Satsuma soldiers burst through the Shinsengumi line, charging straight towards me. Watch out, Kanai! No one was close enough to intercept them. I was nowhere near strong enough to fight off two men on my own. They were closer now. No time to dodge! I heard the wet slice of two blades cutting into human flesh. It doesn't hurt. When I looked up, the soldiers were dead. A sword pierced the chest of one, straight through the heart. The other had taken a wakizashi through the throat. Wakizashi, too short to be a standalone sword, but too long to be considered a dagger. The wakizashi was also known as a companion sword. It was often paired with a larger blade. I spun toward Hesuke across the street. Seems like I made it. Yay, Hesuke! He was smiling. His arms still extended from throwing his swords, and he grinned like he was happy to see me safe. Hesuke, why did you do that? He never even stopped to consider if my life was worth his own. Your courage is impressive. Amagiri's fist moved horribly, painfully slow, but foolish. Without his swords, Hesuke had no way to block, and his throw had left him no room to dodge. Oh, no! No! My ragged scream echoed across the battlefield.
Heisuke! Oi! Heisuke!
Damn it! Out of my way! How can they be so strong? Retreat! Retreat! Go! Go! Running? First they get in my way and then they just give up? Bah, guess there's no helping it. Rada's blade became a snarling, monstrous whirlwind of death. And before it, the Satsuma and their demon allies were pushed back until they were finally withdrawn. So they finally withdrew. Damn it, let's drink for now. Never forget tonight. Oh, personally said all of you Shinsengumi men straight to hell. Hesuke! Miki and the remaining Guardian soldiers all scrambled to their feet and ran. But all of that seemed so far away from me. No! Don't show me that! The street Abu Lano Koji was painted with red. Everything before my eyes seemed to melt together, coalescing into deep pools of blood. My hands were smeared with red. The words Hesuke coughed out were red. Looks like I screwed up. Don't talk, damn it! Shit, this is bad. His internal organs could be affected. Rada, his injury, let me see it! Ran over to Hesuke to check up on him. Was praying to myself that it'd be fine. Even if it looked bad, it couldn't be serious, right? It's as if a strike like that was gonna... It's not like as if a strike like that was gonna be fatal to someone like Hesuke. I repeated these things over and over in my mind. I mean... Damn it, Hesuke, you can't die here! Was he really going to die? No, you can't die, Hesuke! I just couldn't get myself to believe this. But when I saw it unfold in front of me, I realized I couldn't deny what was happening. I was shivering, but I reached out to wipe the blood desperately from his cheek. His eyes were rolling back into his head, but he looked at me, shaken and cold. Sorry, I wanted to be there for you a little longer. good, didn't I? No, Hesuke. I wasn't ever so important that you should have given your life to protect me. So please, save your strength. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Let's carry him to the compounds. We can't do anything for him here. Can you run, Kanai? Yes, of course! We ran through the night, Nagakura and Harada bearing Hesuke's bloody and beaten body back to the Shinsengumi. Every minute felt like an hour. With every second, my heart felt that much closer to tearing in half. The assassination of Ito and the destruction of the guardians of the Imperial Tomb was later known as the Abu Rano Koji incident. Upon hearing his plans to assassinate Kondo, and with the ever-looming threat of him revealing the existence of the Furies, the Shinsengumi had no choice but to kill him. Both the Shinsengumi and guard were surprised by the sudden appearance of Satsuma troops and by the demons who accompanied them. Both parties had fallen for the Satsuma trap, and the battlefield was thrown into confusion. During the fight, Hesuke was mortally wounded and had no choice but to drink the water of life, become a fury, or die. No, baby, no! As the Battle of Aburano Koji was taking place, the headquarters of the Shinsengumi came under attack from Chikage Kazuma. The monstrous thing my father had made was slowly devouring the Shinsengumi. How long before the water of life swallowed them whole? Why? December 1867. Scarcely a month had passed since Aburano Kochi. Saito and Hesuke had returned, but the Shinsengumi was hardly back to normal. A dark, tense atmosphere pervaded the compound. Many men had lost their lives in Kazuma's attacks. Even more had been injured during the attack at Aburano Kochi. Among them was Hesuke. Several of the rank-and-file soldiers had seen him mortally wounded. He had looked as if he would not survive. For that reason, Hesuke was declared officially dead and made a member of the Fury Corps. Saito hadn't been wounded, but many among the common soldiers began to call him a coward. To them, he left the Shinsengumi to join Ito, then betrayed his new master when he sensed a change in fortunes. I saw no reason why he shouldn't set them straight and say that he had never left the Shinsengumi, but he claimed he would rather stay silent than tarnish the honor of the commander and the chief who had ordered his actions. As such, it was decided that Saito would leave the compound until tempers had been allowed to cool. He was sent to stay at Tenma in order to protect Kiyotaro Miura, an official of the Kishu domain. I headed towards the quarters of the Fury Corps. Most of the Furies had been killed during Kazuma's attack, which left their quarters largely empty. The Fury Corps was frightening enough, but the thought of them disappearing was even more so. After all, I knew some of the corps members very well.
Yukimura-kun.
Did you need something? Oh, Sanin.
見ての
As
通
you can
り
see, the Fury
羅刹隊は
Corps is
壊
hardly
滅
at its
状態
best. Can't
わざ
imagine
わざ
there's
来ても
anything
何
for
もあり
you
ませんよ
here for you. His words were understandably tight and cold. I was hoping to talk to Hesuke. Is he around?
なるほど
I see.
君も
You have
物好
interesting
きですね
tastes. Sorry for disturbing you at a time like this.
まあ
Well,
今
right now
ここで
Heskey and
話
myself
が
the
できる
only
のは
men here who can
私と
carry on a
東堂君
conversation.
くらいですからね。私と
Yeah, the
話がしたくて
circumstances
来たと
suppose I
いうよ
should be
りは
surprised that you'd rather
よ
talk
ほ
to
ど
him
ま
than
とも
me.
でしょうね。いいでしょう。
Very well.
呼んできてあげますからここで待っていなさい。
Yes, thank you. He left me there for only a few minutes before he returned with Heskey, but those moments felt like an eternity. I felt as if the blood of the Furies who died that night hung in the air around me like a thick, wet cloud. So much blood was shed, even Heskey's.
よ
Hey. No, Heskey, no. I'm sorry to bother you.
別にいいけどさ
It's no big deal. So why are you
こ
here?
こに何しに来たんだ
I'd only come to see him, but now that I had, I didn't know what to say. You seemed to be feeling much the same. We stood there awkwardly for a while, like two strangers thrown into a conversation for the first time. I just wanted to see how you were feeling.
ああそうだ
Well,
あの時の怪
all
我は
my wounds have healed.
全部治ってるみてえだ
Oh, that's... Caught myself before I said good. Heskey's injury at Aburan no Koji was not something he should have survived. I didn't need any medical knowledge to know that it was a mortal wound. The only reason he was speaking to me now was because the water of life had done its work. He was healed, yes, but he'd become a fury. Good hardly seemed like the right thing to say. What should I say to him? I don't want to say I'm sorry. I do, but I don't. Can I stay here with you for a while? No, not just here, and not just for a while. I want to stay with you as long as I can. I'll leave if I ever get in your way. Can I?
No.
He blinked. My sudden boldness has clearly caught him off guard. What should I do? I wonder if he thinks it's weird of me to throw this at him like I did. I have to say something. Listen to that cute laugh. Oh my god. That's so sweet. What? What's so funny?
いや悪い
I'm
悪い
sorry.
そう
No,
じゃ
it's
ねえん
not
だ
that. Well, what is it?
お前の気持ち
I
が
was
嬉
just
しく
happy,
てさ
that's all.
俺もう
I don't really know if I'm alive or dead anymore.
自分が生きてるのか死んでるのかもよくわからねえから
That's fair, Heskey.
でも
And if I haven't got that
生
figured
き
out
てるの
yet,
か死んでるのかはわからなくても自分が変わっちまったってことだけはよくわかるんだ
Heskey,
怪我はすっかり治
my
ったし
injuries are all healed,
これ
and
ま
I
でと
can
変
do
わら
all
ずに動い
the
ていら
stuff
れ
I
るんだ
used to.
なんかお
So
先
my
真っ
future
暗な
seems
気
a
も
little
するし
bleak.
一人でいると
I was
すげえ
kind of
不安
freaking
だ
out. All sorts of stuff
いろ
just
んなこと
shaking
が
around
頭
in
の
my
中を
head,
ぐ
you
る
know?
ぐるしてたんだけど
After Heskey said that, he looked at me in a bashful way.
お前と話したら
But talking to you really cheered me
少
up.
し元気出た
Aww. Really?
うわ
Yeah.
お
You're
前っ
pretty
てすげえ
amazing.
な
Thanks. Oh, that's not really anything you should be thanking me for. Besides, you still cheer me up too.
そうか
Yeah?
今
Well, I
俺
think
が
you
もら
cheered
っ
me
た
up a
分の
little
方が
more.
多いんじゃねえかな
He laughed again. His face wasn't the face of a dead man. It was his. The Heske I remembered. Although I couldn't affirm the existence of furies in the water of life, I was really happy to see him smile. Then, can I stay with you?
Ah,
Yeah,
もち
of
ろん。
course. Good. Oh, and not just for a while, as long as I don't get in the way, right?
あのな、
I don't think I could ever
そも
think
そ
of
も
you
俺がお
as
前
being
を
in the
迷
way.
惑だなんて思うわけねえだろ。お前がそうしてって
Go
思う
ahead and
限
stick
り
around as long as you like.
そばにいてくれよ。
Really?
ああ、
Yeah.
き
I
っとそ
think
れで
that'd
元
probably
気にな
cheer
る
me
の
up
は
the most.
俺の方だし。
Thanks. What a relief. Even if he's a fury, Heske is still the same Heske I knew. If I could help him, even just a little bit, then I'd be happy. So cute. Oh. The night of the battle at Abura no Koji was a turning point for the Shinsengumi. For the men who didn't know the details, it was simply a battle against their former comrades, the guardians of the Imperial Tomb. Those better informed knew the situation with the Satsuma and the Choshu domains had changed, and Ryoma Sakamoto's hit was part of a big plan. Only the heads of the Shinsengumi knew the whole story, the activities of the demons, and Heske's transformation into a fury. They were also the only ones who knew that Okita's illness had gotten worse. Such an important battle had stirred up the atmosphere in the compound, and for several days, there was excited men everywhere, shouting and talking. Moments of silence were quite rare. I felt I would only be in the way if I was wandering around the grounds, so I did my best to stay in my room by myself.
部屋にいてくれ
Thank
ました
goodness you're here. Sonnen walked into my room without saying anything.
助かりますよ
If you'd gone out,
昼間
I wouldn't
外
have
に
been
出ら
able
れ
to
る
look
と
for you.
探しに行けませんからね
Sonnen? But it's daytime. Are you sure you're all right?
ええ
Yes.
とてもい
Yes,
い考えが浮かんだも
Just
の
a
で
revelation.
一刻も
I
早
just
く
had
君
to
に
tell
知
you
らせたくて
immediately. His eyes glittered with something, and even though he was smiling, I could feel the fingers of dread begin to poke at the base of my spine. Why me? Wouldn't you want to tell Kondo or Hijikata instead?
君でなければ
Well,
ダメ
it
な
has
の
to
で
be
す
you.
私
Well,
の考
you
え
will
を
listen to my
聞
idea,
いていた
yes.
だけますね
Although he asked in the form of a question, his choice of words made it seem far from letting me make a choice. Sonnen started to talk without waiting for my answer.
雪村君
Yukimura,
あなたは
that
鬼
Princess
の
Sen
一
had
族だと
claimed that you are,
あの
the
千
demon
姫とい
clan,
う女
right?
性が言っていましたねそして
and as a
鬼
demon,
とい
you
う
are
生き
stronger,
物は
faster,
筋
and
力
more
も胆
resilient
力
than a
も
human.
人間よりはるかに優れているそれは
Demonic
先日
superiority
豚
was
書を
displayed
襲
quite
撃した
clearly
鬼
by
た
those
ちの力
demons
を
who just
思い
attacked
起こす
us.
までもないことです
Well, I understand that, but what was Sonnen trying to get at? My heart started to pound, anticipating bad news.
人をはるかに凌駕する力を持つその
It
鬼の
follows
体
that
に
the
流れ
blood
る
which
血は
flows through demon veins should be
人
similarly
の血より
powerful.
も強い力を持っているのではないでしょうかあるいは
Perhaps it is even
羅刹の狂気を
potent
完
enough
全
to
に抑え
completely
る力が
counteract
あ
the
るかも
madness
し
of
れ
the
ません
Furies. I didn't know how the water of life worked, but Sonnen's explanation seemed logical, even if it was a bit maniac. How can you know that for sure?
自らが
Since
羅
before I
刹と
became
な
a
る前
Fury,
から
I've been
そして
researching how the
羅
water
刹
of
となっ
life
てからも
works.
この新
I
鮮
know
組
more
で
about it than
薬に
anyone
つ
else
いてず
here.
っと研究をしてきたのは私です
Yeah, I don't like where this is heading either.
落ち水の正
I
体
still
が
have
一
yet to
体
discover
何
the
である
exact
のかは
composition of the
私
water
に
of
も
life.
未だにわかりませんが生き血では
But
ない
I'm
かと推測してい
seeing
ま
that a
す
core ingredient is fresh
おそら
blood,
く
and I'm
人
I'm
では
assuming
ない
not from a
何者
human.
かの
Perhaps there may be demons, or demon-like entities roaming throughout foreign countries. So... Sonnen drew closer to me without making a sound. In any event, I believe it's worth testing. Yeah, go away, creeper! Nope, nope. Your very existence could save the Fury Quad. No, the entire Shinsengumi. Back off, dudes! Boop, boop. Wait. Sonnen's eyes had grown painfully sharp, and I almost thought I could hear the barest edge of madness in his voice. Now. Oh god, why? Calmly he drew his blade from its scabbard. There was no madness or bloodlust to his movements, and that only made them all the more terrifying. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm not going to kill you or anything. I just want a small sample of your blood. That's all. You don't need to take out your sword for that, Jesus! I took a step back, too. Sonnen and his sword came closer. He lifted it, and the steel blade shimmered in the light. Then all of a sudden, just then... Hey, Sonnen, what the hell are you doing? He kind of burst into the room. Then... What is this, Sonnen? Of all people, I expect you to know better than to draw your sword on someone in the compounds. Have you lost your mind? Hijikata. Oh, Hijikata. Excellent timing. Please give me a hand here. You also need to convince her to cooperate with us. With calm purpose, he stepped between Sonnen and me. Put your sword away. Personal conflicts are forbidden. The rules of conduct apply to everyone, even the captains. Sonnen glared at Hijikata begrudgingly for several moments, but he soon turned away and sheathed his sword. So what happened? Did Yukimura do something? I'm searching for a way to treat the madness of the Furies for the good of the Shinsengumi. That means you have to cut her? I'm not going to kill her. You only need a little of her blood. We've lost so many of the Furies from the battle the other day. Many of our human soldiers have fallen as well. Right? Like, seriously. All you had to do was ask. You don't have to pull your freaking sword out at me. If we were to effectively utilize the Furies we have left, as well as the ones we are about to create, then we could find a way to temper their madness. I know, for you, an intelligent man, Hijikata, surely you understand. The code says we don't fight each other for any reason. You haven't forgotten, have you? So no matter what reasons you give me, I cannot condone bloodshed amongst our members. Thank you, Hijikata. Appreciate it. However, Yukimura is not technically a member of the Shinsengumi. Maybe not, but she's been here long enough. She might as well be. They continued to stare at it for a while, neither willing to budge on the matter at hand. Sonnen sighed. As usual, you're too soft. I guess I have no choice. I'll leave for now. But keep in mind, if we do not discover a method to suppressing the side effects of the water of life, even Todo will begin to suffer from the bloodlust. Only after I heard his footsteps fade away down the hall did I begin to breathe again. Are you okay? Oh, yes. Thank you for helping me. Nothing to thank me for. I just ensured Sonnen followed the code. In the past, he wouldn't have stood up to me like that. I looked down. It's true. Sanan had been acting strangely lately. He would have never drawn his sword as aggressively as he did just before he drank the serum. I'm sorry.
どうしたいきな
Huh?
り
What's going on for you?
お前が
There's
詫び
nothing
る
for
こ
you
とじ
to
ゃねえだ
apologize
ろ
for. Well, the reason why Sanin was acting the way he did in the first place was because Kazuma destroyed the Fury Corp. After I said this, Hijikata paused and reflected to himself before responding.
お前何
I
か勘違
think
い
you've gotten
してん
things
のか
mixed up. Huh?
あいつらは薩長の一味
They are allied with the Satsuma and the
俺たちの
Choshu.
敵って
In other
ことだ
words, they are our enemy.
敵が来たら
If any
視
enemy
力を尽く
attempts
し
to
て
attack
戦う
us,
のは当た
it's
り
a
前
given
だ
that we're going to put our lives on the line to stop them. He spoke with so much conviction, but it's none of your responsibilities to protect me.
じゃあなんだ
So what are you saying then?
あいつらの方が
We
俺
should
た
just
ちより
offer
強い
you
か
on
ら
a silver platter to
お前
them
を
and
奴
beg
らに
for
差
them
し
to
出して
spare our
命
lives
乞い
just
する
because
べ
they
きだ
have
って
powers
の
we
か
don't?
そんなな
That
武
is
士の
not
や
the
り方じゃない
samurai way.
少なくとも俺
For
た
us,
ちは
once we've decided something,
一度決
we
めた
will
こと
never
てめえの
compromise that
都合でコ
decision.
ロコロ覆すようなそんな腰
We're
抜け
not
連中を
bitches.
目指してるつもりはねえんだ
Hijikata was so confident with what he was saying, and I felt there was no real contention to his claim. Even if he wouldn't say as much, I'm sure he knows that kicking me out of the Shinsengumi would make their lives so much easier. But if they did that, it would be a violation of that as they pride themselves on upholding. I'm sorry if what I said was out of line.
詫びる必要は
Already
ねえ
told
って言
you.
ってんだろ
Don't have to apologize.
何度も
Don't
同じ
make
こ
me
とを言
repeat
わせるな
myself. No, look at him blushing. Hijikata said this timidly, muttering under his breath before looking down in my direction.
もしまた今日
Next
み
time
たいな
something
こ
like
と
this
が
happens, be sure to tell
遠
me.
慮せずに
Don't keep it to yourself.
山崎や島田を
You
通
can
して
always tell Yamazaki or Shimada too. Alright, understood. Hijikata nodded and turned to leave, but I realized I had one thing left to say.
なんだ
What? Is
ま
there
だ
something
何かあるの
else? There were so many warriors who were injured as a result of the attack on the compounds. Saito hadn't been present for long recently, and Kondo was occupied with his meeting with the Bakushin. Similarly, I had a feeling Hijikata was feeling the pressure of all of his duties lately. I wish that I could be helping him in some capacity, but it might get in their way.
おいどう
What
し
is
た
it?
黙っててもわからねえぞ
Nothing. I'm sorry for stopping you.
なんだ
Huh?
ど
Did
忘
you
れ
lose
し
your
ちまっ
train
た
of
のか
thought?
まあいい
Whatever then.
そんじゃ俺
I'm going
は
to head back to
部
my
屋に
room.
戻らせてもらうからな
Okay. I watched his back disappear through the door, leave me alone in my room again. As much as I wanted to be helpful for everyone, if I recklessly walk about the compounds and things like earlier happened, it wouldn't be good. Maybe it's just better I don't do anything. As I was thinking that, the day had passed and night had fallen.
部屋にいるのか
Hey, you in
入ってもいい
here, Hanai? Can I come in? Harada? Sure, that's fine.
よ
Yeah, sorry
悪い
for
な
coming
いきな
unannounced.
り来ちまって
いや
Damn,
いてくれて
all...
よかったぜ
Am I glad you're here?
このままサノと
Getting
二人
sick
だ
of
けって
this
のは
grumpy old wet
もう
blanket.
秋秋だからな
何言ってやがる
Funny, I was just
飽き
thinking
飽
the
きしてんの
same
がてめえ
thing.
だけだとでも思ってんのか
Is there something wrong?
話し相手になって
Oh,
も
we
らおう
just
と
thought
思って
we
よ
could keep you company.
何に
There's
しろ
nobody else to
ま
talk
ともに
to.
話ができる相手がいなくて
What do you mean? There are people everywhere.
俺たちの立場が
Sorry, the truth is, I just want to let off some steam, and I can't talk about this with, well, anybody else. Okay, I'm gonna have to be right back. Gotta let the puppy out really quick and whatnot, so just a short little break. short break. Alrighty, we are back. Sorry about that. Had to let Puppy out and I had to go myself, so. I mean, there aren't many warriors left. The other captains are all busy. Oh, I see. I mean, it's all Kondo and Hijikata's fault to begin with. Sure can't talk to them. Oh, here we go again. The Fury Court is a bad idea. A really bad idea. We need to get rid of it before it really screws us. So, Nagakura had something to get off his chest about the Fury Core. Now I understand why they couldn't talk about it with anyone. People who knew about it were the people they blamed, and it was a secret to everyone else. I mean, it's not like I wanted Hesuke to die or anything, but...
からって
You really even
あんな
call
方法
that
で生かす
being
なんて
alive?
残酷だと思わ
Just
ない
seems
か
cruel to me. Well, yes, I suppose.
こんな時代に
Every
腰に
man
大
here
小さ
knows
せてんだ
how it works.
相手を切ることもありゃ
Sometimes we kill the other guys,
Sometimes
sometimes he kills us. When we go
そ
out
れは
there, we
覚悟
all
しろさ
know we might not come back.
だからって
But now,
こ
we
こは
won't
よ
even let us
死ぬ
die?
ことすら許されねえのかってな
お前の気
I
持
know how
ち
you
はわかるけ
feel,
ど
but I think you're taking it a
ちょっ
little
と
far.
言い過ぎじゃねえか近藤さん
I
や
really
土
doubt
方さん
Kondo
に
and
も
Hijikata
色々
just
考
leapt
えは
into
あるんだろうし
all this blind. I'm sure they gave it a lot of thought.
その考え
So
っつ
what
う
if
のは
it
なんだ
is then?
この後に及んで
They better
大
not
名
be
になり
saying
て
they
えとか
want to
城
become
を持ちてえなんて抜
daimyos
かす
and
んじゃ
have
ねえ
their
だろ
own
うな
castle or whatever.
そりゃま
Oh,
あ
come on.
近藤さ
You
ん
know
も本物
Kondo's
の
dream was
侍
to
にす
become
る
a
っ
real
つうのは
samurai.
あの人たちの夢だったんだろうしな
なんだよその
What the hell, Sano?
Kondo-san
Are you
たちを
telling me
か
you're
わす
actually behind this crap?
昔からの夢って大義名分
So
があ
just
り
because you
ゃ
have
落ち水なんかに手を出してもいいっ
this
てのは
cause, you could mess with the water of life?
そうは言って
Hey, I'm
ね
not
えだ
saying that, am I?
ただ
Look, I'm
近藤
just
さん
saying
たち
that
の立場
I
も
get
分
where
かる
they
って言って
they
る
are
んだ
coming
よ
from.
なんだよ
Well, screw
話
you
にならねえ
then.
なシラフじゃ
I
やっ
can't
て
do
られ
this
ねえ
sober. I'm
島
going
原
to
にでも出かけてく
Shimabara.
る
Oh, Nagakura, you dork. Nagakura leapt up and stormed out through the door, fuming. He stormed off so briskly that the candle in my room blew out. My room felt dark, and I heard Harada sigh a little. What should I do about Nagakura?
ほっとけほっ
Well,
と
leave
け
him be.
さすがに
Sure,
島
he's
原で
not
羅
gonna be
刹や
dumb
落ち
enough
水
to
の
bring up
話
the
をす
water
る
of
ほど
life
考
there.
えなしでもねえだろ
But
まあ
well, as
あ
you
い
can
つは
tell,
見
he
ての
is a
通
good guy.
りいいやつだからよ
The friction! Hesuke just keeps everything together.
だからこそ
Because of that,
許せ
he
ねえ
just
こと
can't
が多
let
い
it
んだろ
go.
うな
He just can't let go of a lot of stuff. I think Harada's right. I mean, even seeing Sanin earlier this afternoon just feels like the Shinsengumi is slowly changing. Can I ask you one thing?
なんだ
What is it? Harada, what do you think about the Furies?
そうだな
His side made his bangs flow atop his brow.
さっき新
I
八
can see
が
where
言ってたこと
Shinpachi's coming from.
もわからねえわけじゃねえんだ死んじまうはずだ
We're
ったやつ
forcing
を
life
無
into
理やり
people
生
who
か
were
して
supposed to
人じゃ
die and
ねえ
turning
の
them
に
into
しちまった
monsters.
そりゃ
I
確
think
か
it's
に
wrong.
間違ってると思うさ
But
あ
without
の
that
薬がな
serum,
きゃ
Hesuke would have
エースの
definitely
やつが死んじまってたの
died.
は確かだからなそれに
And I
近
can
藤さんや土
can
方さん
sort
の
of
気
see
持ち
where
も
Kondo
わ
and
からねえわ
Hijikata
け
are
じゃ
coming
ね
from.
えもし
The
新選組
Shinsengumi
がなく
goes
なっち
under.
まったら
The shogunate
幕
writes
府に
us
見
off.
限られちまったら近藤さんや
Kondo and
土方さん
Hijikata may no longer be
侍じゃな
classified
く
as
なっちまう
samurai.
かもしれねえからなあの人たちにとっち
Sure,
ゃ
those two have no other way of living besides the Shinsengumi.
きっと新八はもともと
Shinpachi
武
is
家
from
の
a
出身だ
samurai
から
family, so they may not understand where Kondo is coming from. So, are you seeing what is keeping everyone together is now weakening?
どうかな
It's hard to say.
そもそも
I mean,
同じ夢を
Could
見
just
て
mean
たわ
that
けじゃな
what
く
we were working for wasn't the same in the first place.
同じ場所を目指してるって
All just had
それ
the
ぞれが勝手に思い込んで
misconception that we
る
were after the same thing.
なんつうか
I don't know.
しょうがねえこと
I
だ
know
っ
in
て
my
いうの
head
は
that
わ
I
かって
can't
る
be helped.
が楽しい時
But
期があっ
because
たから
we had
こそ
such good times,
辛
it's
いんだ
tough. Harada was always so kind, mature, and dependable. No matter to whom he was speaking, he always had their best interests in mind. And because Harada understood where Kondo and Hijikata were coming from, it might have been even harder for him.
悪いな
Sorry, not only did you have to
新八だけ
watch
じゃ
me
なく
deal with
俺の
Shinpachi,
愚痴まで聞
and
か
now
せ
you
ちゃ
gotta hear me vent. Oh, please, I don't mind. Makes me happy if I can help in any way, so please, don't worry about me. I can't really do anything else.
あのよ、
Hey, can I? What is it?
そうやって自分を
Gotta
卑
get
下
out
す
of the
る
habit
癖
of
は
putting yourself down so much.
何もでき
You're
な
not
い
here
から
because you
ここにい
can't
ちゃい
do
けねえ
anything.
わけじゃねえだろ。そもそも
I mean,
お前は
you were forced
無
and
理や
put
り
in
ここに軟
confinement
禁さ
here.
れてた立場なんだしな。
He reached his hand tenderly towards my head and patted the top of it.
少なくとも
At least I
俺
feel
は
a
今
lot better
お
that I
前
could
に
talk to
話
you.
を聞いてもらって心の使いが取れたぜ。何もでき
Even
な
if you
くて
can't do anything, there are
誰かが
times
そば
where
に
it's
いて
good
く
to
れる
cheer
だけ
someone
で
up just
気持
by
ち
being
が
there.
楽になることはあるんだ。
That's so true, Harada. Oh. Really? His words were so kind. Could I trust them?
俺は平然
I'm
と
not
嘘を
that
つける
witty
ほど
enough
器
to
用
lie
じゃねえ
without
よ。
showing it.
知って
You
るだ
know
ろ。
me. Yes, I know, but
さて、
anyways,
あんまり
I'm not
長居
good
するの
for,
もな
it's
ん
not
だ
good
し、
for me to stay here
そ
too
ろそろ
long,
退
so
散
I'm
さ
going
せ
to
て
head
もらう
out.
ぜ。
Oh, sure. Thank you so much.
礼を言うの
I'm the
は
one
俺
that
の
should
方だ
thank
ろ。
you.
そんな
Good
じゃ
night,
お
good
やすみ
night. Patted my head a few times. And he left my room. My room fell silent again. If Harada was ever faced with a situation where he had to decide to drink the serum or not, I wonder what he would do. Would he drink the water of life, just like Hesuke did? Geez, chapter 4 is long. Holy moly. The Shinsengumi, once solid, now wavered. What would happen to them? What would happen to the Fury Corps? Men were forced to watch as their friends became the undead monsters known as Furies. Was it any wonder that they found themselves conflicted, or that tempers began to rise? Several days later, the order was given to begin the Imperial Restoration. The Emperor would be restored to power, and his court would once again rule the nation. The position of shogun would be abolished, and Kyoto's military and judiciary commissioner positions would be eliminated. All that the Shinsengumi had fought for and believed in was falling to pieces. Oh look, chapter 5! Speaking of... I don't like that image for chapter 5. December 1867. The Imperial Restoration shook Kyoto to its core. The shogun and his government suddenly found the ground giving way beneath their feet. So I was just giving a notice that we've started Hesuke's route, so... Domains that had long opposed the shogunate began to gather in Kyoto, with the Satsuma at their head. Yoshinobu Tokugawa fled to Osaka and was soon followed by more and more of his ministers and associates. The shogunate had begun to withdraw from Kyoto, and the Shinsengumi followed. Our standing orders were to provide protection for Yoshinobu, who had taken up residence in Osaka Castle. For that reason, among others, our headquarters was moved to the Fushimi Magistrate's office, situated along a route between Kyoto and Osaka. The moon looked somehow different from the magistrate's office than it had from elsewhere in the city. What's going to happen to us? There was no one there to answer me. The rebel soldiers were growing more restless by the minute. It seemed that the war was inevitable now. The only question was, when? If one listened very carefully, it almost seemed as if one could hear the footsteps of war coming closer. Closer. There's no mistaking it. Those were footsteps. I turned around in panic, glancing nervously in the direction I'd heard the footsteps coming from.
Yo.
Morning.
おはよう。って何、鳩が豆
what's
鉄砲
with that
食らった
look?
みたいな顔してんだよ。
Poor Hesuke. I struggled desperately to regain my composure. Oh no, it's nothing. Morning? Did you just get up?
ああ。
Yeah, just a few minutes ago.
まあ
I
確かに
guess it
おは
isn't
よう
really
って
morning,
時間
huh?
じゃないか。
The last chapter, Kyoto. Oh, well, we're gonna be continue with Edo Blossoms after this one, anyways. Whether it's this stream or next stream, who knows? But
不思議だよな。
it's weird though, you know.
日
I
の
get
出前
sleepy
に
just
眠く
before
なっ
the
て
sun comes up,
日が
and
暮れ
then
ると
as
目
soon
が
as
覚める
it's
んだ
dark,
さ
I wake up. His smile turned bitter for just the barest fraction of a second. Hesuke had been a fury for 2 months, which meant he'd been sleeping during the day. I hadn't been able to see him as much, and I was beginning to get a little lonely. How are you feeling? Any changes?
大丈夫すぎて
Nah,
拍子
I
抜けしてる
feel
ぐらいだ。
normal. Like, really normal.
俺の体だ
And
け
it
じゃな
doesn't
く
feel like anything's
周りも
changed,
変わんね
honestly.
えよ。
Hijikata's the same hard ass he always was, for instance. Shin and Sano keep harping on my case for being the same idiot after coming back to life. And when I tell them to shut up, all they do is laugh. I was pretty sure that was just their way of trying to tell him that he was still the same Hesuke he'd been before. When it looked like you might die, Harada and Nagakura were really worried. I had been too, of course, but that was neither here nor there. Besides, there are a lot of people who think you are dead, and they're really sad about it. Oh, the guys from my unit, huh? Yeah, I wish I could tell them I'm actually still alive. Officially, Hesuke was dead, and his funeral had been well attended. He was clearly missed. I found myself wondering, if I were to die, would my father mourn me? Huh? What's the matter, Kanai? You look down. Huh? Oh. I'm sure your family is worried too. My family? He frowned suddenly and looked back at me for a moment before turning away. Had I said something I shouldn't have? I wonder if I had offended him anyway. Hey. What's the matter? You know how when you came to Kyoto you found us, you were looking for your family? For Kodo, I mean. Yeah? What about it? Well, to tell the truth, I got a little jealous. Aww, Hesuke. I'm not really allowed to look for my parents. Not allowed? Do you mean that you can't find them? Guess I might as well tell you. Tell me what, Hesuke? Tell me what? You know there's Su domain in Ise, right? Su domain, a domain governed by the daimyo Todo. Although he was an opposition daimyo, he was given the same respect as his predecessor. Oh. I think I've heard of it. Well, I don't blame ya. It's pretty far from Edo. So the Su domain is also known as the Todo domain. Another name. Okay, I think we got that. Wait, so it's a domain with the same last name as you? Yeah, my old man's the big guy. I don't know much about him though. I'm just his bastard, I guess. Aww. Hesuke had called him the big guy. I mean, if it's the name that's being used for the whole domain, maybe he's the feudal lord then?
さ、
Anyway, he sends me some cash every month, so long as I don't go
毎
looking
月
for him.
暮らしに困らねえだけの金を送ってくれてたんだよ。絶対に自
Hush
分を
money, I
探
guess.
さないこと。
Don't go looking for him. I thought to myself how I would have felt if I were in his shoes. To have a father who'd send me money without even knowing what kind of person he is? Or not allowed to speak with him, let alone take time out of my life to see him? I couldn't imagine how I'd deal with it, yet Hesuke showed no sign of remorse or anger. He laughed, but it was flat and without humor. He wore a dejected expression before he spoke.
俺多分間
I was
違いで
just
生
an
まれた子って
accident
こ
for
と
him.
だよな。
Oh, Hesuke. Oh. Just makes me sad.
だからさ、
So yeah, I don't think my
俺が
parents
死ん
would
で
be
も
sad to
悲し
hear
む
I
親なん
died.
ていねえんだ。
No, that's so sad. Oh. Oh, that makes my heart go weep. My heart goes weep.
向こうにとっちゃ
Hell, the old man will probably
死んでて
throw a
くれた方が
party.
都
He
合いいん
doesn't
じゃ
have
ね
to
えか
waste his money keeping some brat quiet anymore. Hesuke. I felt I had to say something. No! I don't want to say that means you're free because that shit sounds rude and mean. It sounds rude and mean. You know that's not true. You know that's not true. I didn't know what kind of person Hesuke's parents might have been. They could have been good or bad or indifferent. Yes, exactly. But right then, I felt they couldn't be completely unconcerned with whether or not he was dead. After all, they were his parents. Maybe their circumstances meant they couldn't be with you as they'd like. But I'm sure your parents loved you very much.
お前
What
な。
kind of evidence do you have for that?
今の話を聞い
I
た
only
だけで
just told
どうし
you
てそう
about
言い
them,
切れる
and
んだ。
pretty much all I said was they exist.
慰めなら別
Look,
に
it's
いらね
been
え
a
って。
while. Don't really
Mo,
need
nareteるし。
comforting, okay? You may not be able to see your father, but what about your mother?
母上と
My mother.
江戸の家を
Haven't seen her since running away from home back in Edo.
俺の父親が
I
どん
mean,
な
she
人だった
never
の
even
かさ
told
え
me
教えて
who
く
my
れなかっ
father
たし。
was. They don't deserve him. They really don't.
俺も
To be fair to her, though,
その
I was
頃
a
は
kid
ガ
back
キだった
then,
から。
so I
母上
totally
に当
took
たり散ら
everything
した
out
り
of
しちま
her.
ってたしさ。
Back in Edo, I used to help my father out by helping to deliver babies at the local clinic. So I'm a little familiar with how it all works, but those women risk their lives to give birth. There are many mothers who sometimes even die after successfully giving birth. So when your mother gave birth to you, Hesuke, she'd walk in preparing for everything, even death. Besides, for your father, you're still getting money every month, aren't you? That means who's ever sending it at least wants you to have enough money to be happy, right? If they didn't care whether or not you lived or died, then why send you money in the first place? The theory I'd formed was that his parents wanted him but couldn't. They knew money was a poor substitute for a family. It seemed reasonable. He was quiet for a few minutes, but at last his face burst out in a grin, and he laughed. Man, people ever tell you you're way too optimistic? No, I mean, I don't think... What's so funny? Nothing, nothing. Oh, goodness.
でもそっか。
Well, I guess
それ
if
は
for some crazy reason you are right,
俺が死んだっ
then
て
maybe
知
there
ら
is
せを
someone
聞
out
いて
there who
向こ
who
うでも
said I'm
悲しん
dead.
でくれる奴がいたのかな。
Then maybe someday you can tell them the truth. That you're alive. I'm sure they like that.
そうだな。
Yeah. Oh, baby! Maybe my words got through to him. Hesky's mood had seemed a little brighter, even if it were just a tad, than he'd looked earlier. Aw, baby! The new year came and went. It was January 3rd. Before we'd even had time to let the excitement of the new year soak in, war was upon us. One of the major routes from Osaka to Kyoto ran by the Fushimi Magistrate's office. A number of soldiers were traveling to Kyoto by that particular route one day when they found themselves confronted by Satsuma soldiers. Fighting broke out, and before long, the battle had spread to the magistrate's office. The Satsuma had already set up their men on the high ground and spent most of the day raining cannon fire on the Shinsengumi and anyone else unfortunate enough to be in range. As the light began to fade, the guns on the hill gradually fell silent, and it seemed that the day's battle was over. The men guarding the magistrate's office let out a great sigh of relief.
Sano!
You alive? You still alive, Sano?
なんとか
Barely. I really thought we were done for.
本気で死ぬと思ったぜ。なんせ
It was
奉行所を出た
particularly
途端
raining bullets and cannonballs for a while there.
跳ねられてきた。
Bastards. They think they're so great just because they got on the high ground. Guns are for chumps, alright? A real man uses a sword. Senpachi, Nagakura Senpachi. Oh my god, dude. That kind of thing will get you killed. He spoke for everyone there. The bombardment had gone on all day with no respite, and the vouted skill of the Shinsengumi meant little if they couldn't get close enough to their enemies to strike with a sword. Nagakura and the rest had done their best to protect the magistrate's office, but they'd been forced into an entirely defensive battle and had little to show for it. What's going to happen now?
ここまでは防戦
We've been at a
一方だ。
disadvantage thus far.
日が暮れた
But
今
now that night has fallen, we
敵の
can
銃
turn the tables.
定まらぬ
Your guns will be difficult to aim in the dark. They're all old school. But that kind of thing is what's gonna get them all killed.
反撃のため
Cannot afford to
こ
miss
の
this
機を逃
chance.
すわけに
We
はい
must
かん
counterattack.
斎藤の言う通り
Saito's right. Hichikata, what were our losses today?
正直言って
Honestly,
厳しい
bad.
だが今夜を
If we
逃
miss
した
our
ら
chance tonight,
明日に
tomorrow
は
will
もっ
only
と
be
状況
worse
が悪く
for
なっ
us.
ちまう闇に乗じ
We have to
て
use tonight
敵
to
陣
attack
営に乗り込むしかない
enemy camp.
待ってました
That it's finally time to take That it's finally time to take the fight to them. I can read, I promise. Yeah.
このまま防戦一方より
We aren't
そっ
cut
ちの
out
方
for
が
this
俺らの性に合ってる
defensive
よな
shit. To the front lines. I don't want to get the bad ending. God, I really don't want to get the bad ending. I honestly thought Hesuke getting attacked was a bad ending. I'm glad it wasn't, but still. Ah! We aren't cut out for this defensive shit. To the front lines!
俺も賛成です。
I agree.
銃撃戦が
If
続け
these gun battles
こちら
continue,
が
our
不利に
position
なる
will
の
only
が目に見えてい
deteriorate.
ます。
問題は
Our
動けるや
biggest
つが
problem
減っ
is
ちま
just
ってる
going
ってこ
to be getting together enough men.
とうちの10番
A
組
lot
の
of the
や
guys
つ
are out of
全員は動
commission.
けね
近藤さんや掃除がいて
Yeah,
くれて
man. I
もう
wish.
少し楽なんだ
I
ろ
sure
うな
wish we had Kondo or Soji right now. Kondo had been shot before the new year and had gone to Osaka to recover under Dr. Matsumoto's care along with Okita. That still makes me sad that he got furry-fied, okay. He was doing much better, but he was still in no condition to fight.
ほぼ無傷の
Because we'll
羅
have
刹
to
隊を
use the
使
Fury
いし
Cord. They should still be fresh.
近藤さんがもし
Sure,
ここに
Kondo would have done the same
そう
thing.
指示しただろうよ。
羅刹
The
隊
Fairy Core.
何を
Why
報
so
告ているのです
surprised, Todo?
東堂君
We've been chosen.
我々にご指名ですよ
Yeah, I don't need to hear. You don't need to be talking right now, Sanan.
ようやく
At last, we've
我
been
々
given
の
our
活
chance to
躍の
shine.
機会が巡ってきたということです
ああ
Oh,
そっか
yeah, I
俺ら
guess
の
we
出
have,
番
huh?
か
Poor SK, he can't deal with the fact he's a fury. There was something strange in his voice. Is something wrong?
いや
Oh no,
そ
I
れや
just
俺羅刹
I
隊
hadn't really thought about how I'm part of the Fury Corps. I mean, I know I am. I guess it just hadn't really hit me yet.
じゃあ
Well,
日
time
中
to
寝て
make
た
up
分
for
を
all
取り
that
返さね
sleeping
えと
during the
な
day.
よっしゃその
Awesome,
息だ
way to go,
ヘスケ
Hesuke. Let's get ready for.
早速野手
Woo! God, these random noises are just gonna give me a heart attack. I swear. The roar of a cannon interrupted Nagakura, and the room immediately fell silent.
敵に先
Are
手
they
を打た
already?
れたか
Are they here already? We leapt to our feet at the sound of a second report, followed almost immediately by the crack and splintering wood. I clapped my hands over my ears instinctively. When I pulled them away, Hijikata was already issuing orders. Sounds like they got us surrounded. Damn it.
行くぞ
All right, let's go. Move. We gotta push them
押し
back.
返す
Just as Hijikata had guessed, Satsuma troops had surrounded the magistrate's office. The cannon blew the gate open, and the soldiers were already streaming through the breach. So they decided to come pay us a visit, huh?
手間が
Well,
省
that
けて
suits
ちょうどい
me
いってもん
fine.
だやったろうじゃねえ
Now I don't
か
have to walk my ass out there.
新選組2番
Shinpachi
組組長
Nakakura, captain of the
Nagakura
Shinsengumi
Shinpachi,
2nd
ここに
Division,
ありだ
coming at ya! He grinned and set off for the gate with a handful of other men. Sanin drew his own sword and looked over at Hesuke.
さて
Well, let's go,
我々
Todo.
も行きますよ
Time to show those Imperial fools why they should learn to fear the fall of knights.
我々羅刹の恐怖を刻み込んであげましょう
A smile sent a cold shiver down my spine. I felt bad for being suspicious of him, but Sanin had changed. The man I'd met long ago was someone I would have trusted with Hesuke, but Sanin the Fury was scary.
待ってくれ
Hold on,
サナ
Sanin.
何です
What is it?
人手が足りな
We're
い
short on men. You
フェ
think
イ
you
ス
could
ト
leave
はここ
Hesuke
の
here?
守りに残してやってほしいんだ
佐野さん
What?
お前も
Hesuke, I
他
want
の
you to
大
keep
使
an
に
eye
守
on
られる
Kane
より
here, alright?
事情を知ってる
Sure
兵士
she'd
に
rather
守
be
ってもらう
protected
方
by
がいい
you
んだ
than
よ
a random warrior of ours. Yes, of course. Maybe Harada was looking out for me?
ってことだから
That alright
頼
with
む
you,
ぜ
Sanin?
サナさん
わかりました
Understood.
そんじゃ
Alright
俺
then,
は
I'm gonna
新
go
八
back
を援
go
護してくるから
Shinpachi.
ここ
So
の
I'm
ことは
leaving this
頼んだ
place
ぜ
to you.
東堂君はどこにいようと構いませんよ
I mean,
どのみちこの状況では全ての
The
場
front
所は
line is
前
everywhere.
線ですからね
he drove his sword through a nearby Satsuma soldier in one lightning fast strike and left. The Fury Corps followed behind him, crying loudly as they charged into battle.
羅刹隊は全員私
Fury
につい
Corps,
てきなさ
follow
い
me.
たとえ銃
Let
を
them
持って
use
い
their
ようと
guns all they want.
人
They
間
are
ごとき
nothing
が
compared to
我
us.
々に勝てるはずがありません
Yeah. I don't think I ever want to do Sonny's route. He looked like death. I shivered. Hesuke must have noticed coming over beside me.
何があっても
Stay
絶
close,
対に
Kanai.
俺から
I'll
離れる
keep
んじ
you
ゃねえ
safe,
ぞ
but you have to stick with me. And that was all he had time to say before the battle was upon us. Blood and bullets fell like rain, and all around us were the cries of the wounded and dying.
くそ
Damn it, they
で
just
も
keep
切っても
coming.
キリがねえ大丈夫か
You alright, Kanai?
どこにも
You're
怪我
not
なんて
hurt,
してね
are
えよ
you?
な
Yes, I'm fine. Are you okay? battle had been going on for some time, and he'd been hit by both guns and swords in several places.
心配す
Don't
んなっ
worry
て
about me. Blood still leaked from his wounds, but the flow was quickly lessening, and his wounds were closing themselves.
俺はもう人間
I'm
じゃ
not
ねえ
human anymore, remember?
この
This
程
kind
度
of
じゃ死
stuff
ねねえ
isn't
んだよ
enough to kill me. Oh no! No! Don't! Your hair cannot turn white, man! No! What? Then something happened.
どうした
Oh, what's the
なんか
matter?
気になること
Something
でもないか
bothering you? No. Hesuke didn't even realize. He's pretty sure, but what happened was... God, that scared me! Gosh darn these! Ah! The bullet skidded against the side of Hesuke's shoulder, ripping his kimono and splattering blood. Damn. Hesuke! Reached out to staunch the flow of blood, but before I could close the wound,
Yeah,
the
大丈夫
wound
だ。
closed. No, I'm
俺ぐらい
fine.
ならす
This
ぐ
heals
治るから
instantly. Hesuke's glance lingered momentarily on his now healed wound, and for a moment I saw sadness in his eyes.
ほんと化け物以
Seriously,
外の何
nothing
者
more.
でもねえよ
I'm
な
nothing more than a monster.
刀
Swords
も
and
銃も
bullets
効
got
かねえ
nothing
なん
on
て
me. No, Hesuke, don't think that way, please. Then I'd heard another gunshot.
いい加減
Why
思い
don't
知
you
れ
get
よ
it already?
銃
Guns
なんて
don't
効かねえっ
work.
てんだろ消えろ
Go away.
お前ら
All of
全
you,
員
hurry up and
さっ
get the
さと
hell
こ
out
こ
of
から
here.
消えちまえよ
Oh no! No, 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 please no. It happened again. This time I saw it. For a moment, his hair was white. But that wasn't all.
うわ人間の体って不便だよ
Oh
な
no.
傷を負うとす
Oh
ぐに動き
no.
が鈍っちまう
Oh no. Human bodies are so inconvenient. Once injured, your movements get dull. Oh no. No, Hesuke, no! Ah! Why then was a grin beginning to stretch its way across his face?
残ってるな
There's only one left, huh?
意外
Oh,
と
it
あ
was
っけな
pretty
かった
easy.
な
Hesuke licked the blood that splattered onto his face. His grin reminded me of the grotesque smile I'd seen on the face of the Fury mad for blood. I felt terror rise like fire in my breast. Before I knew it, I was crying out to him. Hesuke, that's enough! Let's go back now!
何言ってん
What
だ
are
よ
you talking about?
まだ
There's
いる
still
だろ
more, right? When is the next
次の敵。
one?
次の血が
Oh god, no. No! Hesuke! There could be no doubt about it now. His hair was white as snow, and his eyes shone with a hideous thirst for blood. Hesuke pulled his sword from the stomach of the last Satsuma soldier with a wet, sickening sound. He lifted his hand covered in gore to his face and stretched out his tongue. No, Hesuke, you can't! I threw my arms around him and tried desperately to pull his arm down and away.
何する
What are you doing, Kanai? It was a stupid thing to do. I knew it. I knew quite well just how dangerous and uncontrollable furies could be. But I couldn't bring myself to believe that Hesuke could be like that. I cursed myself for not trying to stop him sooner. I'm alright now. There are no enemies left. There's no one left for you to fight, so please, stop, Hesuke! At first, he looked at me with anger written plain across his face, furious that I had tried to restrain him, but then his eyes caught on the blood covering his hands and sword. What did I...
俺は今何を
What
し
the hell
よう
was I
として
trying
た
to
んだ
do just now?
血を
I
見
saw
てたら
blood,
急
and
に
I lost
我
my
を忘れ
senses
て
and... He took one wavering step, then another. He backed away from me. When he turned back to look at me, his face twisted with grief, fear, and most of all, despair.
俺もうダメかもしれね
I
え
don't think I can take this anymore. Husky, baby.
気づかねえうちに
Feels like I
どんどん
get
人間じゃ
a
なく
little
なっ
bit
てく
less
自分
human
が
every day.
怖い
It's freaking me out.
今も
And
血
I
が
want
欲
to
しく
drink blood all the time.
気が狂いそうだ
Driving me crazy. He looks small, frightened and sad. It's going to be okay, Hesuke. You're going to be fine. You're still human.
だけど
No,
だけど今の俺は黄昏が夜明けに見え
Evenings
る
looks like morning to me.
月が太陽
And
に
there's
見える
the sun,
人の血の
covered
匂
in
いが
blood. The
感
smell,
触
how it
が
feels.
ぬくも
The
りが
warmth. It feels
心地いい
good.
んだよ
Of course it does, Todo. That's how it should be. Oh no. Screw you, dude. Trust your instincts. No. No, Sonnen, no. No.
あんなんさ
Sonnen.
耐える必
There's
要
no
な
reason to
ど
hold
どこに
back.
あるのです
If you
か
desire blood,
人
then
の
you should
血が
drink
欲
it.
しいのであれば口にすればいい
Sonnen, go away. Shoot, shoot. Don't you influence him. Nuh-uh.
そうすれ
How
ば
else can you
その
quench your
渇きは
thirst?
潤います
Go away. Shoo. Shoo. Sonnen! With dark eyes, Sonnen invaded Hesuke. He looked nothing like human. Stop it, Sonnen! You're going to confuse him!
どこが変だというの
Confused.
です
No, I don't think so.
血を飲ま
What
ね
I'm
ば
suggesting is
生
only
きられぬ
natural.
体になっ
Your
て
body
しまっ
needs
たの
blood
な
to
ら
survive.
そう
Then
す
why
るしか
shouldn't
な
you
いでしょう
oblige it?
我々に
Telling a
血を
fury to
求め
not
る
drink
なと
blood
い
is
う
like
のは
telling a human not to
人間
eat.
に食事をするなと言っているようなものです
I don't care what you say, Sonnen. No! No!
雪村
Are you saying you'd rather
あ
he
なたは
starve to death?
東堂君に飢えて死ねというのですか
Well, I guess if there was no other way to rid yourself of the pain, then you'd have no other choice. But
私たち
we
は
aren't
すで
human
に
anymore.
人間
We're
ではありま
furies.
せん彼が
I
今
can
感
understand
じ
the
てい
pain
る
he
苦
feels
し
in
み
a way
痛
you
み
will
は
you never
同じ
will.
羅刹である
As
私にし
Hesuke
か
and
わ
I
か
are
りません
brothers, you might say. He was right. As a fury, he would know what Hesuke was going through far better than I could. Stupid bug. But the Hesuke that I knew wasn't the type of person to accept readily the idea of drinking the blood of humans. Just then,
三男さん
Sonnen, I appreciate that
わ
you're
ざわざ
sticking
助
up
言
for
してくれ
me.
てありがてえけどさこいつは
But
俺
she
のこ
knows
とを
me
よく
pretty
分か
well.
ってくれてるよ
Probably
多分
more
三
than
男さん
you
より
know
ずっ
me,
とさ
Sonnen. You tell him! Yeah! Hesuke. The pain he was feeling had brought him to his knees and looked up at Sonnen and me with a grin. Hesuke, are you alright? Does it hurt?
吸血衝動がやって
He
き
must
た
have
んでしょう
bloodlust. He smelled all that
血の
blood.
匂いをあれほど嗅いだ後ですからね
A term used in reference for the ravenous thirst for blood that one develops after becoming a fury. No! Hesuke looked pained, but he tried desperately to smile and looked up.
安心しろ
Don't worry, okay? I'm not gonna drink blood.
人の血なんて飲まねえそんなの
That's not something a human would do, right?
人間がすることじゃない
That's right, Hesuke, you're still human! I don't care! You're still human.
君は
You still
まだ
consider yourself
自分
human?
のことを人だと もはや
A
人
shame
では
you
なくなった身だ
aren't
というのに
binding yourself
人
to
の世
human
の
morals
善
and
悪に
values
縛ら
is
れる
foolish.
必要がどこにあるというので
I
す
don't
か
care, Sonin. Go away. Hesuke glared deeply at Sonin, but Sonin didn't flinch or even react really in the slightest by Hesuke's gesture.
ですが
I too was once where
私
you
と
are
て
now.
人から羅刹
I
に
understand
変じ
what
た
you
に
feel.
どうしても
If
血
you
を
are
飲む
determined
の
to
が嫌
refrain
だとい
from
うの
blood,
であれば
here. What's this?
松本
A
先
medicine
生が
Dr.
作ってくだ
Matsumoto
さっ
made for
た
us.
薬です
Can suppress the
吸血
bloodlust.
衝動を
Use
抑え
straight
る効
fury
能がある
bloodlust
とか
prepared by Dr. Matsumoto. Really? I paused for a moment. Could such a thing really exist? But a muffled groan of pain from Hesuke brought me back to my senses. If it could help him, there was nothing to contemplate. Thank you, Sonin.
ただ
I'm
覚えてお
hardly
いて
doing
くだ
him
さ
a
い
favor.
その薬
This is
は
a
あくま
temporary
でも
measure at
その
best.
場しのぎでしかありません我
In
々
the
羅
end,
刹
it
の
will
苦し
likely
み
only prolong his suffering.
人の
Fury's
生き血
pain
を
will never
口に
truly
するま
depart
で
until he
続
drinks
くの
blood.
です
Then he walked off, but I had better things to do than watch him go. Hesuke's hair had turned white again, and his eyes were now a deep red. He moans in pain. I had to do something. Choices! I hate choices. We hate choices, man. Just give him blood. Sun had been right about one thing. I couldn't possibly understand the pain Hesuke was feeling. I wasn't a fury. All I could do was watch him suffer. No, I could do more than that. My path was clear. I'm sorry, Hesuke. You said you wouldn't drink blood, but... what are you? Pain was so great he could barely speak. I didn't respond. Instead, I drew my kodachi and slid the blade across my arm. What the hell are you doing? Sonin just said so, remember? Your pain will continue until you drink blood. Then... but why would you do that to yourself? Just for me. I can't bear to watch you suffer any longer. If he had to drink blood to live, then I wanted it to be my blood. My arm shook as I held it out to him. Please, this will heal immediately. And besides, I'm always being protected. Just once, I want to help someone. If this is going to help you, that's all I ask for. The blood dripped from my arm like thick red tears. For a long moment, Hesuke simply stared at it, and finally, he nodded. I feel like a real jerk for doing this, but... thanks, Kanae. Before long, the magistrate's office was in flames, and we were forced to retreat. Even that was nearly a failure as well. The Imperial Army's weapons were far more advanced than anything we'd seen before. But we didn't know how to counter them. Our retreat degenerated into chaos, and Hesuke and I found ourselves separated from the rest of the Shinsengumi. There's no way for us to know who else might have survived, but we both knew where those who had would go. Osaka Castle. Yoshinobu was there, as was Kondo. What other destination could there be? Hesuke and I chose to go through the forest and thereby avoid the Imperial Army, but it was January, and the forest was dark and cold. Are you alright, Kanae? I'm fine. I had done my best not to cause any more worry for Hesuke, but It was a cold January, and there was no light out, and we were surrounded by freezing forest. I almost seemed imprisoned by the trees. All was still, and the only things moving were me and Hesuke paving the way ahead of me. Usually I pick an easier path to walk, but we can't afford the Satsuma Shoshu troops to find us, so hang in there. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. How about you, Hesuke? Are you okay? You've been walking a lot too. Of course I'm okay. I'm a city boy at heart, but the forest ain't too bad either. No, I mean your fury thing. He'd been taken by the bloodlust during the battle at the magistrate's office, but since then he'd seemed fine. Still, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't happen again. In fact, it was very likely that it would, and that worried me. He must have felt my eyes on him, because he sighed and lowered his sword from hacking away the underbrush. I don't want blood. I was just thinking about Sanin. Sanin? He'd become a fury long before Hesuke, so he'd been dealing with the bloodlust much longer. Was he coping with it? Hesuke turned and looked at me, and I could see that the very same thoughts were going through his head. He leaned closer to me and spoke in a whisper, as if he were afraid someone might be listening in. I think Sanin's been drinking blood. I think that on the nights he goes out on patrol with the Fury Corps, he drinks blood from the men they kill. What? Don't you think that's a little far-fetched? Well, remember when the Fury Corps got into fights and their victims always seemed to have more sword cuts than they should have? I think that was them trying to cover up what they were doing. Oh no. There was no denying that his argument made sense. Haha, I got you, Bug. I knew there was something more to what Hesuke was saying. That he knew something, but I didn't want to believe it. I'd only met and known Sanin from what I'd seen of him since first living with the Shinsengumi. And perhaps more importantly, I knew just how much the Shinsengumi captains trusted him. I'm a fury now, I understand. If nobody was there to stop me, there's a good chance I'd end up doing the same thing too. Oh, Hesuke! I remember what it felt like at Abura no Koji. My chest hurt, and I could barely breathe. Everything looked kind of dark. I wasn't thinking, you can't die until you see justice done, or anything like that when I drink the water of life. The truth is, I was just scared. I didn't want to die. So that's why I went for the water of life. The wind whipped his hair across his face, hiding it. I kept silent. Whatever his reason was for telling me all this, probably wasn't to get me to give him advice. I became a fury so I could live. And now I'm wishing I had never done that. Am I worse surviving the cause of drinking other people's blood? I can't find an answer to that. He laughed again, but it was easily the saddest sound I'd ever heard. I feel like this is just like when I left the Shinsengumi to go with Ito. Thought this was the right choice for Japan. At least, that's what I told myself. But in the end, I couldn't even tell if Ito was the right choice anymore. When I heard that they were plotting to put the blame on the Shinsengumi for Ryoma Sakamoto's assassination, I couldn't stop them at the end. I mean, I chose my own path. But every time I feel like I made the wrong decision, I grit and I just want to give up. Almost like this. It's pretty pathetic.
本当最低だよな。
You're not the only person who does that. What? I couldn't stay silent any longer. I reached for him, and when our hands met, I felt him shiver. I do, and I'm sure all the other guys have regretted their choices sometimes too. I'm sure everyone just doesn't show it. I felt him trying to pull away, but my hand wrapped around his. Sometimes, all I can think about is the things I've done that I regret. There are days when I hate myself. His hand felt cold, and I gripped it tighter. He didn't pull away. When I was still in Edo, working at my father's clinic, I remember there was a patient who had an incurable illness. When they'd learn about their illness, they were desperately frustrated, only focusing on the pain and unfairness of it all. But one day, this person stopped saying those things. I remember they'd say, "This morning I threw grains in the yard and sparrows came, and I found a beautiful flower in the yard." Whenever something good had happened, this person would talk about it. I think they realized that the good parts of life make living precious. I think that's how we get through life. I'm happy, you know? You might be a fury, but you're still alive. From the bottom of my heart, I'm glad Aburano Koji wasn't the last time we saw each other. I didn't want him to die, no matter what. Even if that meant he had to become a fury. Sorry. I guess I'm kind of selfish, huh? I knew how much pain you were dealing with, Hesuke, and yet I'm still happy. I wasn't sure if I could muster a good smile, but the smile I shared with Hesuke was the best one I could give him at the moment. Oh, look at that cute smile. Yeah,
本当わ
I
が
guess
ま
you
ま
are
だ
kind of selfish.
お前らさ。
Oh, oh, how cute!
だから代
So
わ
I
り
think
に
it's only fair for you to let me be
俺のわが
selfish.
ままも一つ聞いてくれるか。
What are you talking about?
そばにいてほし
I
いん
want
だ。
you to stay with me
お前がそばにい
when we're
てくれる
together.
と俺
That
すご
makes
く
me
嬉しいから
happy. Oh, does that mean he didn't mean forever, did he? No, surely he meant until we were out of the forest. Or something. But my attempts to temper my expectations meant nothing to my heart, which beat rapidly against my chest. Are you sure? I mean, you're really suffering right now. I couldn't do anything to help you.
何もって
Couldn't do anything.
お前それ
Are
本
you
気で言ってんの
serious?
か
Man, you're even
だ
slower
と
than I
したら
thought.
鈍いにも程があるぜ
He's so sweet. Huh? I stared at him, dumbfounded, but he only laughed. For a moment, he looked at me, and though his laughter faded, his grin did not.
ありがとな
Thanks, Kunai.
お前がいなか
I
ったら
think if you weren't here, I would have gone nuts a long time ago. Oh. He let go of my hand and stood, then turned and held it out. This time he was making the move. I felt happy, and I took his hand back.
さて
Alright. We gotta hurry.
そろそろ行こうぜ俺たちがいねえと佐野さんや新八さんもみんなも寂し
If
が
we
るだ
don't
ろう
get
しな
there soon, they're all gonna get lonely. Right! Didn't matter how far away Osaka Castle was. So long as I was with Hesuke, everything would be alright. That was when I heard them.
いたぞ
There, Shogunai soldiers! Hesuke!
分かってる
I know.
走
Come
る
on!
ぞ
Woo! A second volley of gunfire rattled through the air. Hesuke pulled me through the woods as the voices of our pursuers echoed behind us.
いいか
Message
何があっても
me,
絶
don't
対
let
に
go
手
of
を
my
離
hand no
すんじ
matter
ゃな
what
いぞ
happens. Yeah, I know. These just like freaking me out. Just as the words escaped from my mouth, we'd heard more gunshots coming from the direction towards which we had been running. Damn it, there are enemies over there. Maybe we should go this way. As we turned towards another path, more gunshots rang from the direction as well. Hesuke, are we? Yep, seems like we're surrounded. Hesuke crouched, dead silent, and he carefully scanned his vicinity around him. Seems like there aren't many guards that way. Don't sense too many people in this direction. You could tell? Ever since I turned to Fury, I've become pretty good at seeing in the dark. So I'm going to go take down the warriors over there. They give the signal. Follow me. Okay, got it. Hesuke stared intently at a nearby soldier, and he waited for the perfect moment to strike. Then he ran swiftly through the thick grass, and he charged towards the enemy soldiers. Oh, stupid bugs. 2 quick slashes, and he had killed the men before they could even flinch. Just then, hey, there's a Shogunate troop over here! Fire! Soldiers, all of whom were dressed in Western outfits, fired their guns towards Hesuke. No way these guys are gonna hurt me with their pesky bullets. Huh? Hesuke glanced down at his body, and his expression instantly became incredulous. What's going on? Since he's a fury, the wounds from the bullet should have healed almost immediately, but Hesuke seemed surprised at first to see the bullet holes remain on his body. Are these some kind of special bullets or something? Oh well, whatever. Stupid bugs.
体から血が完全に失せちまう前にお前らを全滅させるのなんて簡単なことだからな
For all my blood is fully drained from my body, it'll be easy for me to kill you all. It's definitely not good. Hesuke leapt from the grass and hid behind the trees, dodged the bullets, and killed the enemy warriors one by one. Every time he killed a soldier, it was followed by a splatter of blood and a wrenching scream. Hesuke was almost completely coated in blood. The thick liquid slowly dripped from his person. Hanai, go ahead to the Osaka Castle. I'll handle them. No, But I can't leave you behind, Hesuke. Can't find when you're here. Besides what? Just go. As soon as I take care of this, I'll follow you. I wasn't sure if it was okay for me to leave without Hesuke beside me, but his demeanor pushed me to go on. I turned to run towards the direction of Osaka Castle. You should be fine, right? I mean, Hesuke's a fury now. It's not like he could be easily killed. Surely he'll catch up with me soon. Don't leave him! Somehow managed to get to Osaka Castle. But despite how long I'd waited, Hesuke never caught up to me.
まだ起きてるか
Hanai, you still up? Oh, Nagakura, Harada. Supposedly we're gonna get on a ship back to Edo soon. What are you going to do? Did you want to come with us, or...? By the time I'd arrived to Osaka Castle, the Supreme Commander, Lord Yoshinobu, had left, and the Shinsengumi had made the decision to return to Edo as well. Is there any way for us to wait, even just a little longer? Hesuke might still arrive. We cannot. I know how you must be feeling, but...
今に至るまで
There hasn't
何も
been
頼り
any
に
word
な
from
らない
him even now.
あいつ
He's
は
already... It's hard to know who will come back for more and who won't. Me, though, I thought I'd be prepared for this. But I never thought for a second that I wouldn't ever see Hesuke after he turned into a fury. Damn it, Hesuke. Why'd you have to die so soon?
どうしてこんな
He
に
is
早
not
く死んじまうんだ
dead!
よ。
Fuck you guys. He is not dead!
これじゃ何のために羅刹
But
にな
how
ったの
did you
か
ever become fury?
わからねえじゃねえか。
Nagakura tightly balled his hand into a fist, and he punched the ground out of frustration. I felt the same way. He became a fury after overcoming after a near-fatal wound. Only 2 months had passed since Aburano Kochi. Wiped the tears that were beginning to trickle down my cheek.
ありがとな
Thanks, Kanai.
平助のため
You're
に
crying for Hesuke.
泣いてくれて
Hirata's word made Hesuke's death definite. I crumbled to the floor and cried. The next day, I'd gone onto the ship with the men of the Shinsengumi. Together we left Osaka Bay to head towards Edo. During the recent battle of Toba Fushimi, Yamazaki was gravely wounded, passing away on the ship. We'd performed a burial by the sea. No! Hesuke left no body behind, so we weren't able to hold a memorial service for him. And so, I don't think I could ever forget about Hesuke. I was sure the other captains had the same feeling as me too. As the waves crashed against the shore, I thought back to what he'd said to me as I left him there in the tall grass.
お前がいると戦いにくいんだよ。それに
I have a feeling about what he would have wanted to tell me. I don't want you to see me like this. Hopefully I was able to honor his wishes. But if it wasn't something Hesuke wanted, I should have stayed back then. I wanted to. Hesuke, almost arriving at Edo. Don't tell me it's a bad end, please! I don't want it to be a bad end. The Edo you loved. The night wind was cool with the scent of the sea, as if offering an answer for a distant place. No! What? Did I not get enough to get... What? I thought I got enough. Did I not get enough good things for that to happen? What? No! Really? I'm very upset about that. Like, I didn't think that. I thought I had gotten enough for his good ending, I thought. Apparently not. Yeah, what the heck? I thought I did enough. that bothers me, though. Like... How do I go over it? Was there something I did wrong? It is? That's so unfair! I just want to know what the heck I did wrong. Did I not, like, get everything I was supposed to or something? Like, what? Ah! That bothers me so much, though. I want to know what his good ending is. But I'd probably have to go back to chapter 4 or something. I don't know. I don't know how far back I would have to go to be able to... I thought I was doing so well! It has to be something at the beginning, though, in all honesty. That bothers me so much. Like, I thought I was doing so well. Okay, so I'm assuming that these two images here is something that I didn't get. So I got Saito's good end, so there must be something at the beginning. Like these stuff at the beginning I must not have somehow not gotten. I mean, I would probably have to replay the entire thing in order to get there. Yeah, I must... There's something in here that I did not get, at least. Like, I feel like this image and this image, or whatever, were what affected it, in all honesty. Because I ended up getting Saito's good ending when I first did this. And then I think I went back and just did a bad ending afterwards to get everything else, but... The question is, where would I have to restart? Or should I just restart from the beginning? That bothers me so much, man! It's so sad. I must have been really unlucky with Hesuke, yeah. I know for a fact I got his good ending when I first... Saito's good ending when I first did this. That I know for a fact. Like, I do remember getting his good ending first. Man! So sad. I guess... Okay, so it looks like this doesn't get filled in unless you get the good end. But I am wondering how far back I would have to go. Or if I should... Bothers me. So I have to know what the good ending is if I want to go to Edo Blossoms. That's the problem. That's just how my brain works. I can't just go into Edo Blossoms without knowing how the actual ending works. Like, the good ending works. Like, I can't. My brain will not let me. Shall we try to fast play through this? Oh, okay. I see how it works. So we can start. Really? I'm gonna look this up. Hakuoki. Koto wins Sasuke Doctor. Well, if... Okay. I think I had saved before then. Like, at that question mark. Oops. Ah! That's not what I wanted. Okay, so if that's true, I think I saved. No. Ugh. I think I saved before that choice. Haha, I did. So it says to make him endure it? Okay, I'll try. He just said he didn't want to drink blood. That's what he told me. That's what Hesuke wants, and I must do my best to honor it. It's okay. Don't worry.
ねえから。
Hesuke was smiling, but I could see the cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He'd never gotten like this before. Even during the days of his training sessions, he kept his composure well.
あのさ、
Hey, can I?
少しの
Can you
間
go over there for a second?
向こうに行っててくれるか。こんな情
I
け
don't
ね
want
え
you to see
姿
this part of me.
お前に見られたくねえからさ。
Oh. Hesuke. I was too concerned to leave his side, but even then... Please let me know if there's anything I can do for you. I walked away from him, hanging out a little distance away, but I kept him in view. I hope so, because like I said, I can't go to Edo Blossoms without seeing the good ending. That just bothers me. Damn it. Why does it hurt so much? Oh, Hesuke! No, I don't want to hear this! I could hear his suffering from where I stood, and it filled me with sadness. Hesuke? Hesuke!
大丈夫。
It'll be alright, Kanae.
俺は
I won't lose to
こんなこ
this.
とに負けやしないから。
I bit my lip. Time passed, and I prayed for his bloodlust to pass. All I could do was all I could pray was for his safety. For long, the magistrate's office was in flames. We were forced to retreat. Even that was nearly a failure as well. The blah 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 blah. We didn't know how to encounter them. Hesuke and I found ourselves separated. There's no way for us to know who had survived. Saga Castle. Well, apparently you can. Maybe that's something they added in this one. In this version. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of is that they added that into this version. What other destination could there be? Blah 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 blah. Hesuke and I chose to go through the forest.
大丈夫か。
Yep, I'm fine. It's cold January, imprisoned by trees. Hesuke paving the way for me.
本当ならもう少し歩きやすい道を選ぶとこなんだけど。
Use your path, blah blah blah. How about you, Hesuke? Are you okay? You've been walking a lot too.
俺町育ちだ。
Blah blah. We're gonna just kind of skip through some of this. He got taken by a bloodluster in the battle at Magistrate's Office, but since then he's seemed fine. Okay, this seems like it's the same. He must have felt my odds on him because he sighed and lowered his blah blah.
あの後は。
I don't want blood, I was just thinking about Sonnen.
多分。
I think Sonnen's drank blood before. Drinks blood from the men he kills. That's a little far-fetched. Victims seem to have more sword wounds. I think them trying to cover up what they do. Sort of denying it. And perhaps more importantly, I knew just how much this Shinshin Gumi captains trusted him. I'm fury now, I understand. Blah 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 blah. Went with through his hair. I'm gonna keep quiet while he goes
誰か
on.
の血をすすってまで生きる価値が俺にあるのかって思ったら自分で決めて人を日の本の結局新選組をさ結局あの人を止められなか
Gotta
った
stop them at the end.
自分で決めた道なの
I
に
chose my own path.
後悔して迷って
Every time
やめたくなっ
I
て
made the wrong decision, I regretted.
俺
I
い
just
つも
want to
こ
give
んなの
up.
ばっか
I'm not the person who does that. Sure, other people regret things. Just gonna skip through some of this. So now that I think about it, having him drink the blood because of what Sonnen was saying, it probably made him human again. Like, completely human, having him drink the blood from me. So that's why his wounds weren't healing or anything. Yes, but if the blood negates the effects of the fury, then that's probably just, I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to stretch a little too far. And now we're gonna hear gunshots soon. A second volley of gunfires rattled through the air. True, but in this case, I think it just had the opposite effect, because if she heals quickly, that probably means that... And if the Furies heal quickly, then it probably means that with the Water of Life, it negates those effects. That's kind of where I'm trying to get to, but I could be completely wrong. That's my own theory. I don't know. Who knows? Hesuke pulled me through the woods as the voices of the pursuers echoed behind us. This is don't let go of my hand no matter what happens. Yeah, I know. Just as the words escaped from my mouth, we'd heard more gunshots from the direction towards which we had been running. Damn it, there are enemies over there. Maybe we could go this way. As we turned towards another path, more gunshots rang from that direction as well. Hesuke, are we? Yep, seems like we're surrounded. Hesuke crouched, dead silent, and he carefully scanned the vicinity around him. Seems like there are many guards that way. I don't sense too many people in this direction. You can tell? As I train in Fury, I've become pretty good at seeing in the dark. So I'm going to take down the warriors over there. When I get the signal, follow me. Okay, got it. Hesuke stared intently at a nearby soldier, and he waited for the perfect moment to strike. Then... he ran swiftly through the thick grass, and he charged towards the enemy soldiers. With 2 quick slashes, he had killed the men before he could even flinch. Just then... Hey, there's a Shogunate troop over here! Fire! The soldiers, all of whom were dressed in Western uniforms, fired their guns at Hesuke. Hey, no way these guys are gonna hurt me with their pesky bullets. Huh? Hesuke glanced down on his body, and his expression instantly became incredulous. What was going on? Okay, seems like it's happening the same way. Since he's a Fury, the wounds from the bullet should have healed almost immediately, but... Hesuke seemed surprised at first to see the bullet holes remain on his body. Maybe some kind of special bullets or something? Oh well, whatever. Yeah, there goes the theory. Exactly. Before all my blood is fully drained from my body, it'll be easy for me to kill you all. Hesuke leapt from the grass and hid behind the trees, dodged the bullets, and killed enemy warriors one by one. Every time he killed a soldier, it was followed by the splatter of blood and a wrenching scream. Hesuke was almost completely coated in blood. The thick liquid slowly dripped from his person. But hey, go ahead to Osaka Castle. I'll handle them. But I can't leave you behind, Hesuke. Can't fight when you're here. Besides what? Just go.
俺もこいつらを
As soon as I
片
take
付
care
け
of
た
this,
ら
I'll
すぐに
follow
追い
you.
かけるから。
I wasn't sure if it was okay for me to leave without Hesuke behind me, but... That changed absolutely nothing. Or at least so far it hasn't.
まだ起きてるか。
明日江戸行きの船、俺たちと一緒に来る。そりゃ無理だな。お前今に至るまで何のくそ、これじゃ。ありがとな。
That changed nothing. Okay, we're gonna have to do this a different way. So I know you can put high romance with. Let's see if this will help anything. I must know. We're just gonna skip through all this. So we don't care about this.
いいでしょう。
いや、悪い悪い。そうじゃねえ。
部屋に
And here he comes with his stupid theory.
What?
Sounds really funny just going through it like this. Well, if anything, this is entertaining. If anything, the noises are entertaining.
まあ
Yes, we are going through this as fast as I can right now.
よってあ
I don't want to hit anything that...
しん
So I know we're close to choices. I'm going to...
俺の
I still will have to replay it at some point to get the rest of the pictures.
お前
But as long as we get the good ending, I'm
あ
okay.
の時俺
And yes, I'm going to use the guide you sent me, because I must.
お前には話してもいいかな 異性まあそのつそうたでさ俺だから向こうな江戸俺で俺
New Year. And fire broke out, blah 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 blah. And here we go to the fighting part. Yeah, so that's why it's kind of nice that in the service record, the records of service, you can start out with a higher romance than what you had gone through. So hopefully we can actually get the good ending this time.
何大丈夫かどこにも怪我なんてしてねえよなやだいいかお前人間の体って不便だよな
Yeah, they have that cheating device in this one. That's what makes it so much better.
Even 俺もうダメかもしれねえ気づ今だったそう
それでいいんだどっちを我々にゆきまた彼が
Makes it a lot easier to get any of the like bad ending like pictures and stuff as well.
吸血症
So you can just start something out with low romance and get the bad endings or the normal endings or whatever.
どまただそば
Oh, I almost hit something wrong. Oh no. No. Yeah, well, yeah, I could, but no, we're gonna finish it tonight so we can start Edo Blossoms on Thursday. No. Make him endure it.
大丈夫
Speed!
今は誰かの血をすすってまで
Oh, it's gonna be real fast, man.
だから代わりにお前が
Okay, we're back here again.
心配すんなって俺がついてるし森の中じゃ銃は当たんねえからさ
Oh, this is different. We're going back a little bit. Oh! Oh, we're going back a little bit. There is different text now. Okay. Hiske. I know, come on. There is different text now. Completely different text. Hesuke pulled me through the woods as the voices of our pursuers echoed behind us. The forest reflected the sound in such a way that, at times, it felt like we'd been surrounded. Oh, totally different. Hesuke gripped my hand tighter. Don't worry, I'm with you. They can't shoot us here. Right. Oh, completely different. Heck yeah. Eventually, the voices behind us began to fade. It seemed we'd finally lost them when a new problem appeared. A far, far worse problem. Who could have thought I'd run into the two of you here? Oh no! No! Not them! Out of the frying pan and into the oven, right? Kazuma, Amagiri, what are you doing here? Two of the people I at least wanted to see had been waiting for us, and we'd run right to them. Bugs. This war is approaching its climax. I don't want to take the risk that you might die somehow in the coming conflagration. After all, this fool with you is useless. He'll doubtlessly abandon you the moment he's faced with any real difficulty. Shut your hole, pal! I'd never abandon her to save my own ass. No way in hell! Heck yeah! He stepped between Kazuma and myself and reached for his sword.
Kazuma.
Will you need my assistance? Are you mocking me, Amagiri? I can't forgive that, you know. Not even from you. Do you really think I could ever lose to this runt? My appall. Hesuke leapt forward, not giving the demon time to finish. He moved so fast I could barely even see him, but Kazuma seemed to have no such difficulty. You think you could win with that level? Kazuma calmly dodged Hesuke's attack. Damn it! Their swords met with a metallic clang. For a few seconds, they fenced back and forth. You are too slow. Then, without a word, Kazuma simply grabbed Hesuke by the face. Oh no! You are too weak. Too pathetic to be her protector. You have already lost. 1. Oh, come on! Leave poor Hesuke alone! My goodness! He slammed Hesuke's head into the forest floor. 2. Stop it, Kazuma! Let go of Hesuke! I screamed out, straining my throat. Out of my way. This is your punishment, dear. Kazuma kicks me dead in the stomach, and I slammed into the ground. 3. Ow! Hesuke was covered in his own blood. Kazuma grabbed the neck of his kimono, then tossed Hesuke to the side as if he were a doll. Do you see the difference? The different strength between you and me. Now, be gone. I thought so too, but apparently he doesn't care. Hesuke? Hesuke! I grabbed a hold of his face, trying to shake him. I'm fine. This will heal quickly. Hesuke. My face was becoming hot, and tears began to well in my eyes as I wiped the blood stains on his face. Just then, he's gone. You, daughter of Yukimura, will be coming with me. No, I'm not gonna come with you. Fuck you. Nope. Nope, no thanks. No, I won't! I'll never do that! Intriguing. Seems your fight is not quite ended. He seems different from what he was when last we fought. What? What are you? A streak of cold steel appeared out of nowhere and slipped across Kazuma's cheek, leaving behind a thin line of blossoming red. I followed the steel to its wielder. Still alive, bastard. Heck yeah, music to pump it up! Yeah, of course. You really think that was enough to kill me? Please. Hesuke, are you sure you're okay? Your injuries look awful. I spent my whole life making crappy decisions and regretting them, but even if it means I gotta become a fury to do it, I want to protect you. I've never been so sure of anything before. The bruises Kazuma had given his face were already beginning to color, but he still looked heroic. Hesuke. You've gained a few abilities that were never meant for you. It's gone to your head. Very well. I will cut that head off and tear your heart, you fake. Tear out your heart, you fake. Let's see you try! Kazuma lifted his sword again, fully prepared for battle this time. Hesuke, on the other hand, only stayed upright by leaning heavily on his sword. Before they could attack one another, strong gusts of wind swept across their battlefields. My. Now isn't what I'd call the best time for this. Fake. You know, I really think it's rather foolish to have anything to do with a man who says such things. Sen? Kimigiku? What are you guys doing here? Toto, was it? You've done well. Huh? How do you know my name? Are these your friends, Kane? Oh, that's right. Hesuke had never met either of them before. You're the female demon living in the Yase village. This is where the Princess Sen was taking residence, in Yase village. What would a demon from Kyoto want with us? Ah, that's great that you've heard of me. My lady is from the demon clan of Kyoto. Her family rarely interacts with the eastern or western clans. But she has a direct descendant of the legendary Suzuki Gozen. Suzuki Gozen? Suzuki Gozen? I know how to speak. I couldn't make much of what they were saying, but from what I could tell, Sen was of a similar or possibly higher station than Kazuma. What does the descendant of Suzuka Gozen want with me? Have you come to pay your respects? Oh? With what need would I venture out of my way to pay respects to you? Why am I here? That is simple. Demons are the shadows in history. Have you forgotten the law that we are not to become involved with human politics? Using the powers of the demons to interfere with, if not destroy, the shogunate is out of question. That means, of course, that attacking the men in the Shinzen-gumi with the intention of abducting this one here is out of line as well. Are you suggesting that we are going against the rules of being a demon? We have no intentions of aiding the Satsuma. They are successful in overthrowing the shogunate. Even if you are, in fact, going to withdraw from your efforts in the future, does not excuse the sins you have already committed. Depending on the severity of your actions, we may need to take disciplinary measures against your stray demons. A demon who broke the code and has been exiled. Are you prepared for this outcome? Sen and Kazuma glared intensely at one another, each one aware of how capable the other was. What do we have to do to make this go away? Simple. She will be under the protection and jurisdiction of the Yasei clan for going forward. Of course, it is necessary for both of you to vow that you will never interfere with her again. If you keep your word, then your transgressions against mankind will be kept discreet.
なぜこの俺が貴様ごときの意向に従ってやらねばならぬのだ。
Kazuma laughed condescendingly towards Sen. You insolent, ungrateful knave! Know your place! Oh, frick, Sen just got pissed! Kazuma jerked as if he'd been struck. I could never imagine that she could be so... The look she gave him was almost haughty. They were eyes of a demon princess looking dignified, opposite from her opposition conversant. You have broken the demon code by wrongly altering the course of human affairs, and in no small matter the destiny of their peoples. The title of stray demon does not begin to describe the weight of your wrongdoing. One could even partition the abandonment of your clan. And yet here I am, standing here to let you know that I may be willing to turn my cheek. If you're unwilling to oblige, then the Kazuma clan will be stripped from their privileges as demons. Is that what you want for all of your people? Kazuma and Amagiri fell silent, grimacing quietly to themselves and gritting their teeth. Eventually, you have an impertinent mouth. Nonetheless, this is an interesting proposition, as you have not inherited the elegance of your predecessor, however. Time to go home, Abagiri. Guess I'll have to let this one go for now. Yes, sir. However, the daughter of Yukimura chooses to join me in the matrimony as my wife. No, I don't want to be your wife, thanks. You have no business getting in my way, my lady. Excuse me? Chooses to join you in matrimony? You are understanding, are you? Kazuma's smugness dropped, and whatever response he'd intended to give had changed. You were lucky this time, Fake. I won't kill you now. But if, or should I say, when, that mind of yours does break, I will. The two demons turned, disintegrating into the darkness like spirits. At long last, they have finally left us be. With any hope, this will prevent Kazuma from being a bother for much longer. Thank you both for helping me. No need, I am simply performing my duties. However, we must go now. Those men were the greatest threat, but the Imperial Army is still nearby. Oh! That's right. We gotta head over to Osaka Castle, huh? Perhaps we can catch up when next we visit Edo. Are you guys going to the Osaka Castle? The rest of the Shinsengumi should be gathering there. Kiku, do you have a status report on what the situation is like in our current area? Yes, I heard that Yodo Castle has already betrayed the Shogun. Yodo Domain. The domain governed by the Inaba clan. During the Bakamatsu period, the daimyo was one of the Shogun's executive ministers, but he was not in the Battle of Toba Fushimi. But if you make it past Yodo, then you should have no trouble reaching Osaka. Well, thank you again. Is there anything I can do for you? Another time, perhaps? Let us depart, Kimigiku. And with that, they disappeared into the woods. Without sending Kimigiku, I had no doubt that our encounter with Kazuma and Amagiri would have ended very badly. Our own safety assured, for the moment at least. I fell to wondering how the rest of the Shinsengumi had fared. One look at Hesuke confirmed that his thoughts mirrored mine. We needed to get Osaka as quickly as possible. Yay! Yay! The forest paths to Osaka Castle were winding and arduous, requiring all of my stamina to traverse. I had ended up far more exhausted by the end of it than I had expected to be. When we'd finally arrived to Osaka Castle to meet with the Shinsengumi men, I went to bed almost immediately, practically collapsing upon the futon. It was a huge relief to have a place in which to sleep, and when I awoke, it was evening already. I rushed to the Great Hall. There wasn't anyone to be seen anywhere. Where's Hesuke and Hijikata? I was muttering myself, almost half asleep still. Saito! Oh, it's so good to see you safe, Saito!
雪村
Yukimura,
どうやら
nice to
あん
see
た
you
も
safe
無事
as
だったよ
well.
うで何よりだ
This is good news. Yes, where is everyone? As soon as I got here, they told me to get some rest, so I wasn't able to see how everyone was doing. Is everyone safe?
全員が無
It's
事とは
difficult
言い
to
難
know
い
presently, especially in the
特に
case of
山崎
Yamazaki,
重傷を
who was badly wounded during the
かなり
battle and
危
is
険
in
な状態
critical condition. No, not Yamazaki! Aw, that's sad.
局長と総司
Luckily, the chief and
あの
Soji
戦
were
いに
not
参加していない
involved,
か
so
ら
they
怪
are
我の心
safe
配
and
は
were
な
out
い
of harm's way, but
局長はともかく
Soji does not appear to
総
be
司の病状
improving
は
with his
良くはない
illness. Stupid bugs. Go away. God damn it. I see.
それにゲ
Again.
ンさんは
Yes, I heard about No almost as soon as we had arrived.
そっか
Let's see. The news about Inoue was waiting for us as Hesuke and I met with everyone. To think that the sight of his warm smile or the peaceful sound of his voice would no longer be things in which I could take solace broke my heart. Oh, Inoue! No! Oh, that's kind of sad. It can never be an actual happy ending, could it? To top it off, too, Yamazaki was badly hurt. Saito, what's going to happen to the Shinsengumi?
大使が
The
少しず
remaining
つこの
warriors
大
are
坂
slowly
城に
gathering
集
to
まっている
at Osaka Castle.
人数が揃え
Once enough
江戸に
returned,
戻ること
we
に
were
な
able
る
to
だろ
depart for Edo.
うだからあんたも
So rest while you
今
still
のうち
can.
に体を休めておくといい
Okay, understood. Did you see Hesuke?
平助か
Hesuke?
先
I
ほ
believe
ど
I
一
saw
人
him
で外に
outside
出て行ったようだ
alone
が
earlier. What? But the sun's still out. I'm worried, so I'm going to go check on him. Ever since Hesuke had become a fury, his mood often fluctuated extremely, even in talking to me. I wasn't comfortable leaving Hesuke alone, so after Saito gave me the go-ahead, I bowed and walked outside to find Hesuke. As I went past the castle's inner court, I witnessed a beautiful sunset above the castle walls. Near the wall, bathed in amber light, I saw Hesuke. Oh? Oh, Kanai. He was standing there, letting his body soak in the red warmth of the setting sun, and he gazed quietly towards the cloud formations above.
よ
Morning.
おはよう
Guess
さ
that's
ん
kind of weird to say at this time of
この
day.
時間でおはようっつうのも変だけどさ
Yes, he lives! Well, I just woke up, so I think morning is fitting. Hesuke, are you alright? Isn't the sunlight bad for your body? As I expressed my worry with him, Hesuke shared with me a wry smile.
辛くない。
I'd be lying if I said I was fine.
今も夕日が俺の
The
目を焼いて
sunset's
る。
burning my eyes a little. I kind of feel this numbing sensation all over my body,
さっきか
and
ら
I even
少し
feel like
吐
I'm
き気もして
going
る
to
よ
be sick. Then why are you staying out here?
体の痛みなんてど
The
うに
pain
で
I
もなる
can
って
deal with. The real scary thing
本当に
here
怖い
is
の
how
は
different the world looks from
世界
before.
が今までと違って見えることなんだ。
Different?
お前にはさ、
For you,
こ
the
こから
sunset
見
looks
える
pretty
夕日
from here,
綺麗
yeah?
に見えるだろ。
Yes.
俺もそうだ。
Yeah, me too. Well,
そうだ。
more like I used to think that too.
でも
But the color of the sunset doesn't do anything for me
この
anymore.
夕日の赤より
Not like red
血
blood
の
does
赤の
now.
方が綺麗に
It scares the hell out of me.
それがたまらなく怖い。
Hesuke.
そんな心
Hey,
配そう
don't
な
worry
顔
so
すんなって。
much.
確かに身も
Even if
心も痛いけ
it
ど、
hurts my body,
今
my
ならそ
soul
の痛みにも立ち
finally
向
feel
かえ
like
る
the
気
pain
が
is
する。
worth fighting through. Huh?
お前がそばにいる
Because
か
you're
ら
here with me. By my side. As he said this, he seemed to blush a little, turning to the side to avoid eye contact. It didn't seem like we wanted to go back in yet. He stood there, watching the warm hues fill the sky, and I sauntered next to him. Can I? Although we were looking at the same setting sun, he and I are seeing different things. Thinking about what had become of us made my heart a little heavy, so I reached for his hand, cold to the touch, to hold. Hesuke's heart won't lose to the fury. So just like in the forest, we clasped our hands tightly together, gazing into this evening sky. Although I felt powerless, I had felt that if I were to stay by his side, the future was still worth looking forward to, and it brought me warmth. We watched the sun dip into the horizon, and eventually, the rising moon was as night came to visit. Aww. So cute. As the moon ascended into the gray clouds above, Hesuke stared into the light and chuckled.
あ
Boy,
あ、なんだかん
nighttime
だ
sure
で
feels
やっぱ
good.
り夜の方が気分いいな。
I like the night as well.
俺ももとも
I
と
mean,
夜
I've
更か
always
しとか
been a
好きだっ
little
たか
night
ら
owl
な。
anyway.
よく心配
All
ったや
nighters
佐野
used
さ
to
ん
be
と
my
夜通し遊
thing
ん
when
だ
I'd
りして
hang
たし。
out with Shin and Sano. Keep that to a minimum, alright?
言っとくけど、
let me just
そうい
say
う時は
that
大抵
when that
あ
stuff
の二
happened,
人
it
の
was just
誘いで
those
仕
two.
方なくついて
They're
った
the
んだっ
ones who
て。
insisted I go. They made me do it. I have a feeling that if I asked them, they'd tell me you were the one that invited them. The three of you are such good friends. No, it wasn't just the three of them. All of the Shinsengumi captains seemed to share a bond that connected them, like they were all family. I wish I could stay with the Shinsengumi for a little longer.
そうだな。
Same, but I know what'll happen to the Shinsengumi after
新選
this.
組はこれからどうなるかわからない。
True, there's really no telling how the war will turn out. Also, we have no way of knowing what Kazuma will do after everything's said and done.
なあ、
Yeah, but more than
もしま
anything,
たあいつらが来て
I
も、
wish I could say that
そ
no
れに
matter
他
what
にどんなこと
happens,
があっても、
I could protect you.
俺が守ってやるって言いたいけどさ。
Ah, so cute.
あいつらは今の
But the
俺より
demons are
強い
stronger
し
than I am, and who knows
俺
what'll
に
become
何
of
があ
me.
るかもわからない。
He squeezed my hand tighter as he lamented the possibilities. With a quiet gaze, he stared into my eyes,
この闇と同
kind of
じ
like
だよ
this。darkness here.
俺た
It's
ち
hard
の
to see
進
the
む
path
道
we're
は
heading down.
先のことなんて見えやしない。 俺と一緒に
So
歩
if
いて
you're
くっ
going
て
to
いうのは
go down this path together,
この闇の
it
中を
means you'll
共
have
に
to
歩い
walk
てい
in
く
the
っていうか
darkness. We'll have to work our way
一
through
歩
what we
先も見え
can't
ない
see.
中を手探りで
Hesuke,
こんな俺に
I
つい
can't
て
ask you to
くる
come with me,
気がし
but
ないけど
his hands were trembling in mine. Hesuke wasn't afraid of fighting, but rather he was afraid he couldn't protect those he held dear. And it filled me with happiness to know that the person he'd held close to his heart was me. So I grabbed his hand with both of mine. Aww. I want to follow wherever you go. Decided this a long time ago. But let me say this. I'm not going with you because I want your protection. I'm going with you because I want to be by your side, to walk in the same world as you. That's why I want us to be together.
お前
Kunai. Hesuke blushed bright red, perhaps caught off guard. Oh.
そうか
Oh, I see. Yep. I guess
So
you're
then,
right.
それにお前はさ
Besides, you're not really the type who needs protection from a guy like me anyway, huh? Well, on the battlefield, seems like I don't need much. No. That's
そう
not
い
what
う
I
意味じゃない
meant.
って
Hesuke laughed.
ありがとな
Thanks, Kunai.
やっぱお
Man,
前
just
がい
having
る
you
だけ
next
で
to me
す
makes
げ
me
え
feel
元
like
気
I
に
can
な
do
れる気が
anything.
するよ
Yeah? That's so? Good. I'm happy to hear it.
なあ
You know it.
さっきは弱
I
気な
knew
こ
he
と言っ
kind
ち
of
まっ
gave
た
me
け
a
ど
hard time, but next
今
time
度
I
も
see
し風間が
Kazuma,
来たとして
he's
も
got another thing
俺が
coming
絶
to
対
him.
に追い返してやるしお前はあんなやつ
You
の
don't
もん
belong
じゃ
to
なく
him. I'm
俺
gonna
の
show
なんだ
him
って
that
言っ
you're
てやる
mine.
から
Excuse me. The passion in Hesuke's declaration made me blush. But it was fine. When Hesuke's happy, I'm happy. Alright, Hesuke. Want to head back soon? Sure, why not? It's getting
結構
pretty
冷えて
chilly.
きたし
We were soon engulfed in darkness around us, and it was a little tough to find our way back. We should be careful. I muttered softly when I looked up at Hesuke. He was looking back at me. Huh? What's the matter, Hesuke?
いや
Nothing.
少し
Got a
変なこと考
strange feeling.
えてただけだ暗くて
I
進む道な
can't
んて
really
見
see
え
what's
や
in
しな
front
い
of
け
me,
ど
but I just realized how bright your smile
隣
looks
に
to
いる
me.
お前の顔はよく見えるなって
So cute. Huh?
さて
Anyway,
行って
let's
飯でも
hurry and
食おう
eat.
ぜ
There ain't much to
森の
snack
中じゃ
on
ま
in
ともな
front
も
in
ん
the
食べてなかっ
forest.
たし
Okay, I think everyone's waiting for us to come back. We gripped each other's hands even tighter as we walked back towards Osaka Castle. This war later became known as the Battle of Toba Fushimi. Throughout the war, the shogunate troops had the advantage in numbers, but they were no match against the Satsuma Choshu, who successfully employed advanced weapons and Western tactics to gain the upper hand. Allegedly, the deciding moment was in the arrival of the gold brocade flag, which represented their allegiance and backing of the imperial palace. When Lord Yoshinobu had discovered this had happened, he decided to retreat to Edo. At this point, the war became pointless to those serving the shogunate once their leader had left. The prospect of defeat is what moved the last remnants of the shogunate and the Shinsengumi to leave Osaka Castle for Edo. There we go. That's the good ending. Yay! On January 10th, our ship was set to sail from the dock. The past wars, our future, these thoughts made me unable to sleep, and I constantly sifted through them alone in bed. So, to calm my restlessness, I went to the dock.
あれ
Oh, hey
どうしたん
Kunai.
だこんな夜
What
遅
you
く
doing
に
up so late? Good evening, Hesuke. I couldn't shut my eyes for more than a second.
そっか。
Uh-huh.
まあ、
I
いろいろ
don't
あった
blame
もん
ya.
な。
A lot of stuff happens. Indeed. Our conversation took a pause. The sound of crashing waves filled the space in our silence. Hesuke watched the water move below him, and he spoke gently.
もうすぐ
It's
5
been
年になる
5
んだ
years
な。
already. Huh?
俺たちが
Since we came
江戸
from
から
Edo
京
to
に出てきて
Kyoto.
だよ。京に出てくる前
Back
の
when we
試
were
合
at
館って
CA
す
Hall,
っげえ
we
貧乏
were
で
so
さ、
broke that we could
明
barely
日の飯
find
にも
enough to
困るぐらい
eat.
で。なのにしょっちゅう安酒飲みながらみんなで今の政治
So
は
we
おかしい
just
って
get
言
a
い合
couple
ってたんだ。
bottles of cheap sake, and we drink till we couldn't see, talking about how messed up politics were back then.
そんな時
That's,
浪士組募
and
集の
that's when
話を
we
聞い
heard
て
that the
一も二もなく飛びついてよ。
Roshigumi were looking for members. So we pounced on opportunity.
これで飯の心
All
配を
that
しな
mattered
くて
to
もよ
us
くなる。
was that we
みん
didn't
な
have
と
to
ずっと
worry
一
about
緒
food
にいられる
anymore,
ってな。
and that now we could always all be together. I could picture the image vividly as he described the bunch of them together. It was as if it was anything like I'd see of them in Kyoto. They'd be trading banter back and forth, having the time of their lives every day.
江戸にいた頃は
Back in Edo,
そんな
all
上位だ
anyone
って
talked about was the
みんな言ってた
Imperial
んだ。
Nationalist Party.
京に行ったら
Then when we
逆
made
に
it
尊
to
上浪士を
Kyoto,
捕
we
ま
were
える側
the
になっちまっ
ones
てさ。
arresting all those guys.
近藤さんや土方さん
Seems
は
like Kondo
侍
and
になるって
Hijikata
こと
were
だけ
too
で頭
focused
が
on
抜け
becoming
出たみたい
samurai.
だし。新八さんや
Shin
佐
and
野さんは
Sano, looking back at it, I guess as long as we were
みんなと
together,
一緒に
they
いられれ
thought
ばそれで
everything
いい
would
っ
be
て感
fine.
じだったのかな。そんな時
Then everything changed when the
幕府の
shogunate
命令
gave
で
us the
あの薬の研
order
究
to
をする
research
こと
the
になっ
serum.
た。俺はそのこ
I
とをず
was
っとおか
always
しい
the
って
one
思
who
って
thought
て
it wasn't the best idea.
他のみんなみてえに割
I
り切る
couldn't
ことも
just
どう
get
しても
myself to
できな
look
くてさ。
the other way like the others.
御領絵師になっ
I
てから
remember
さ、
joining the Guardians
Itoさん
of the
に言われたん
Imperial
だ。
Tomb, and Ito told me,
あんな薬の
Do
研
you
究を
actually
押し
believe
付け
your
てく
hard
る
work
幕
would
府
come
を
to
少し
fruition while the shogunate forces you
本
to
当
work
に
for
報われ
them
る
in
日
their
が来ると
research?
思っているのって。
Swear to God, these bugs.
そりゃそうだよな。
Back then,
その時
I
は
kind
思
of
った
agreed with him, but
だからって
that didn't mean anything.
伊藤さんが言ってるこ
Everything
とが
Ito
全
had
部
said
正
was
しいっ
right
てわけ
either.
じゃなかったんだよな。
The sense of anguish and conflict inside of Hesuke must have been bubbling for quite some time. Not only to decide what was right for him, but how he could go about making it so. There aren't many people in the world who are able to navigate this issue sensibly.
人一人ができることに
There's
は
only so much that a guy can do.
俺は
Before I knew
い
it,
つの
I
間に
was
か
doing
身の
things
丈
that
に合
didn't
わねえ
fit
よう
with
な
who I
暮らしを
was.
しちまってたんだ。
Hesuke,
それでその
I
後
almost lost my
パパの
life
工
at
事で死にかけて
Abura no Koji.
まだ死にたくね
Because I
えって
selfishly
思
didn't
い
want
だ
to
けで
die. Now I'm
な
a
ぜってな
fury.
っちまって夜にしか動けなくて
Now I can only really
切られ
move
ても
around
撃
at
たれて
night
も
and my
死な
body
ねえ
can't be
体にな
hurt,
って
even if I'm stabbed or shot a bunch of times.
人を殺して
Killed
その血
people,
を浴びて
bathed in their blood even.
血が欲し
My
くて
body
体
shook
が震え
for
ちまっ
want
て
of their blood.
とうとう化け物にな
I
っちま
thought
った
I'd
と
finally
思った
become a
けど
full-blown monster, but
でも
there you were, next to me the whole time.
お前がいてくれた。
Under the starry night, Hesuke smiled shyly. It was a fleeting smile, one so delicate it felt at any moment like it could float into the night.
ありがとうな。
Thanks, Kanai. I'm so
お前
glad
が
you're
いて
here
くれ
with
て
me.
本当によかった。
No need to thank me. It was quite the contrary. I think I have Hesuke to thank for his boundless energy and kindness. When I was first brought to the compounds, I remember him timidly telling me that he'd hoped the Shinsengumi would let me go. I remember it fondly.
だから
So
今
now
な
I
ら
finally
自分が
feel
何を
like
す
I
るべ
know
き
what
か
I'm supposed to do.
分かるような気がする。 天下国家とか
I'm not going to concern myself with the
この
state
日の
of
本
the
の
world
未来
or
とか
Japan's future or big
そ
stuff
んな
like
大
that.
それたものじゃなくて俺自身が
I just
守
want
り
to
たい
use
の
my powers
大
for
切な
things
ものの
that
ため
matter
に
to me,
こ
for
の
the
力
people
を
I
使おう
want to
って
protect. Hesuke looked at me peacefully.
約束する
I promise you, Kanai,
俺はも
I'm no longer the
新
Shinsengumi's
選組
captain
の
of the
8
8th
番組
Division,
組長でも
nor a member of the
俺
guard.
を餌食でもない表向きは死ん
Technically,
だ
to
こ
the
とになっ
public,
てる人
I'm
間
a
だ
dead man.
羅刹になっ
For
た以
as
上
long as I'm a Fury,
新選
I
組
can't
とは
really
切って
stop
も切
being
れね
one
え
of
関
the
係になっちまっ
Shinsengumi,
たけ
but
ど お前を
my
守り
wish
たい
to
って
keep
気
you
持ち
safe
だ
has
けは
never
変わって
dwindled.
ないこれから先も
And if I can help it, it never will. His voice shook so faintly that I was nearly overpowered as the waves crashed behind us. But Hesuke's eyes told me everything that I needed to hear. Thank you, Hesuke. My hair was blown beside the endless sea. I smiled kindly, her eyes twinkling in moonlight. Aww. There we go! There we go. The good ending! Woo! Okay, I feel better. I do like the fact that this has a cheat. That you can start out with either low romance or high romance. So, cheating! Woo! We can go into Edo Blossoms feeling better. January 1868. The Battle of Toba Fushimi ended with the Satsuma and Choshu victorious. As the shogunate troops retreated, the Shinsengumi headed towards Edo. 4 years ago, I came to Kyoto all by myself in search for my father, and met the Shinsengumi. I am going to leave the city of Kyoto where I made fond memories of the Shinsengumi. Despite the defeat, his resolve didn't waver, and I've chosen to walk alongside him. We're going to head to Edo, without knowing what fate awaits us. Finn. It does. Ah. I feel better now that we got the good ending. Steam has a little thing that says, Toto, I don't think we're in Kyoto anymore. Aha! Oh, but that filled that in. Okay, so somewhere at the beginning there's 2 images that I will have to get at some points, but it doesn't matter today. Whew! So, as you might guess, that's the end of the stream. But we will be starting Edo Blossom on Thursday after doing some art on Thursday. So, thank you very much for coming. I'll see you next time.